Chapter 999. Outside the Qingyu abyss, Ning Chen had just walked out when Summer Solstice's shout came from behind. "Young Master Ning, wait for us!" Hearing the voice behind him, Ning Chen stopped and looked back at Summer Solstice, who was dragging Dong Yu over. He smiled and said, "Slow down. You'll be gone if you're any slower." Summer Solstice's tone was dissatisfied. After complaining, she smiled happily again and said, "My king has agreed for Dong Yu and me to go to the ancient desolate plain together. We're going the same way again." Ning Chen chuckled and said, "What a coincidence. All right, let's go together." Summer Solstice giggled and dragged Dong Yu. As they walked, she said, "I won't give way to you in the 100 Clans competition." "All right." Ning Chen smiled and continued, "Let's say goodbye to your mother first and then set off." "Okay." Summer Solstice nodded. In front of the small river that ran from east to west, the woman was still busy. When she saw the three of them return, a gentle smile appeared on her delicate face. "Mother!" Summer Solstice trotted forward and hugged the woman's arm. She said sweetly, "We're leaving. My king agreed to let Dong Yu and me participate in the selection of the 100 Clans. When the selection is over, we'll be back. Don't worry." The woman smiled and said, "Go ahead. Be careful on the way." "Okay." Summer Solstice nodded vigorously and shook her fist at the two people behind her. Her face was full of happy smiles. Dong Yu walked forward and reached out to hold the woman's hand. She said softly, "Mother, after we leave, you have to take care of yourself. We'll be back soon." The woman smiled and said, "Okay, I'll remember. It's getting late. You should set off early. I'll wait for you at home." Dong Yu nodded reluctantly and looked at Summer Solstice. She said softly, "Let's go. Mother, we're leaving." Summer Solstice was a little reluctant, a little excited, and a little confused. She said goodbye to her mother for the last time. "Madam, see you later." Ning Chen bowed respectfully and said goodbye. "Mr. Ning, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Dong Yu and Summer Solstice along the way." The woman said softly, "Madam, don't worry. I will." Ning Chen replied, and then he didn't delay any longer before leaving. Xia Ji and Dong Yu glanced at their mother reluctantly and immediately followed her. In the small courtyard, the woman stood there quietly, not moving for a long time as she watched the three figures disappear from her field of vision. In front of Mount Sanwei, the void swirled, and three figures walked out. Winter Rain and Summer Solstice both looked back, their eyes flashing with reluctance. "Let's go. Come back early." Ning Chen spoke calmly before he strode forward. Dong Yu and Summer Solstice came back to themselves. They looked at each other and quickly followed him. "Young Master Ning, are we going to the ancient desolate plains now?" Summer Solstice asked on the way. "Let's go to Southern Mountain first," Ning Chen said softly as he looked ahead. "Southern Mountain?" Dong Yu was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. The time of the 100 Clans competition was getting closer and closer. The three of them sped up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The road ahead was filled with mountains, raging rivers, wild beasts, and countless obstacles. However, for the three of them who were extremely close to the Red Dust Realm, all obstacles were no longer important. Southern Mountain was the legendary Phoenix ancestral grounds. Since the Phoenix clan was destroyed in the ancient times, the entire Phoenix ancestral grounds had become a forgotten part of history for more than 100,000 years. It was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. In the 100,000 mountains, there were layers of cliffs and dangerous peaks that isolated the mortal world. It was a legendary place that very few people had set foot in for thousands of years. Half a month later, the three figures appeared in the 100,000 mountains. Looking at the lush forest ahead, their expressions froze slightly. "Wait a moment." The road ahead was difficult to find. Ning Chen's footsteps trembled as he rose into the air and arrived above the forest. His gaze swept across the entire forest before he descended again. "Follow me." Ning Chen glanced at the two women behind him, and said softly before continuing to rush forward. Dong Yu and Summer Solstice followed and disappeared into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Ancient trees coiled around the mountains and rivers. Wild beasts and fierce beasts ran rampant. There were even fierce beasts that had lived for countless years. Their strength was not inferior to the experts of the 100 clans. The three of them didn't attract too much attention. As they passed through, their auras were completely restrained. They didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. After traveling for a few days, they passed through many mountains and valleys. The three of them had searched almost half of the mountain range, but they still couldn't find the legendary southern mountain. Young Master Ning, did we find the wrong place? After searching for a few days, Summer Solstice was a little impatient and said with an irritated expression, "No, it should be nearby. There might be an illusion array or something like that. We haven't been able to find it." Ning Chen's gaze swept across the surrounding mountains and rivers and his eyes narrowed. It seemed that they couldn't be so careful anymore. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find the Phoenix ancestral grounds in another half a month. Step back a little. Ning Chen glanced at the two women behind him and said softly. Hearing this, Winter Rain and Summer Solstice immediately took a few steps back and made space. Ning Chen pulled out the black saber at his waist. In an instant, an endless fierce aura filled the air. The murderous weapon made from the bones of ancient fierce beasts appeared for the first time. The surrounding area suddenly changed color. An ear-piercing sound of space tearing was heard, and the entire 100,000 mountains shook. Wild bone came out. In the depths of the 100,000 mountains, the overlords of fierce beasts opened their eyes and looked at the white-haired figure not far away. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. "I'm here to look for something. I don't want to have a conflict with you. However, if you insist on fighting, I'll be happy to oblige." Ning Chen's gaze swept across the powerful fierce beasts in the depths of the mountains, and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Ning Chen's body rose to the extreme. An unusually powerful force rushed into the sky. In the swirling wind and snow, the wild bone's saber radiance soared into the sky and slashed down. In the next moment, an earth-shattering tremor was heard. Wherever the black saber radiance passed, the mountains collapsed. The terrifying power shook the entire 100,000 mountains. One slash shocked the heavens and made all living creatures crawl. After the slash, the wild bone in Ning Chen's hand disappeared and returned to its sheath. "Found it. Let's go," Ning Chen said before he quickly rushed forward. Behind him, Dong Yu and Summer Solstice looked at the mountains in front of them that had been slashed open. They were shocked. They really didn't expect that young Master Ning's attainments in the saber would be so extraordinary. Behind the mountains, the three figures passed through. Frightened by the power of the previous slash, all the fierce beasts in the 100,000 mountains chose to remain silent. They were unwilling to face such a terrifying expert. In the deepest part of the 100,000 mountains, in the forbidden area surrounded by mountains, the saber radiance cut through layers of obstacles and revealed the true appearance of the forbidden area. In the mountains in the southern corner, in the legendary Phoenix's ancestral land, there were hundreds of huge sycamore trees towering into the clouds. The oldest one was 30 feet thick, and its age was immeasurable. The three figures came and stopped in front of the sycamore trees. Summer Solstice glanced around and looked for a long time. She frowned and said, "There's nothing? The Phoenix has disappeared from this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Many people must have come here. If it was so easy to find something, it would have been taken away long ago." Ning Chen looked at the sycamore trees that towered into the clouds and answered. "Then how do we find it?" Summer Solstice asked with a troubled expression. "Let me try." Ning Chen withdrew his mind and shouted softly. He released all his power. In an instant, the sky was filled with endless phoenix fire, engulfing the entire southern corner mountain. After hundreds of thousands of years, the phoenix fire reappeared in the southern corner mountain. The hundreds of sycamore trees immediately recovered. The king of the 100 trees, who was not afraid of the phoenix fire, seemed to feel a familiar aura from a distant era. The branches and leaves swayed and rustled. "Ha!" Ning Chen shouted again. In the burning phoenix fire, the phoenix spread its wings and flew out. The huge shadow of the phoenix shook the sky and covered the sun. It was an ancient legend again. The appearance of the phoenix shocked the entire 100,000 mountains. The fierce beasts trembled violently and roared in a low voice. They were unwilling to submit. However, the pressure that came from the depths of their blood made all resistance pale. The hundreds of beasts prostrated themselves and their bodies trembled involuntarily. In the flames, the hundreds of divine sycamore trees swayed even more violently. The king of the trees seemed to have a spirit. They shouted to welcome the return of the phoenix. "Ancestors of the Phoenix clan, I, Ning Chen, need your help." Under the sycamore trees, Ning Chen bowed respectfully and said sincerely. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings were silent. In the endless flames, there was only the sound of the hundreds of king of the trees swaying. There was no other movement. Ning Chen straightened up and looked around. His expression turned solemn. In the flames, the phoenix flapped its wings. The powerful origin of the phoenix filled the 100,000 mountains. All the beasts bowed and did not dare to get up. 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Time passed slowly. Under the sycamore trees, the white-clothed figure still stood quietly and did not leave. Not far away, winter rain and summer solstice waited quietly. They did not dare to make a sound. After waiting for a long time, under the hundreds of king of the sycamore trees, an unusually powerful pressure suddenly rose. The immortal fighting soul from the ancient era appeared again. It was only for a moment, but it was so clear. "Young Phoenix, you're finally here." Among the dozens of fighting souls, an illusory figure gradually appeared. His appearance could not be seen clearly. Time was merciless and had erased too much of his reality. Around him, the dozens of fighting souls of the Phoenix clan bowed to the sovereign in the middle. Then, they turned into stars and disappeared again. From the beginning to the end, they did not say a word. "I'm the Phoenix Master." In the flames, the illusory figure looked at the white-clothed figure in front of him and said calmly. When the Phoenix Master appeared, the king of the trees shook violently and bowed to the sovereign of the Phoenix clan. Ning Chen looked at the Phoenix Master in front of him and bowed without saying anything. The Phoenix Master glanced at the entire Phoenix ancestral land and sighed softly. "Everything is different now." After sighing, the Phoenix Master looked back at the young junior in front of him and asked, "What do you want?" The Phoenix clan's secret technique. Ning Chen straightened up and looked at the sovereign of the Phoenix clan in front of him. He did not hide anything and said directly. Chapter 1000. In the depths of the 100,000 mountains, in the Phoenix's ancestral land, the Phoenix Master appeared. He was just a remnant soul, but his pressure was unprecedentedly powerful, causing people and gods to fear him. Facing the Emperor of the Phoenixes, Ning Chen spoke frankly without hiding anything. When the Phoenix Master heard this, he looked at the young junior in front of him as if he wanted to see through him completely. They looked at each other without giving in. Ning Chen and the Phoenix Master looked at each other. Their calm eyes had their own thoughts. After staring at each other for a long time, the Phoenix Master finally said calmly, "The inheritance of the Phoenixes is different from other races. If you want to obtain the inheritance of the Phoenixes, you must obtain the Phoenix's soul imprint. I'm already dead, so I can't teach you." When Ning Chen heard this, he frowned and asked, "How can I obtain the Phoenix's soul imprint?" "There are two ways," the Phoenix Master said calmly. "The heavenly demon Imperial family has the Phoenix clan's fighting soul, so you can take it. The other way is to find the Black Phoenix. Other than that, there's no other way." Hearing the Phoenix Master's words, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. There was really no such thing as a free lunch in the world. These two methods were each more difficult than the other. Needless to say, the Heavenly Demon Clan was the most powerful race in the primitive secret realm. Its imperial family was so powerful that they shocked the powerhouses of the 100 races. Compared to the heavenly demon clan, the Black Phoenix was alone. However, as a powerhouse who could launch a sneak attack and seriously injure the Phoenix Master, one could imagine how terrifying his strength was. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chun collected his thoughts and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Phoenix Master. I know what to do." The Phoenix Master looked at the young man, who had quickly calmed down, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. It was rare to see a junior who was neither arrogant nor impatient. "Young man, aren't you disappointed?" The Phoenix Master's expression became gentle as he asked. Ning Chen smiled and said, "I'm indeed disappointed, but I'm already mentally prepared. After all, it's abnormal for me to obtain the Phoenix clan's secret technique so easily." The Phoenix Master nodded and said, "It's not a bad thing for a young man to experience more hardship. The Phoenix clan's secret technique is the strongest combat technique in the world. I hope that one day you can take back the inheritance of our clan and restore its glory." Ning Chen looked at the ruler of the Phoenixes in front of him and asked with a smile, "Senior Phoenix Master, it's not easy to restore the Phoenix's glory. Even if you can't teach me the Phoenix's secret techniques, don't you have anything else that you can leave for me, a junior?" When the Phoenix Master heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Not far away, when Winter Rain and Summer Solstice heard the former's words, their hearts skipped a beat, and their expressions became very interesting. "Ha ha!" Under the Wudong King tree, the Phoenix head laughed out loud. It was as if that was really the case. He only left the junior with a responsibility. If he didn't give him some benefits, then it wouldn't make sense. "I only have a wisp of remnant soul left, so I can't give you much. Since you've already brought it up, I can't be stingy. I'll give you a law, the sovereign law." As soon as she finished speaking, the Phoenix Master raised her hand. In an instant, endless power of laws gathered in the surroundings. The might of an emperor was revealed, and the world was under her command. The Wudong King tree shook and leaves flew everywhere. Between the two of them, a golden lightning bolt appeared and entered the former's body. Ning Chen's divine sense swept across his chi-si, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "What's this?" "The law in your body is the power of laws that I comprehended when I became an emperor. I'll give it to you now. However, this law isn't your own power after all. Once you use it, you'll suffer great losses. Do you understand?" The Phoenix Master said seriously. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and bowed respectfully again. "Thank you, Senior Phoenix Master." The Phoenix Master smiled and looked into the distance. "All right, my mission has been completed. Now it's time to meet some old friends." As soon as she finished speaking, spiritual chi gathered between heaven and earth. The Phoenix Master's illusory figure began to solidify, and an incomparably terrifying power spread out. In an instant, a peerless powerhouse wearing a purple robe and a crown walked out. The Emperor of the Phoenixes had reappeared. With a step forward, heaven and earth shrank. With a terrifying speed that surpassed the law of space, the Emperor's figure disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, an endless distance away, in the primordial demon territory, the Phoenix Master wearing a purple robe and a crown walked out. Multicolored light rose around his body, and he looked down on the world, shocking the kings of the demon territory. "It's him, Phoenix Master. He's still alive." In the demon territory, a king with a terrifying aura opened his eyes and looked into the sky with a shocked expression. "No, it's impossible for the Phoenix Master to still be alive. This should be just a remnant soul." Another powerful king said in a serious tone. "That's the Phoenix Master." A third king said in a deep voice, "Even if it's just a remnant soul, we can't fight against him. There's no need to die with him at this time." The kings nodded. At this moment, in the depths of the demon territory, a terrifying aura that surpassed the kings awakened. The old eyes opened and looked at the Phoenix Master in the void. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor, how have you been? In the void, the Phoenix Master looked at the old figure in the depths of the primordial demon territory and said coldly, Phoenix Master, I didn't expect to see an old friend again after so many years. In the depths of the demon territory, an old voice sounded. Where's the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor? Has he fallen? The Phoenix Master's lips curled into a cold smile. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm doing very well. At this moment, in the depths of the primordial demon territory, another extremely powerful aura awakened. It was ancient and terrifying, as if it came from the ancient times. 7 Brilliance, 8 Desolation. Very well. Since both of you are here, I didn't come here in vain. The Phoenix Master sneered and took a step forward. The aura around him shot into the clouds. Endless mist floated up and down, isolating the law of time. The terrifying Emperor in the endless light suppressed the 9 heavens and looked down on the 10 lands. The invincible Phoenix Master of the ancient times once again displayed his peerless imperial might. He raised his hand and slammed it into the depths of the primordial demon territory. The imperial might descended. In an earth-shattering tremor, the entire primordial demon territory collapsed. The ground cracked and dust covered the sun. Just as the Phoenix Master was descending on the primordial demon territory, 3 people walked out of the 100,000 mountains. In front of the mountain range, Ning Chen stopped. Red light rose around his body. The phoenix body formed and separated from his main body. I have to go back as soon as possible. I'll leave this place to you, the phoenix body said calmly. Okay. Ning Chen nodded. Pay attention to the black phoenix. He may be hiding in the sky beyond sky. Understood. The phoenix body responded. Without another word, he disappeared in a flash. Behind him, Dong Yu and Summer Solstice watched the phoenix body leave. Confusion flashed across their eyes. Mr. Ning, why did you let the phoenix body leave? Isn't that one of your clones? If it leaves, your cultivation will be affected. It will not be good for the competition of the 100 kinds, Summer Solstice reminded him out of kindness. It's okay. Ning Chen chuckled. He has his own responsibilities. He can't leave for long. Let's go. It's getting late. We have to hurry. With that, Ning Chen smiled faintly and walked forward. Hearing this, Dong Yu and Summer Solstice didn't ask more and quickly followed. After a few days of traveling, chariots could be seen in the sky above the barren land. The heavens' favorites from the 100 kinds had all left and were heading towards the ancient barren land. Along the way, Ning Chen led Dong Yu and Summer Solstice forward. Along the way, they met many young heavens' favorites from the 100 kinds. The most powerful one was extremely close to the mortal realm. In the glorious era, there were many heavens' favorites from the 100 kinds. Jean Lin from the Scaled Clan, Hong Yuan from the Golden Lion Clan, Song Ming from the Howling Moon Clan. Many young powerhouses were famous and were known to have the potential to become emperors. There were even rumors that some of the young powerhouses of this generation had already entered the mortal realm. After becoming an immortal, one would return to the mortal realm and return to the mortal realm. If one didn't enter this realm, then no matter how monstrous a genius was, their Tao would be nothing but a dream. At the end of the barren land, the ancient city of Jueyang was a majestic sight. Even in the primitive demon realm, it was one of the few ancient cities. Half a month later, Ning Chen and the others arrived at the majestic city. The city walls were over 100 feet tall, completely constructed from gold and stone. Under the blazing sun, they emitted a dazzling light. Even after so many years, the ancient city still stood strong, towering over the eastern continent of the primal devil realm. We're here, the ancient city of Jueyang. Xia Zhi's eyes were filled with excitement when she saw the words carved on the city walls. Young Master Dong Yu, let's go in quickly. It's my first time here. Okay. Ning Chen chuckled and nodded before continuing to walk forward. The 3 of them walked into the ancient city. As soon as they entered the city, they immediately felt a powerful pressure. Waves of terrifying auras were faintly discernible in the city. They couldn't sense the specific direction, but they were clearly there. Ning Chen looked ahead and narrowed his eyes. King Realm. There was at least one King Realm expert in this city. As expected of a city that one had to pass through on their way to the east. With a King Realm expert in charge, even the Heaven's favorites didn't dare to cause trouble. Boom! At this moment, a war chariot flew across the sky. A powerful aura pressed down. The aura was infinitely close to the mortal realm. It was powerful and domineering. While everyone was still in shock, a woman covered in blood fell from the sky and crashed into the city with a thump. On the war chariot in the sky, a young man covered in armor stood. His eyes were cold, and he held a battle record in his hand. He was extraordinarily handsome. Aeolai. In the city, the young experts were all shocked when they saw the figure in the sky. The peerless genius of the Pung clan had actually arrived so quickly. Below, the woman coughed violently. Blood dyed the dust in front of her, and the white wings on her back were dyed red. It was extremely miserable. It's someone from the Egret clan, Xia Ji exclaimed when she saw the wings on the woman's back. On the side, Dong Yu's expression became serious. The heavenly Pung fed on hundreds of birds. Fortunately, the woman had escaped into the city and saved her life. Before she could finish her thoughts, a shocking scene occurred in front of her. On the war chariot, a cold smile flashed on the young man's face. He waved his halberd, and a huge heavenly Pung appeared behind him. The Pung opened its mouth and swallowed the woman below. Chapter 1001. In Jueyang Ancient City, the peerless prodigy of the Heavenly Rock clan revealed his ferocious might. His evil face appeared and swallowed the girl from the Egret clan. It was a shocking scene. Everyone's eyes trembled violently. They couldn't recover from their shock for a while. Everyone knew how overbearing the Heavenly Rock clan was. However, this was Jueyang Ancient City, where killing was not allowed. The peerless prodigy of the Heavenly Rock clan actually dared to act so arrogantly. The blood on the ground told of how cruel the scene was. Eating a living person alive was heart-wrenching. Below, Ning Chen looked at this scene with a hint of coldness in his calm eyes. The grudges of the 100 clans had nothing to do with him. However, this young man from the Heavenly Rock clan had gone too far. He's too arrogant. At the side, Summer Solstice was furious. Eating other clans in broad daylight? Was there any law left? Dong Yu heard this and hurriedly reached out to pull the former. The Heavenly Rock clan was their natural enemy. During the ancient war of the 100 clans, many experts from the Luan clan had died in the hands of the Heavenly Rock clan. Other than the Phoenix, no other clan could match the speed of the Heavenly Rock clan. This was also why the Heavenly Rock clan dared to be so arrogant. In the sky, on the chariot, Aeolai looked down and slowly descended. Seeing this, everyone moved aside. No one wanted to provoke him at this time. Aeolai walked forward step by step through the path that everyone had opened. The coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling. Behind everyone, Summer Solstice felt a chill rise around her. The fear that came from the depths of her bloodline made it difficult for her to move. Dong Yu immediately pulled Summer Solstice behind her and was on full alert. Who said those words just now? Aeolai stopped, looked at the two girls, and said indifferently, "I said it." Dong Yu stood in front of Summer Solstice and said in a deep voice, "Very good." Aeolai raised his hand. Instantly, a terrifying aura rose again. The phantom of the Heavenly Rock appeared, its ferocious might shaking the sky. Dong Yu's eyes narrowed. She pulled Summer Solstice and immediately retreated. However, the Heavenly Rock was extremely fast. There was no way to avoid it. The phantom devoured the sky and swallowed the two girls. "Your Excellency Sky Rock, these two ladies are my servant girls. If you want to touch them, have you asked for my permission?" As she spoke, Bai Yi's figure flashed. She raised her hand and blocked the Heavenly Rock evil avatar. The drifting frost was exceptionally beautiful. The ice and snow condensed into a barrier, blocking all wind and rain. No one could take half a step past it. Aolai looked at the young man in front of him, his expression cold. He clenched his right hand, and the green halberd flew out from the war chariot behind him. With a rumble, the ferocious halberd broke through the wind and snow. Its power did not diminish as it continued to slash towards the white-clothed figure. The ferocious halberd was overbearing and all-conquering. Behind him, Dong Yu and Xia Zhi's expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. In front of the two, Ning Chen frowned slightly. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he raised his left hand and took the halberd head-on. The wind and snow continued to spread, and the ground shook violently. Under Ning Chen's feet, the ground continued to crack, and the cracks continued to spread for thousands of feet. Your Excellency Skyrock, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Is that enough? Ning Chen said coldly as he gripped his ferocious halberd and looked at the peerless genius of the Tianping race who was close by. Since you dare to stand in my way, you should be prepared to bear the consequences. Aolai coldly said. He turned his palm and formed a claw. A ferocious light tore through the air. Ning Chen's eyes became even colder. He still didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he met the claw with a heavy punch. There was a loud rumble and the shock waves shook the area. Those with weaker bodies were immediately forced back several feet, their blood tumbling violently in their bodies. Dong Yu, Xia Zhi, stepped back a little. Ning Chen's patience had been exhausted after giving in for 2 moves. He opened his mouth to speak. The 2 women heard this and immediately retreated, temporarily withdrawing from the battle. Seeing the 2 women leave the battle, Ning Chen looked at the man in front of him, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had never been a patient person, but the person in front of him had aroused his killing intent. Feeling the killing intent from the former, the killing intent in Aolai's eyes became even thicker. With a loud shout, the Tianping evil face reared back and screeched. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He loosened his hands and his figure flashed, avoiding the evil face's attack. You think you can avoid it? Aolai coldly snorted. He stepped forwards and instantly rushed forward. The ferocious halberd pierced through the air, tearing the heavens and the earth apart. Facing the ferocious Tianping race's peerless genius, Ning Chen used strange footwork. His figure flashed, avoiding one killing move after another. After a while, 10 moves had passed. Aolai's eyes became even more ruthless. His attacks were like a storm, each more ruthless than the last. Amidst the violent halberd light, Ning Chen suddenly stopped. He clenched his right hand, and in an instant, wild bone was unsheathed. The black saber was soul-stirring. The stunning saber cut through the wind and rain, shocking the world. The black saber was about to fall, and the heavens and earth shook. At this moment, a golden light flashed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived in the battle. She raised her delicate hand and blocked the black saber. What entered their eyes was a peerless beauty. She was dressed in golden divine clothes. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her face was like peach blossoms. She was beautiful and refined. With just a glance, it was difficult to look away. Jean Lin. Many of the people present recognized the woman's identity and exclaimed in shock. Among the 100 clans, there were a few special clans with sovereigns overseeing them. Their strength was terrifying. The Scaled clan was one of them. The Scaled clan was known to have the best defense among the 100 clans. Every Scaled clan powerhouse was very powerful, and they rarely met a match in the same realm. The woman in front of them was the granddaughter of the current Scaled emperor. Her bloodline was extremely pure, and she was known as the person most likely to become a sovereign in this generation. Jean Lin made her move, and the situation of the battle changed instantly. Killing intent flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. A member of the Scaled clan. He was no stranger to the Scaled clan. They were the first to bring the flames of war to the divine land. Therefore, He did not have a good impression of this clan. Feeling the killing intent from the young man in front of her, Jean Lin frowned slightly. Did she see wrongly just now? Why did this person have such a strong killing intent toward her? Jean Lin, aren't you meddling too much? Aolai looked at the woman in front of him. A gloomy expression flashed across his cold face. Jean Lin turned around and looked at the man behind her. She said indifferently, "This is Jiuyang Ancient City, not your rock clan. If you don't want to make King Jiuyang unhappy, you'd better restrain yourself." When Aolai heard this, his expression darkened again. After a moment, he withdrew his aura and turned to leave. "Dongyu, Xiaozhi, let's go too." In front, Ning Chen glanced at the two women not far away and said calmly. He then walked in another direction. "Young master, please wait," Jean Lin said. Hearing the woman's voice, Ning Chen stopped and said calmly, "Miss, what can I do for you? It's fate that we met." "May I know your name?" Jean Lin asked in a serious voice. "I'm just a country bumpkin. There's no need for you to worry. We'll meet again," Ning Chen said indifferently. He did not stay any longer and walked forward. Dong Yu and Xiaozhi looked at each other and followed. Their young master's attitude seemed a little strange. Behind them, Jean Lin watched the three of them leave. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Something was not right. This person was indeed hostile toward her. "Young master." On the streets of the city, Xiaozhi carefully pulled the sleeve of the person next to her and whispered, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Ning Chen's face showed gentleness again. He said, "Let's find a place to rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." "Okay." The two women nodded and agreed softly. In the west of the city, in a bustling inn, the three of them asked for 2 rooms to stay temporarily. Night fell and the entire ancient city gradually quieted down. In front of the window, Ning Chen stood quietly and looked at the dark clouds in the ancient city. His calm eyes flashed with brilliance. He had promised King Shuri that he would help King Shuri City win first place in this 100-clan competition and obtain the Yin-Yang non-jade. He did not care about King Shuri's purpose. What he valued more in this deal was the background of King Shuri City. He needed a new identity. Shuri Imperial City was remote and not easy to be noticed by other big clans. It was the most suitable choice for the time being. The more one knew about the strength of the 100 clans, the more shocking it was. Whether it was the number of masters or the potential of the younger generation, it was not something that the inner world and the human realm upon heavens could compare to. Today, it was only their first day in Jiuyang Ancient City, and they had already met 2 peerless geniuses of the 100 clans. Especially that Jean Lin whose cultivation was unfathomable, would be a great enemy in the future. In the next room, Xiaozhi sat on the bed and kicked the bed back and forth with her white leg. She said in boredom, "Dong Yu, what do you think happened to the young master today? He's so scary." "I don't know." Dong Yu's expression turned serious. His attitude towards Jean Lin seems a bit abnormal. Young Master Ning has always been kind to people. If there is no grudge, he shouldn't be so cold. That's right. That Jean Lin is so beautiful. Even I envy her. Xiaozhi pouted and said, "But speaking of which, the young master saved us again today. That Aolai is so annoying. The Tianpeng clan likes to eat blood. We are at a disadvantage against him. We should be more careful in the future," Dong Yu reminded softly. "It's okay. The young master is here." Xiaozhi giggled. "Don't mess around," Dong Yu reprimanded softly. "Young Master Ning can't always protect us. Also, don't let the matter of the young master slip. Otherwise, it will bring trouble to him." "Yes, I know." Xiaozhi nodded and replied. She knew that phoenixes were a taboo in the primordial demon realm, especially for the Tian demon clan. If they knew that young Master Ning had the phoenix origin, they would definitely make a big fuss. "All right, let's rest early. We'll set off early tomorrow morning," Dong Yu said softly, then walked to the side and blew out the candle flame. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, when the sky was about to brighten, the plain-clothed figure standing by the window collected his thoughts and walked to the door, ready to call the two girls to set off. In the next room, the door creaked open. Xiaozhi walked out while rubbing her eyes. Seeing the figure in front of the room next door, she said in a daze, "Good morning, young master. Pack up and get ready to set off." Ning Chen said with a smile. "Yes." Xiaozhi replied softly. Just as she was about to turn and return to her room, she suddenly paused. "Young master, the king of Absolute Yang invites you." As they spoke, a black-clothed figure walked out from behind the two. He looked at the plain-clothed young man and said respectfully. Chapter 1002. Lotus flowers bloomed all over the surface of the lake in King Zhuyang's palace. The fragrance of the flowers drifted in the air. The king had set up a banquet by the lake. Jin Lin of the Scale clan, Ao Lai of the Rock clan, and Song Ming of the Howling Moon clan were all present. Even the prodigies of the 100 clans did not dare to neglect the invitation of King Zhuyang, and came on time. The banquet was about to begin. At this moment, a plain-clothed figure walked over. Two women followed behind him. They were half a step behind and did not overtake him. "He's here." When the young geniuses from the 100 clans saw the newcomer, their expressions froze. They had already heard of the battle in the city earlier. The young man before them had actually fought to a draw with the supreme genius of the Rock clan. This battle record was truly shocking. The Sky Rock clan was the top king clan among the 100 clans. The current King Rock's strength was infinitely close to that of an emperor. There were rumors that the King Rock would be able to break through the King Realm's shackles soon and become an emperor. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or false, the Sky Rock clan was undoubtedly powerful. In the same realm, the Sky Rock clan had a huge advantage in speed. Other than a few clans with royal bloodlines, almost no other clans could compete with them. Although the cultivation of the young man in front of them could not be seen clearly, he was definitely not a red dust realm expert. He was only in the ascending immortal realm, but he was able to tie with the Rock clan's prodigy. This showed how terrifying his combat strength was. When Ning Chen arrived, all the guests had arrived. At this moment, rays of light gathered in front of the main seat. An extremely powerful aura walked out. Auspicious lights flowed around him. The aura of a king suppressed the entire place. "Greetings, King Zhuyang." Everyone stood up and bowed respectfully to the man in front of the main seat. "No need to be so courteous, please sit," King Zhuyang said calmly. He sat down and withdrew his powerful cultivation. However, even so, his imposing aura still gave the prodigies of the younger generation an indescribable pressure. "Everyone is passing by Zhuyang City. As the host, I have specially invited all of you to come and play host." King Zhuyang looked at the prodigies below and smiled. "You're too polite, King Zhuyang." The leader of the group, Jin Lin smiled and replied, "It should be us who have come to greet King Zhuyang. Niece, you're too courteous. Your father and I have been friends for a long time. I've always wanted to pay a visit to the Scaled tribe. Unfortunately, I've been busy and never had the chance to do so. Now that you've come to my city, I naturally have to receive you well." The king of Zhuyang smiled as he looked at the Scaled tribe prodigy leading the crowd below. "Many thanks to King Zhuyang. Before I left, my royal father specially instructed me to send my regards to King Zhuyang," Jin Lin said with a smile. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Below them, Xiaozhi felt dizzy listening to them. She secretly tugged at the clothes of the person beside her and whispered, "Young master, is the Scaled clan and Zhuyang ancient city that close?" Ning Chen smiled and sent a voice transmission. "Do you know what it means to be a spiritual friend for a long time?" Xiaozhi shook her head and said honestly, "I don't know. It's just that we've never met before." Ning Chen chuckled and said, "Just listen to the words of these two people. However, you don't have to believe a single word they say. Xia Ji was surprised and immediately nodded obediently. On the opposite side of the seat, Ao Lai stared coldly at the plain-clothed young man in front of him. He did not hide his killing intent at all. As long as he left Jueyang City, he would definitely let this person know what it meant to be better off dead. Ning Chen felt the killing intent from the opposite side, but his expression was calm and he did not care at all. He had experienced too many of such gazes. It did not matter if there was one more or one less. How annoying! Xia Ji muttered in her heart but did not say anything. She did not want to cause trouble for her young master, so she only cursed this person in her heart. King Jueyang, I'll give you a toast. Behind Jean Lin a young man in green stood up and said respectfully. You're too courteous, please. The king of Jueyang picked up his wine cup and smiled. Who is this person? Ning Chen asked Dong Yu, who was beside him. Song Ming, the young master of the Howling Moon clan. What's wrong? Dong Yu was puzzled. Nothing. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, This person is very strong. He's not inferior to Ao Lai of the Rock clan. He's even stronger than him. Dong Yu was surprised when she heard that. The young master of the Howling Moon clan was the most low-key person among the big clans. He rarely took action. How did her young master know? After Tsang Ming, the sky prides of the 100 clans stood up one by one to give a toast. The king of Jueyang also responded with a smile on his face. He looked very gentle. When it was Ao Lai's turn, everyone looked over. The peerless sky pride of the Sky Rock clan had eaten a lady of the Egret clan as soon as he entered the city. He was extremely arrogant and no one knew what the king of Jueyang's attitude would be. Ao Lai stood up and bowed to the king of Jueyang with a wine cup in his hand. Junior Ao Lai gives a toast to the king of Jueyang. I was hungry earlier and ate some food in the city. I've lost my manners and embarrassed myself in front of the king of Jueyang. As soon as he said that, everyone was surprised. The peerless sky pride of the Sky Rock clan actually admitted his mistake. It was really unexpected. Nephew, you don't have to worry about it. However, this kind of thing shouldn't happen again in the future. After all, nephew, you are a member of the royal clan. You still have to abide by the rules of eating. The king of Jueyang revealed a smile that no one could understand. After replying, he drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. Thank you for your magnanimity, king of Jueyang. I will pay attention in the future. Ao Lai nodded and raised his cup with both hands. He drank the wine and sat down again. Behind the seats, Ning Chen watched this scene quietly. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold arc. A lady of the Egret clan was settled with just a cup of wine. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, life was indeed the most worthless thing. This peerless sky pride of the Sky Rock clan was not as reckless as he looked on the surface. As for the king of Jueyang, he was not as magnanimous and gentle as he looked. A simple cup of wine contained too many things. When the wine cup was put down, the past was gone. The sky prides of the various clans regained their senses and threw this matter to the back of their minds. The sky prides of the various clans stood up one after another and toasted the king of Jueyang, who represented power and strength. The last person was Ning Chen, who was seated at the end of the seat. He had never heard of him before. Everyone present was rather curious about his identity. This junior is Ning Chen from Sunrise Royal City. A toast to the king of Jueyang. Ning Chen stood up, raised his cup and said calmly, Sunrise Royal City? When everyone heard this, their expressions froze. Sunrise Royal City had a young lord named Yu Yao. It was rumored that he was an expert of the sword. The young man before them was clearly not one. Nephew, you are from Sunrise Royal City? May I know who your master is? The king of Jueyang looked at the young man below and asked. I don't have a master. Ning Chen said calmly. I was just lucky to obtain some arts. I have been cultivating until now, but they are not presentable. When the king of Jueyang heard this, he smiled and did not ask any further. He drank the wine in his cup. Ning Chen drank the wine in one gulp as well and sat down quietly. After everyone had given their toasts, Jin Lin looked at the king on the main seat and said, "It is rumored that the king of Jueyang has an only son who has extraordinary attainments in the sword. May I know if he is still in the city? Rumors are not to be trusted. My son has not left yet. However, I have invited all of you to a banquet today. It is better for my son not to join us," the King of Despair said with a smile. "The King of Jueyang is too humble. I have met Gu Xian once. His sword is still deeply engraved in my memory." Behind Jin Lin the young man in green said calmly. When Jin Lin Ao Lai and the rest heard Song Ming's words, a strange look flashed across their eyes. It seemed like this person was not simple to be praised by the young lord of Howling Moon Clan. "If that is the case, why don't you let brother Gu Xian join us as well? Let us witness the glory of the king of Jueyang royal cities, young lord," Aolai said calmly. The king of Jueyang looked at everyone's eyes. After a while, he smiled and said, "Since everyone has praised me, I shall call my son here to broaden my horizons." After speaking, the king of Jueyang looked at the maid standing behind him and said calmly, "Call Gu Xian here." "Yes." The maid accepted the order and left immediately. "Have you heard of Gu Xian?" Ning Chen looked at the two girls beside him and asked. "No." Dong Yu shook her head and replied, "Neither have I." Xia Ji wiped her oily mouth and shook her head vigorously. Ning Chen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his expression froze and he looked into the distance. At the end of the water moon lake, there was a sharp radiance. It was like a peerless divine weapon that was born. It was cold and sharp. The sword aura spread and waves appeared on the surface of the lake. The sword at the peak resonated with the heavens and earth. Feeling the sword aura from the distance, Ning Chen's expression became serious for the first time. Such a pure sword. After being in the primal secret realm for so long, this was the first time he had met a pure sword cultivator. Using a sword was completely different from cultivating it. Cultivators of the sword, such as Mu Bai from Desolate City and Yen Qin Wang, were the purest experts of the sword. In comparison, Mu Qingxue and Xia Zi used the sword more as a tool and sharpness rather than cultivating it. Although the young lord of Jueyang City had not shown himself yet, the aura from his sword already showed that he was a peak sword cultivator. An extraordinary sword cultivator. Jin Lin also felt the sword pressure from the distance. Her gaze froze as she spoke softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson figure walked over from the end of the water moon lake. He held a cold sword in his hand and had a jade-like face. His overly delicate face seemed a little feminine, giving off an indescribable sense of incongruity. Seeing this person, Ning Chen frowned slightly. This young lord of Jueyang City made him think of someone. Back then, Yin Wugo of the Tyli division, a killing tool that had been cleansed. "Greetings, father." Gu Xian walked to the center of the table and bowed respectfully to the man on the main seat. "Gu Xian, these are the geniuses of the various clans. Father has called you here to broaden your horizons. Take a seat first," King Jueyang said with a smile from the main seat. "Thank you, father." Gu Xian bowed once again and walked towards the end of the seat. The seats faced each other. Gu Xian's footsteps paused as he looked at the plain-clothed young man on the opposite seat. His eyes narrowed slightly. This person was very strong. Chapter 1003. At the lakeside of the Water Moon Lake in the Absolute Yang Royal Residence, the Absolute Yang Royal Residence invited the outstanding talents of the 100 races. Gu Xian was invited, and his sword intent shocked everyone. After bowing, Gu Xian took his seat. Unintentionally, his gaze swept across the other side, and his expression froze. Their gazes were equally calm. After a while, Gu Xian withdrew his gaze and walked back to his seat. This plain-clothed youth was a true expert. Gu Xian took his seat, and Ning Chen's gaze moved away from the former. He smiled and picked up his wine cup, taking a sip. It looked like the competition between the 100 races would not be too peaceful this time. On the main seat, the absolute Yang royal residence looked at his only son at the end of the table and smiled. Gu Xian, why are you still not toasting to the friends of the various races? Yes. Gu Xian stood up and immediately raised his wine cup, toasting to the outstanding talents of the various races present. The young experts of the various races at the table stood up and politely responded. After finishing the wine, Gu Xian looked at Aolai, who was not far away, and said, "How about we have a spar, young master of the rock race?" The moment Gu Xian said that, everyone showed a strange expression. They shifted their gazes and looked at the absolute Yang royal residence on the main seat. Could it be that this was instructed by the absolute Yang royal residence? Seeing everyone look over, the absolute Yang royal residence's expression sank. He looked at his only son at the end of the table and reprimanded, "Gu Xian, don't be rude. How can you use force at the banquet and ruin everyone's mood? Just sparring to liven things up." Then, he looked at Aolai at the side and said, "I believe that the rock race young master will not refuse, right?" Although his provocative words were calm, they did not allow for rejection. A cold light flashed in Aolai's eyes. He stood up and said, "I'll be happy to accompany you." Both sides expressed their stances, and the atmosphere immediately turned tense. On the main seat, the absolute Yang royal residence's expression turned increasingly gloomy, but he did not say anything to stop them. When the two arrived, Gu Xian looked at the person in front of him. His lips curled up in a strange smile as he said, "Please." Aolai waved his hand, and a halberd appeared in the surging airflow. Baleful chi spread out, driving people crazy. "Please." After saying that, Aolai moved. In the blink of an eye, the halberd was Gu Xian. Gu Xian raised his hand and welcomed the attack with his ancient sword. The sword was not out of its scabbard, but the sword chi was self-generated. With a bang, the scabbard blocked the halberd. The air around the two of them shook and spread to the banquet. Among the seats, the paragons of the 100 races pressed their hands on the table one after another. Their auras spread and blocked the aftershocks. In the battle, after one move, Aolai turned his palm and clawed at the former. Gu Xian leaned to the side and avoided the sharp claws. He formed a sword with his fingers and attacked back forcefully. In close combat, every move was fast and dangerous. Both of them were rarely seen experts in the world. Their moves were incomparably swift and fierce and abnormally domineering. The desolate halberd danced, earth-shattering and earth-shattering. His sword finger-pointed, the sharpness of his sword was oppressive. The two silhouettes constantly intertwined, halberd light and sword chi crisscrossing. Being in the king's mansion of Juyang, the two's martial arts were suppressed by more than half, so they won with moves. They were of the same level, but their battle tactics were completely different. Seated at the banquet, the young sky prides watched the battle between the two with solemn expressions. Both of them were at the peak of the treading celestial stage, and were only a step away from the red dust stage. In terms of cultivation, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker, but in many cases, true combat strength was not absolutely related to cultivation. After exchanging several moves, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. It seemed like a battle of equals, but Gu Xian never drew his ancient sword. On both sides of the banquet, the young sky prides of the various races also noticed this. Their expressions turned serious. A swordsman who had yet to draw his sword was already so capable. Once he drew his sword, just how strong would he be? On the main seat, King Juyang watched the battle below. His expression returned to normal. From start to finish, he did not say a single word. In the battle, as the battle progressed, Aolai's expression turned darker and darker. His halberd tore through the air, and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Amidst the storm-like attacks, Gu Xian's figure constantly moved, dodging wave after wave of attacks. He looked ahead, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Unable to take it down after a long time, Aolai's patience was running out. He took a step forward, and the heavenly primeval avatar appeared behind him. The sudden increase in speed and power caused ripples to spread out. The water in Water Moon Lake surged like a waterfall. Seeing this, Guexion's lips turned cold. He swung his ancient sword, and in that instant, an incomparably cold aura spread out. The entire Water Moon Lake instantly froze over. The ancient sword was drawn, and the cold aura did not spread out. Wherever the sword aura passed, the world turned to ice. This is... On the main seat, Jean Lin Er's expression changed when she saw this. She exclaimed, "Moon Sword!" Moon Sword and Sun Sword were two divine weapons that had been lost in the primordial demon realm for a long time. Unexpectedly, one of them was actually in King Jueyang City. Once Moon Sword was drawn, the situation of the battle changed. Under the extreme cold, Aolai felt the aura around him become sluggish. His expression sank, and his cultivation erupted. On the main seat, King Jueyang immediately stood up. He opened his hands, and an incomparably powerful aura spread out, limiting the shock waves of the battle to a radius of 30 meters. With King Jueyang making a move, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief and watched the battle with peace of mind. In the battle, Aolai was the first to erupt with his cultivation. The power of his move instantly increased by several times. The power was earth-shattering, and the ground within 30 meters collapsed. Guexion's eyes turned cold, and he no longer suppressed his cultivation. His peak-treading immortal cultivation was fully unleashed. Moon Sword slashed down, and the cold aura sealed the sky. The sword and halberd clashed again. Neither side retreated a single step, and the situation remained the same. Aolai pulled back his halberd. Suddenly he felt a chill. At the point where the sword and halberd clashed, the cold aura spread out. The halberd actually started to freeze, and it spread all the way to his arm. The sudden change triggered the ferocity in Aolai's heart. His true chi surged, and the ice on his arm was shattered. Guexion's eyes narrowed, and his sword aura changed direction, piercing toward Aolai's heart. The tip of the sword closed in, but Aolai did not dodge. He raised his hand and grabbed the tip of the sword. An ear-piercing friction sound rang out, and the armor on his hand actually showed signs of cracking. Aolai waved his halberd, and the overbearing halberd fell down. Its ferocious power was shocking, and it cut open the cold heaven and earth, landing on the person in front of him. Facing such a desperate battle, Guexion's eyes showed displeasure. His figure flashed, and he pulled out his sword to leave the battle. If it was not a battle of life and death, he could not really take Aolai's life. This kind of battle was really annoying. Seeing Guexion retreat, Aolai took a step forward and instantly stood up. The halberd was overbearing, and its power was as heavy as a mountain. "You don't know your place." Guexion's eyes darkened, and the moon sword in his hand shone brightly. The power of a peerless divine weapon was fully displayed. With a slash of the sword, the frozen void shattered inch by inch. The sword and halberd fell at the same time, and the outcome of the battle was decided. At this moment, King Jueyang on the main seat moved. He took a step forward, and instantly arrived between the two. He raised his hands and blocked the halberd. "All right, this battle ends here." King Jueyang glanced at the two and said lightly. Seeing the mountain between them, Guexion's eyes darkened. After a moment, he put away his sword, turned around and walked back to his seat. In front of King Jueyang, Aolai's expression changed. He had no choice but to put away his halberd and return to his seat. After the two returned to their seats, King Jueyang waved his hand to scatter the shock waves from the battle. Amid rumbling, the collapsed ground closed up and returned to normal. After doing all that, King Jueyang's figure flashed, and he returned to his seat. "My son is obsessed with martial arts. Since he met rare experts like everyone here, he could not help but overestimate himself and challenge them. I hope that everyone will not take it to heart, King Jueyang said, a smile appearing on his face again. It is true that young Master Jueyang is obsessed with martial arts. However, there is no way to say that he overestimates himself. He lives up to his reputation. Today, I can see that your city's young master's attainments in the sword are indeed extraordinary, Jean Lin who sat at the head of the seats, said. Niece, you praise me too much. King Jueyang smiled faintly and said, My son's insignificant skills in the sword are not worthy of attention. He is only barely impressive because of his divine weapon. At the end of the seats, Gu Xian's expression did not change at all when he heard his father's evaluation. He picked up the wine cup in front of him and drank silently. Then, he inadvertently looked at the plain-clothed youth across him. He felt that this person was the true expert. Sensing Gu Xian's gaze, Ning Chen smiled and raised his cup in acknowledgement. Then, he took a sip and put it down. Earlier, Ning Chen was uncertain. However, after the battle earlier, he was certain that this young master of Jueyang Royal City was someone who had cleansed himself. If it were an ordinary poor family, it would be understandable for them to cleanse themselves as slaves in order to make a living. However, this young master Gu Xian, as the young master of Jueyang Royal City, had cleansed himself as well. This was truly inconceivable. Rumor had it that there were some special cultivation techniques that required special methods to reach the peak. However, these were only rumors in the end. No one had seen them before. If this young master of Jueyang Royal City truly chose to cleanse himself in order to cultivate some cultivation technique, then it was truly incomprehensible. Brother, how should I address you? Just at this moment, Gu Xian asked calmly from across the seat. Ning Chen. Ning Chen came back to his senses and replied. Brother Ning seems to have an understanding of the sword that is difficult for ordinary people, Gu Xian said as he looked at the person before him. I do know a thing or two, Ning Chen nodded. Why don't we spar? Gu Xian said seriously. Sure, but, as he spoke, Ning Chen looked towards the main seat and smiled. It doesn't seem possible now. Gu Xian looked at his father on the main seat. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and said calmly, Indeed, it's not possible today. Let's do it another day. There's still some distance to the ancient desolate plains. There will definitely be opportunities. Ning Chen smiled and said, If there's a chance, I will definitely spar with young master. Then it's settled. A rare smile appeared on Gu Xian's slightly feminine face as he nodded. On the main seat, King Jueyang looked at the exchange between the two people at the end of the seats and unconsciously frowned. Gu Xian, if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame your father for being merciless. Your mission is to obtain the yin-yang non-jade. Before that, your strength cannot be exposed, King Jueyang said in a deep voice. Hearing the voice, Gu Xian's smile grew wider and wider. Coupled with his feminine face, it seemed so chilling. Your son naturally does not dare to disobey father's orders. Gu Xian drank the wine in front of him and said with a brilliant smile, However, these people will all be your son's opponents in the fight for the yin-yang non-jade. Why don't you kill them all? Chapter 1004. At the king of Jueyang's residence, a banquet lasted from noon until sunset. When the sun set, the banquet dispersed and the young experts left one after another. After the guests left, King of Jueyang looked at his only son who was still drinking silently at the end of the table. His expression turned cold as his figure flashed and appeared before him. Slap! A loud slap landed on Gu Xian's face. King of Jueyang looked at the former and said in a deep voice, You're getting more and more presumptuous. Gu Xian raised his head and looked coldly at the person in front of him. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Looking at the former's departing figure, King of Jueyang clenched his fists tightly. The coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling. Outside Jueyang Ancient City, Ning Chen continued forward with the two girls. The bright moon rose in the sky and the moonlight shone down. The beautiful night made people feel relaxed and happy. Xiaji skipped in front and led the way. She seemed to be in a good mood. Dong Yu reminded her from time to time. However, Xiaji only gave a perfunctory reply and continued to entertain herself. Ning Chen followed behind with a gentle smile on his face. He didn't care about the two girls. As he walked, he quietly thought about something. Young master, will the young master of the Rock Clan follow us? Dong Yu was a little worried and asked. Yes. Ning Chen smiled and nodded. This person will take revenge for the smallest grievance. It's impossible for him to let it go. I think he should be behind us. When we're a sufficient distance away from Jueyang Ancient City, he will attack. Young master, aren't you worried at all? Dong Yu asked seriously. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Ning Chen smiled and said, besides, it's still unknown who's on the chopping block and who's on the fish. Hearing the former's words, Dong Yu was still worried. She looked behind from time to time, on guard against the young master of the Rock Clan who could appear at any time. Under the night sky, the three of them continued forward. The bright moon moved west and the weather was getting colder and colder. However, the three of them were martial experts and didn't have much effect. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Ning Chen stopped and turned around. He said calmly, Brother, aren't you tired after following us for so long? Show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Yu and Summer Solstice were startled. They looked back with a trace of nervousness on their faces. So you've already noticed me. As he spoke, a figure shrouded in killing intent walked over from the distant night. He held a halberd in his hand, and his eyes were cold like ice. Summer Solstice, Winter Rain, step back, Ning Chen said as he looked at the approaching figure. Hearing this, Dong Yu nodded, pulled Summer Solstice, and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. The two women retreated. In the battle, the two faced each other, and the atmosphere became abnormally heavy. A cold wind blew past, and a sandstorm rose up. In an instant, Ao Lai's head appeared, and the desolate halberd broke through the air, dominating the world. Ning Chen put his fingers together and blocked the halberd with a loud clang. His feet trembled as he dispelled the tremendous force. With a rumbling sound, the earth cracked open, and the cracks continued to spread out, reaching hundreds of li away. It was a simple move, but its power was shocking. Knowing that the person in front of him was powerful, Ao Lai did not hold back anymore. He released all of his power, and suddenly, the sky rock evil image appeared. It flapped its wings, and the wind was like a blade, tearing the surrounding space apart. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he executed a strange footwork. His figure flashed in the wind as he dodged one wind blade after another. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing rang out. A wind blade sliced across Ning Chen's arm, tearing his clothes apart. And? Ning Chen frowned slightly. His figure flashed, and he left the battlefield. He waved his right hand and a black light spread out. In the black light, a long and narrow black blade appeared. In an instant, an astonishing baleful aura filled the air, and its ferocious might shook the sky. Kuang Gu reappeared, and the murderous weapon refined from the bones of ancient ferocious beasts shone brightly. In an instant, the black blade slashed down and the wind collapsed. Ning Chen's figure moved again, and in an instant, the black blade slashed down, and his killing intent filled the sky. Ao Lai's halberd met the attack. In an ear-piercing collision, the wind and clouds gathered above the two. The powerful aura could not be withstood by the heaven and earth. The entire sky split apart, and the scene was extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged several moves. The sky rock evil image was extremely fast, and each move was fast and fierce. Facing the storm of attacks, Ning Chen's expression gradually turned serious. In the shocking battle, both sides did not show any mercy, and each move was to kill, chasing after the soul. After 10 moves, Ao Lai's expression turned even more serious. He shouted, and the sky rock evil image opened its huge mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force spread out, as if it wanted to swallow the opponent in front of it. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He flipped his palm, and the cold air spread out. In the wind and snow, several huge stars appeared, and the god's scroll appeared again. The surrounding sky instantly sank. God's sky dance. With a move that shook the heavens, a meteor fell to the mortal world. Under the stars, her white clothes fluttered, as if she was a god dancing among the stars. With a move that shook the heavens, the situation of the battle changed. The stars descended, and the sky rock devoured the sky. The two moves collided, and a terrifying vibration shook the entire wasteland. The violent aftershock continued to spread out, destroying everything within 1,000 miles. Outside the battle, Dong Yu and Summer Solstice were shocked. They immediately retreated dozens of miles to avoid the aftershock of the battle. In the center of the battle, sand filled the air. The two moves clashed, and the winner was obvious. Aolai spat out blood from his mouth, and he retreated a few steps. After gaining the upper hand with one move, Ning Chen did not stop. He took a step forward and rushed forward again. Wild bones split the air, and a merciless blade came for his life. Under the blade light, Aolai barely managed to stabilize his body. He raised his left hand and grabbed Wild Bone's blade. "Caught you!" The sky rock's claws were indestructible. Aolai stopped the weapon in front of him, and his right hand let go of the halberd. He condensed his energy into a claw and tore at Ning Chen's chest. The move Sky Split was indestructible. A deep black gully appeared in the space between the two. The killing move arrived instantly, and the yellow springs opened the way. When the claw arrived, Ning Chen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. A cold light flashed in the corner of his mouth. He let go of the blade, and as their bodies crossed, his heavy fist condensed into frost and landed on Aolai's chest. Ugh! With a muffled groan, Aolai's figure flew out 100 feet. He stomped his foot and stopped his retreat. 100 feet away, Ning Chen looked at the rock young master in front of him. He clenched his right hand, and Wild Bone flew back to him. The sky rock's speed is just SOSO. Killing intent appeared in Ning Chen's eyes for the first time. The person in front of him was a disaster. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Ning Chen took a step forward. A stream of light flashed, and the battle started again. The blade light covered the eyes, and the battle technique changed abruptly. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's body was engulfed by wind and snow. Aolai saw this, and his expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, wanting to avoid the blade light. "You can't retreat." Ning Chen snorted coldly. The blade in his hand pierced the ground. Suddenly, the ground turned over, and blade light broke through the sky, cutting off the former's retreat. Aolai's figure kept moving in the blade light that soared into the sky. He waved his halberd, and cut down the blade light one after another. Ning Chen's body moved, and the blade light was extremely sharp. A move that he had never used before appeared for the first time in the primordial demon realm, killing a strong enemy. Through the ages, it will be the only one in 100 generations. A blade in spring and autumn, a beauty that can topple cities. The butterfly martial arts, a legend of the blade. It was the pinnacle of the technique. It cut open heaven and earth. Wild Bone hummed, and it quickly absorbed the blade light between heaven and earth. In the next moment, Wild Bone slashed the sky, and a blade that could topple cities. The blade light fell, and within 1,000 miles, it was like the end of the world. The sky was destroyed, the city was toppled, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. In the wind and rain, Aolai's pupils shrank fiercely. He forcefully activated his body, and the heavenly rock evil image roared to the sky and merged into his body. The halberd broke through the sky, and 100 feet long halberd light pierced through heaven and earth. It met the blade light that was slashing down from the sky. The blade and halberd's final move collided. After a short silence, a terrifying aftershock exploded. In the aftershock that could destroy heaven and earth, 1,000 miles instantly collapsed. A painful groan sounded. The heavenly rock's wings were broken, and Aoli's figure flew out a few hundred feet before crashing into the ground. In the violent sand, a white-clothed figure walked out. He stepped forward, and the black blade in his hand did not stop even because of the outcome of the battle. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. He understood this simple principle better than anyone else. He took a step forward, and his figure arrived in front of Aoli in an instant. Ning Chen's wild bone slashed down, and it went through Aoli's throat. At this moment, on the ground, the severely injured and dying Aoli suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying power that surpassed the treading immortal realm burst out, shocking the wind and clouds. Seeing this, Ning Chen's figure quickly retreated, and in an instant, he was 1,000 feet away. King. Looking at the figure standing up in front of him, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This was not the aura of the young master of the Rock Clan. The difference was too great. Young man, when it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Aoli opened his mouth, and an old voice came out, saying lightly, "You are the Rock King?" Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "The juniors nowadays are really amazing." The Rock King's face was filled with emotion. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. A terrifying pressure descended, tearing the void apart. With the arrival of danger, Ning Chen did not hesitate and immediately retreated 1,000 feet. He did not take it head-on. Failing to kill the young man in front of him, the Rock King's eyes flashed with regret. He said, "Young man, that's all for today. See you again." As he spoke, the heavenly rock spread its wings, and a huge evil image carried the young master of the Rock Clan and soared into the sky. Seeing the former leave, Ning Chen's expression darkened. He still let him escape. He did not expect that Aoli's body would have part of the Rock King's power. This Rock King really put in a lot of effort. It seemed that he and the young master of the Rock Clan were destined to meet again. Young master. After the battle ended, Dong Yu and Xiaozhi rushed over. Their faces were filled with worry. "I'm fine. Let's continue on our way." Ning Chen smiled and replied, then he continued to walk forward. "Young master, what happened just now?" Xiaozhi quickly walked a few steps to catch up and asked in confusion. "The young one couldn't beat the old one, so the old one came out. The aura just now should be the Rock King," Ning Chen said with a smile. "The Rock King?" Xiaozhi was shocked when she heard this. The Rock King who was almost comparable to a ruler? "That's young master." Xiaozhi came back to her senses and said in disbelief, "Young master. You want to ask why he didn't kill me, right?" Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and asked. Xiaozhi nodded. The Rock King's strength was well known in the world. Even compared to a ruler, he was very terrifying. "He does want to kill me, but he can't do it now." Ning Chen looked into the distance and said with a solemn expression, "Everyone's body has a limit. The Rock King can't have left too much power in Aoli's body. Otherwise, before he can kill the enemy, Aoli's body might explode because it can't withstand this power." Chapter 1005. At dawn, the sun shone on the eastern horizon, and the warm sunlight dispelled the cold of the night. The three of them traveled through the wilderness without resting for the entire night, quickly rushing towards the ancient, desolate plains. The road ahead was long, and the three of them did not delay any longer. They traveled faster and faster, and passers-by only saw 3 streaks of light flash before disappearing from sight. After traveling for several days, the three of them walked out of the eastern continent. Further ahead was the central continent, where the 100 races competed. It was the most powerful region in the entire primal secret realm, and the legendary celestial demon clan was there. They ruled the world, and no one dared to challenge them. In front of the central continent, A huge mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, like a natural boundary, separating the eastern continent and the central continent. Ning Chen stopped in front of the two-world mountain, and looked at the majestic mountain range in front of him with a strange expression. What a huge mountain range! He had never seen such a huge mountain range, whether in the sky beyond heaven or the inner world. It's so high. Can we fly over? Xiaji looked at the two-world mountain and asked. No. Dong Yu shook his head and said, in the two-world mountain, legend has it that there are ferocious beasts of the red dust realm and even the king level. If we rashly fly over and attract the attention of these ferocious beasts, the consequences will be unimaginable. Then what should we do? But if we crawl over, how long will it take? Xiaji said worriedly. There's still some time before the 100 races competition. There's no hurry. Ning Chen looked at the mountain range in front of him and said with a smile, I'd rather walk a few more steps than be eaten by those king-level ferocious beasts, right? Xiaji nodded weakly and said, That's the only way. Let's go. Ning Chen said with a smile, and then walked towards the mountain range in front of him. Dong Yu pulled the listless summer solstice and quickly followed up. The mighty mountain range was as tall as the clouds, and the mountains were one after another, as if they could never reach the end. After 2 days and 1 night, the three of them crossed several mountains, and found that there was still a mountain range in front of them, and there was no way out. Xiaji stood in the mountains and stomped her feet in annoyance, unwilling to continue walking. Ning Chen turned back and looked at his grandaunt who was throwing a tantrum. He smiled and said, What, you can't walk? Xiaji, don't mess around. We have to hurry up. Dong Yu scolded softly. How long are we going to walk for? Are we lost? Why haven't we walked out yet? Summer Solstice looked at the mountains that were almost exactly the same and said in an extremely bad mood. We should be halfway there. How about I carry you on my back? Ning Chen smiled. No. Without waiting for Xiaji to answer, Dong Yu immediately denied it. She looked at her sister and scolded, Hurry up, you are tired, and the young master is even more tired to open the way for us. Don't mess around anymore. Xiaji answered unhappily and took a few steps forward. Her beautiful little face was full of reluctance. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. He swept the surrounding mountain range with his gaze and said, All right, if you don't want to leave, then don't leave. It's getting late. Let's rest here tonight and continue our journey tomorrow morning. All right. Xiaji hurriedly nodded. Young master. Dong Yu's eyes were filled with worry as she said, It's too dangerous here. We should leave as soon as possible. It's fine. Ning Chen looked at the surrounding mountain range and said, We should be in the center of the two-world mountain now. It's getting dark soon and ferocious beasts appear at night. It's even more dangerous to continue our journey now. Let's rest here tonight. There's no rush. Dong Yu heard it and thought for a while before nodding gently. Seeing that both of them agreed to rest, Xiaji's face was filled with joy. She immediately sat down and was willing to take another step. It's cold in the mountains at night. Pick up some dry wood and make a fire. It will warm you up a little. Ning Chen picked up the dry wood on the ground and threw it to Xiaji, who was still sitting on the ground. He smiled and said, Ancestor, do you know how to make a fire? Yes. Xiaji giggled. She took out a lighter from her chest and lit the dry grass on the ground. Then, she put the dry wood on the fire. Dong Yu helplessly glanced at her sister and didn't say anything. The two of them picked up a lot of dry wood and piled it on the ground. Night fell and the entire two-world mountain quickly darkened. In the pitch-black night, the bonfire flickered and became the only light in the night. The three of them stayed by the bonfire and felt the warmth of the fire. The fatigue from the days of traveling also disappeared a lot. Awoof! In the distant mountains, the howls of wolves rose and fell. Under the night, it was very creepy. Xiaji shrank her body and subconsciously moved closer to the man beside her. When she could feel the warmth of the latter's body, her heart calmed down a little. Young master, the king said that you are a human. Can you tell me the story of the human race? Xia Ji looked at the man beside her and asked softly. Story? Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the woman beside him. He smiled and said, All right, let me tell you a mythical story called The Legend of the White Snake. Once upon a time, in the central region, there was a primitive land. There was a demon immortal named Bai Yunlian. After cultivating for 1,000 years, she turned into a human. She was very beautiful, especially her eyes. They were as beautiful as the stars. The story was very long. Ning Chen spoke for more than 2 hours. In the end, Xia Ji leaned on the former's shoulder and fell asleep. Only Dong Yu continued to listen quietly. Young master, why was that supreme Bodhi so cruel and insisted on suppressing Miss Bai under the demon's ceiling tower? Dong Yu said with a pained expression. Because Bai Yunlian made a mistake. Ning Chen smiled and said, although she did it for revenge, the flood flooded the Golden Buddha Temple, causing countless casualties on and below the mountain. In the end, she was at fault. Therefore, Supreme Bodhi had to keep her in the demon's ceiling tower. Supreme Bodhi also killed Yao Qilu. Xia Ji straightened her body in a daze and said, and so many creatures in the primitive land died in his hands. What right does he have to punish others? Ning Chen sighed and said, Supreme Bodhi was also at fault. Therefore, in the end, he died. Bai Yunlian also lost all her memories and became immortal. This should be considered a punishment. I don't like that monk. Xia Ji pouted and said, everything was caused by him slaughtering the creatures in the primitive land. If there's anyone to blame, it's all his fault. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with emotion and said, right and wrong many times, it's hard to generalize. The primitive land has been rioting many times, bringing disaster to the human race. Countless civilians have suffered. If killing is wrong, then none of us can escape the blame. Xia Ji heard this and a trace of confusion flashed across her face. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Ning Chen collected his thoughts and smiled. All right, don't think so much. In life, as long as you have a clear conscience, it's enough. Your and Dong Yu's responsibility is to protect the Luan race. Don't let the flames of war harm the people you cherish. Understand? Yes. Xia Ji nodded her head vigorously and responded. Roar. In the depths of the mountain range, an earth-shattering beast roar sounded. Birds and beasts flew away in fright. In the sky, a huge beast spread its wings and took off. Before it could fly more than 300 meters, it was pulled down by a terrifying suction force and disappeared into the dense forest. In front of the bonfire, Ning Chen looked into the depths of the mountain range and narrowed his eyes. A mortal realm beast. Young master. A trace of worry flashed across Xia Ji's face. She subconsciously leaned closer to the man beside her. In the long night, one terrifying beast roar after another could be heard. In front of the bonfire, Dong Yu and Xia Ji didn't sleep at all. They were extremely nervous. When the sky was about to brighten, the beast roars in the depths of the mountain range gradually disappeared. Only then did the two girls relax. Xia Ji leaned against the man beside her and fell asleep. Her beautiful face was filled with exhaustion. In front of the bonfire, Dong Yu sat there and fell asleep. After being nervous for an entire night, her mind finally couldn't take it anymore. Looking at the two girls sleeping, Ning Chen sat quietly in front of the bonfire. From time to time, he would add some dry wood to the bonfire to make it warmer. In the east, the first rays of the morning sun shone down. Under the morning sun, it was a bit dazzling. Xia Ji rubbed her eyes and sat there in a daze, staring blankly. In front of her, Dong Yu also woke up. She quickly regained her senses and looked at the person in front of her. Are we going to hurry? Yes. Ning Chen nodded lightly. This place isn't safe after all. We should leave early and try to get out of here before nightfall. Okay. Dong Yu answered softly and immediately got up. She extinguished the bonfire in front of her and stepped forward to pull up Xia Ji, who was still in a daze, and said, "Let's go." Ning Chen nodded his head and set off. He strode forward. Dong Yu pulled Xia Ji and followed. Her divine sense was on alert, vigilant of any possible danger that could appear at any time. The three of them sped up, wanting to get out of the mountain range before nightfall. In the mountains, the three figures flashed and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Roar! At this moment, in the distance, the earth-shattering beast roar sounded again. The beast tide rushed madly in this direction. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression changed slightly. In the depths of the mountain range, in the forbidden area, a man in black held a long spear and fought alone with a 9-headed lion. The aftermath of the battle destroyed everything around. The 9-headed lion was as huge as a small mountain. Each lion head represented a kind of attribute. When the 9 heads moved together, the mountain shook and the earth shook. However, the man in black's expression didn't change at all. The black spear in his hand was extremely sharp. In a few moves, he suppressed the 9-headed lion and had the absolute upper hand. In the distance, Ning Chen felt the great battle in the distance. His expression turned serious. He glanced at the 2 women behind him and said, "Follow me closely and be careful." Up ahead, hundreds of beasts were startled and rushed over like a tide. Wherever the tide of beasts passed, the vegetation and mountains were all destroyed. The horns of the vicious beasts, which were several zhang tall, smashed apart huge trees one after another. They were invincible. Ning Chen looked at the ferocious beast tide in front of him. His eyes were full of seriousness. They were really unlucky to have suffered such an unexpected disaster. However, compared to them, these ferocious beasts were even more unlucky. Ning Chen unsheathed his black saber and a murderous aura surged. He stood still and held the saber in his right hand. The saber spun and filled the sky with wind and snow. In the next moment, the black light fell. In the rumbling, a shocking scene occurred. In front of them, the earth cracked and a huge gully appeared. The saber could destroy a city and directly cut open the forest. Chapter 1006. In the Two-World Mountain, the beast tide surged. In front, Ning Chen pulled out his sword and slashed the sky. A huge ravine appeared, blocking the path of the beast tide. Hundreds of beasts galloped past. In front of them, the ferocious beasts that were like small hills saw the huge gully in front of them and wanted to stop, but they were directly knocked away by the torrent of ferocious beasts behind them. With a boom, the beast crashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust that blocked the view. Behind it, the beast tide rushed forward. Before they could react, the ravine was already in front of them. In a shocking scene, the beast tide rushed into the ravine. Their terrified roars shook the heavens and earth, echoing for hundreds of miles. In the depths of the Two-World Mountain, the black-robed man sensed something. He looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. What a strange feeling! Was there someone of the same race nearby? Roar! In front, the 9-headed lion roared at the sky. Its 4 heads opened at the same time, and water, fire, wind, and thunder surged out. A terrifying might pressed down on the black-robed man. Xian Zhan retracted his gaze and waved his black spear, forcibly shaking off the 4 essences' might. Submit or die. It was a blatant threat. Xian Zhan stared coldly at the 9-headed lion and said coldly, "Don't even think about it." The 9-headed lion said. Its 9 pairs of eyes stared at the black-robed man in front of it. Its anger reached the heavens. Its 4 hooves stepped into the air and charged at the person in front of it. "You overestimate yourself," Xian Zhan said coldly. His figure flashed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He arrived in front of the 9-headed lion in an instant. He raised his left hand and slammed it down on one of the lion's heads. A terrifying force erupted, and the 9-headed lion's body trembled. Unable to withstand the force, it smashed into the ground with a loud thud. Its huge body crushed a mountain peak, and huge rocks tumbled down. Waves of sand swept up, and the remaining power was shocking. "I'll ask you one last time. Submit or die," Xianzhan said coldly as he landed and stepped on one of the 9-headed lion's heads. 1,000 miles away, the terrifying beast tide was buried in the ravine. Ning Chen looked into the distance. After a while, he said, "Xie Ji Dongyu, let's go quickly." After that, Ning Chen retracted his consciousness. His figure flashed, stepping into the ravine and rushing forward. Dong Yu and Summer Solstice looked surprised. They didn't understand what was going on, but they immediately followed him. The streak of light flashed past and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Its speed was so fast that it was hard to see it clearly. At the very front, Ning Chen no longer held back and rushed out of the mountain range at full speed. Not long after the three of them left, a black light gathered in front of the abyss where the beast tide was buried. A black-clothed figure walked out. Looking at the forest that had been cut open, a strange light flashed in his eyes. That young man just now gave him a vague feeling of familiarity. Although he concealed it very well, the feeling of being from the same clan couldn't be wrong. That young man had the strength of the Celestial Demon clan. There were plenty of celestial fiends who were close to the Red Dust realm, but it was rare to see someone so young with such cultivation. Since when did the Celestial Fiend clan have such a young peerless genius? It seemed that the clan had changed quite a bit in the years he had been away. Thinking of this, Xianzhan stepped forward, turned around, and flew out of Two-World Mountain. At the edge of the Two-World Mountain, 3 silhouettes sped past. The silhouette in front was dressed in plain clothes. Wind and snow swirled around his body. His valiant aura could intimidate hundreds of beasts. "Dong Yu, what happened to the young master?" Behind them, Xie Ji asked as she struggled to keep up with the former's speed. "I'm not sure," Dong Yu replied. Looking ahead, she said seriously, "Don't ask too much. The young master must have his reasons for leaving in such a hurry." "Okay," Xie Ji replied softly. She didn't say anything else and focused on hurrying along. Behind them, the black-clothed figure walked forward. He seemed to be moving casually, but his speed was unusually fast. The feeling of being from the same clan was getting clearer and clearer. In front, Ning Chen's eyes became more and more serious. Looking at the two behind him, he said, "Let's split up. I'll find you in the future." With that, Ning Chen turned around and rushed towards the southwest. Seeing this, Xie Ji looked anxious. Just as she was about to say something, Dong Yu pulled her over and rushed in the opposite direction to the west. "Dong Yu," Xie Ji hurriedly said, "what happened? There are people behind us. We can't be a burden to the young master." Dong Yu replied. Green light rose behind her as she spread her wings and carried the two of them forward quickly. Xie Ji turned around and looked behind her. Her face was anxious. The powerful aura was getting clearer and clearer. It was abnormally terrifying. It was not inferior to the Rock King from before. "Dong Yu, don't pull me. I'll go help the young master." Xie Ji struggled with all her strength, trying to get out of the former's hands. Dong Yu's expression darkened. She didn't say a word. Her slender hands were like iron chains clasping her meridians as she moved forward quickly. In the southwest direction, the white-clothed figure flashed and disappeared. Her speed was getting faster and faster. Even though he had lost his phoenix body, he had the forbidden of the underworld. Ning Chen's understanding of the spatial laws was not inferior to anyone. With every step he took, the void shook violently. So close yet so far, so far, so close. Behind them, the black-clothed figure chased quickly. In the blink of an eye, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, one was chasing and the other was chasing. Was it fast or was it fast? Both of their hearts were in turmoil as they marveled at each other's unexpected speed. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering collision sounded in the distance. It was so terrifying that even though it was nearly 10,000 miles away, it could still be clearly felt. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the direction of the collision. 7,000 miles to the west of the Dual World Mountain, there was a huge dragon-shaped mountain range. In front of the mountain range, there were war chariots in the sky. On each war chariot, there was an unusually powerful figure standing quietly. His aura was majestic like an abyss. The powerful existences of the mortal realm and the king realm stood in the sky. Above them, the divine artifacts were dazzling. The treasures of their respective clans were displaying their abilities. On the Dragon Emperor Mountain, dense mist flowed. The attacks of many experts were all blocked. It was difficult to pass through the barrier. Still can't break it? On a war chariot, a king realm expert gazed ahead with a gloomy gaze. If this was included, it was already the third time they'd come here. The restrictions on Dragon Emperor Mountain were truly too formidable. This time they'd even brought an ancestral artifact with them, yet they were actually unable to break through it. At this moment, King Dun's expression froze. He turned around and looked towards the east. His eyes flashed coldly. At the same time, everyone on the war chariots sensed something and looked towards the east. In the direction of the Dual World Mountain in the east, wind and snow swept. A plain-clothed figure walked on the snow. Although he hadn't entered the mortal realm, his aura was close to the 4th level. What a powerful young man! King Dun looked at the newcomer with a strange look in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, the space behind him collapsed. A black-clothed figure walked out of the space. The extremely powerful aura caused the entire world to tremble. The Heavenly Demon Clan. In front of the Dragon Emperor Mountain, the Mortal Realm and King Realm experts were shocked. Why would the king of the Heavenly Demon Clan appear here? Among the crowd, Ning Chen glanced at the King Realm experts and the post-celestial demon king in front of him. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward and continued to rush forward. Behind him, Xian Zhan looked at the experts in front of him and frowned. He didn't chase after them. His figure faded and disappeared. The person just now was Zhan Wang? King Dun's eyes narrowed. Xian Zhan was a peerless genius of the Heavenly Demon Clan 1,000 years ago. Although his cultivation time was much shorter than theirs, he was extremely powerful. Who was the young man who was being chased by Zhan Wang? King Dun looked at the plain-clothed young man in the distance. This young man was indeed extraordinary to be able to escape from Zhan Wang. In the distance, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the King Realm experts and Mortal Realm experts who were looking at him. He smiled and said, "Thank you, seniors." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen took a step forward and leaped into the distance. In front of the Dragon Emperor Mountain, the Mortal Realm and King Realm experts retracted their thoughts and looked at the Dragon Emperor Mountain again with a solemn expression. The entrance to the Dragon Emperor Mountain only appeared once every few hundred years. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. Summon the Emperor Weapon. King Dun glanced at the 3 Mortal Realm experts behind him and said, "Yes." The 3 Red Dust Realm powerhouses bowed respectfully and immediately summoned their imperial artifact. In the next moment, thunderclouds appeared in the sky. Amidst the shocking tremors, a purple-gold divine furnace appeared in the sky. Its terrifying power suppressed the heavens and made all living beings cry out in grief. As soon as the divine furnace appeared, it fell rapidly and crashed into the Dragon Emperor Mountain. After a short moment of silence, a terrifying tremor sounded, and the entire Dragon Emperor Mountain began to shake. In the distance, a plain-clothed figure stood in the air with her aura restrained. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the various races attacking the Dragon Emperor Mountain. So many Mortal Realm experts and King Realm experts had appeared here together. It seemed that there was something extraordinary in this mountain. The divine furnace fell on the Dragon Emperor Mountain, causing the mountain to shake violently. Cracks appeared one after another, and the entrance was about to be broken open. Suddenly, a golden light shone from the mountain and the cracks were quickly repaired. "Work together to break it. Otherwise, none of us will be able to enter." King Dun glanced at the King Realm experts nearby and said in a deep voice. On the chariots, the King Realm experts pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. As soon as they finished speaking, the King Realm experts flashed and arrived beside King Dun. They used all their strength to activate the purple-gold divine furnace and crashed into the Dragon Emperor Mountain again. Boom! Amidst the shocking collision, the mountain that blocked the entrance of the Dragon Emperor Mountain cracked again, and the cracks spread all the way to the end of the mountain. The King Realm experts worked together and used their Emperor weapons. The mountain that blocked the entrance of the Dragon Emperor Mountain collapsed, and huge craters appeared one after another. It's finally broken. Seeing the exit, the King Realm experts were overjoyed. They did not dare to delay any longer and rushed forward. The Dragon Emperor Mountain had a mysterious power. Every time the mountain was damaged, it would quickly repair itself. They had to hurry. However, no one had expected that at this moment, a golden divine sword would appear in the sky above the Dragon Emperor Mountain. Its terrifying aura was enough to make gods and demons crawl. A moment later, the divine sword slashed down and the whole world shook. The sword light flashed and everything was destroyed. At the front, a King Realm expert did not have time to react and was slashed open by the divine sword light. Blood spurted into the sky and dyed the sky red. Chapter 1007. In front of the Dragon Emperor Mountain, the divine sword killed a king. Blood splattered everywhere as a king died. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. It was a shocking scene. All the kings were shocked. They immediately stopped and didn't dare to move forward. In the void, the divine sword was floating. It was unclear whether it was real or not, but it was extremely sharp. Shocking sword chi was constantly emitted from the divine sword. Gods and demons avoided it, not daring to touch it. In front of the mountain, the kings looked at the divine sword in the sky with shock. The Dragon Emperor sword that had been lost for countless years, was actually in the Dragon Emperor Mountain. Let's work together and defeat it. King Dun summoned his violet gold divine furnace and said in a deep voice. All the kings nodded at the same time. They raised their hands and condensed yuan qi. Vigorous energy rose and entered the Emperor weapon. In an instant, the purple flames in the violet gold divine furnace burned brightly. The weapon spirit in the furnace quickly awakened. An Emperor realm aura descended. It looked down on the world and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earth. On the Dragon Emperor Mountain, the divine sword sensed the aura and slashed down, colliding with the furnace. The Emperor weapon and the Dragon Emperor sword collided. An earth-shattering sound shook the world. Outside the Dragon Emperor Mountain, huge cracks appeared. They crisscrossed and spread for thousands of miles. Several kings spat out blood. The aftershock of the 2 Emperor weapons shook and the kings were severely injured. In the void, the divine sword was dazzling. Its aura was getting stronger and stronger. Countless golden sword chi spread out like a divine sun, illuminating the world. Ha! The golden sword chi descended. King Dun and the other kings activated the furnace again. Endless purple flames spread out to resist the Dragon Emperor sword. In the distance, the white-clothed figure stood quietly. She looked at the Dragon Emperor sword that suppressed the kings in the void. As a swordsman, she couldn't hide her sword intent. This sword shouldn't be covered in dust here. Buzz! On the Dragon Emperor Mountain, the Dragon Emperor Divine Sword sensed the sword intent from afar. The sword hummed and a golden sword chi broke through the void and flew into the distance. 1,000 miles away, the wind and snow were blowing. Ning Chen glanced at the sword chi and flashed. He was 1,000 feet away. The sword chi arrived and with a boom, the entire mountain behind him was razed to the ground. Huge rocks flew everywhere and fell like rain. Retreat! In front of the Dragon Monarch Mountain, the kings caught a glimpse of an opportunity. They didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly retreated. In the next moment, the battlefield rumbled as streaks of light streaked across the sky. The kings and dozens of red dust realm warriors left, planning to make plans in the future. Everyone left. On the Dragon Monarch Mountain, the divine sword's shadow slowly disappeared. A strange light rose, and the collapsed mountain was once again rebuilt. Not long after, it was restored to its original state. 1,000 miles away, Ning Chen took a step forward. He was so close yet so far away, and he arrived in midair. Buzz. Inside the Dragon Emperor Mountain, the Dragon Emperor Godly Sword sensed something. In the void, the Godly Sword's shadow appeared and floated quietly in the air. Its power was extremely shocking. "I don't mean any harm," Ning Chen said calmly as he looked at the floating divine sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the trembling of the divine sword in the sky above the Dragon Monarch Mountain slowed down a little. However, the pressure from the sword was still terrifying, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The aura of the sword was lonely and arrogant. Even after countless years, the arrogance of the divine sword had not changed at all. An unusually clear dragon chi permeated the sword. The Dragon Emperor's sword was a divine weapon famous in ancient times. After hundreds of thousands of years, only a few people knew about it except for a few big clans. Ning Chen stood in front of the mountain and felt the aura of the sword. Although he did not know the name of the divine sword, he could clearly feel the dragon chi on the sword. Dragon. Looking at the dragon pattern on the sword, Ning Chen's eyes revealed a strange expression. Because of the memories of his previous life, he had always had a special feeling about the existence of dragons. In myths and legends, dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants were the heads of the four seas water race, the bird race, and the beast race respectively. However, myths and legends were always different. The legends about dragons were also strange and different. In the green coffin in the eastern celestial world, he had seen the ancient battle where Pluto killed the four symbols deities. That was the first time he saw the shadow of a dragon. As the head of the four symbols deities, Azure Dragon's strength was unquestionable. It was rumored that there were also four symbols deities in the sky beyond heaven. However, as time passed, the four symbols deities had disappeared from this world and were difficult to find. The second time he saw a dragon was in the Sea Region Temple south of the southern tomb in the inner world. The water god Tianwu was the god formed by the dragon pearl after Azure Dragon fell. Now, seeing such a powerful dragon chi again, it was even more shocking. Without a doubt, there was a supreme treasure left behind by the dragon clan in this mountain range. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block the attacks of the kings. On the Dragon Emperor Mountain, the aura of the man and sword facing each other gradually calmed down. The Dragon Emperor's sword floated in the void and circulated its aura. It no longer attacked, but it also didn't withdraw its sword pressure. Ning Chen looked at the divine sword in the sky and said calmly, "In the past few years, the 100 races have flourished. Kings have emerged in large numbers, and several emperors have even ruled the world. However, the leaders of the three ancestors of the four seas, birds, and beasts have all withered away. Don't you have any regrets?" On the mountain range, the divine sword floated up and down, and the sword aura circulated. It was so quiet that it was a bit scary. Now, the phoenix has descendants, and the beast race has an emperor of the golden lion race. They are infinitely close to returning to their ancestors and reproducing the might of the Qilin. Only the dragon clan has never had a descendant and gradually disappeared from the memory of the 100 races. Don't you feel unsatisfied? Ning Chen asked again. In the void, the aura of the Dragon Emperor's sword became deeper and deeper. The sword's aura could be heard clearly. Now, Biyun and the Tian sword have appeared, and the divine weapons of the other 100 races have also appeared. You have even seen the imperial weapon just now. Do you still want to stay here and continue to be covered in dust? Ning Chen's expression darkened. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon Emperor's sword shone brightly. A golden sword chi broke through the void and slashed down with terrifying power. It cut open the void and went against everything. As the sword chi came, Ning Chen waved his hand and a broken green cauldron appeared. The indestructible relic of the eastern celestial realm blocked the dragon god's sword. The sword chi was blocked, but the aftermath shook. Ning Chen turned his palm to meet it. With a bang, he was pushed dozens of feet away. Drip! A smear of red slid down. Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His determined eyes did not waver at all. The disappearance of the Dragon Clan is a fact. How long are you going to guard this tomb? In the Outland, the Immortal Slaying Sword, Immortal Slaying Sword, Immortal Slaying Sword, and Immortal Trapping Sword have all appeared. Don't you want to compete with them? Ning Chen looked at the divine sword in the void and said with a heavy tone. Buzz. In the sky above the mountain range, the divine sword hummed again. This time, its power was stronger than before. The golden sword chi broke through the mountains and the sea fell. With a loud bang, Ning Chen used the green cauldron to block the sword chi again. The aftermath spread out and he was pushed dozens of feet away. Drops of blood stained the ground below. Ning Chen's expression did not change at all. He said in a low voice, "If your master did not want you to appear in the world again, he would not have made this arrangement. You can block the kings of the 100 races, but there are their emperors above the kings. If these emperors attack, can you still block them? At that time, what will you choose?" After that, Ning Chen did not say anything more. He looked at the divine sword in the void quietly and waited for an answer. Above the mountain range, the divine sword fell into silence. After a long time, the divine sword hummed and the sword chi became stronger. The terrifying sword pressure sank down. Its power was shocking and stronger than before. With a loud bang, the sword pressure attacked. Ning Chen's legs sank into the ground. Around him, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was difficult to withstand the terrifying sword pressure. The sky was filled with golden light. Its power was shocking. There was no murderous intent. There was only endless sword pressure between heaven and earth, twisting the void and suppressing everything. In the sky full of golden light, Ning Chen's eyes focused. Wind and snow swept across his body. 5 rolls opened the sky and resisted the power of the divine sword. Crack! The sound of bones rubbing against each other was ear-piercing. Around Ning Chen's body, his skin cracked inch by inch. Blood seeped out and dyed his white clothes red. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was heard. Under the power of the divine sword, even the body that was reforged by the origin of the divine tree was gradually unable to withstand it. At this moment, on the mountain range, the divine sword's shadow took shape. An 11 or 12-year-old child appeared. He looked at the young man below with anger. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. The weapon spirit took shape. This sword was really shocking. How can they be called emperors? I'll kill any one of them that comes. The child said angrily. Ning Chen sneered and said, "The 100 clans are at their peak. Now, there's more than one emperor. How many can you kill? If the emperors of the 100 clans join forces to attack, how many can you stop?" The child's expression froze. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. The entrance to this mountain range must have been arranged by your former master. Even if there's a mountain blocking the entrance, and it can be repaired very quickly, as long as this entrance appears, your fate will not be in your own hands. Ning Chen looked at the child and said seriously, "As long as we survive these 3 days, the entrance to the Dragon Emperor Mountain will disappear. It's only 3 days. Even if they join forces, what do I have to fear? Now, you should worry about whether you can walk out of here alive," the child said in a deep voice. Hearing this, a strange look flashed in the depths of Ning Chen's eyes. So this mountain was called the Dragon Emperor Mountain. Could it be that the emperor of the Dragon Clan was buried in this mountain range? Where's your sword? If you don't use it now, you can die without regrets. The child looked at the man below and said coldly. Then, he raised his right hand. The golden light was extremely bright. The sword pressure was majestic like 1,000 waves. With a rumble, the ground under Ning Chen's feet sank again. The terrifying sword pressure was as heavy as a mountain. It was difficult for his body to bear it. The wind and snow surged. The power of the 5 scrolls was endless. His peerless foundation blocked the pressure of the Dragon Emperor sword. The swordsman was proud and did not yield. The surging blood dyed his white clothes red again and again. In the terrifying golden light, Ning Chen stood coldly. He looked at the divine sword in the void and refused to back down. In his Dantian Sea of Qi, the ocean rolled. In the center of the cyclone formed by the 5 scrolls of heavenly books, the origin sword floated up and down. After dozens of years of nurturing the sword with the origin of the divine tree, the cracks on the sword gradually healed. It shed its mortal body and became sharp. The origin sword trembled. It sensed the danger of its master and automatically asked to fight. "It's not time yet." The divine sword asked to fight. Its voice was deafening. Ning Chen's expression was indifferent as he refused. The 10-year period was not up yet. He could not use his sword. In the void, the power of the Dragon Emperor's sword was earth-shattering. Before the sword light appeared, the sword pressure changed the color of the whole world. In the battle between man and sword, each of them insisted. Around the Dragon Emperor mountain, the world collapsed. The mountains shook and the void sank. Chapter 1008. In front of the Dragon Emperor mountain, Su Yi stood proudly. Wind and snow swirled around her, blocking the pressure of the divine sword. In the void, the sword spirit took form. The anger in the eyes of an 11 or 12-year-old child could not be concealed. He wanted to suppress the swordsman in front of him. The battle between man and sword was a battle of pride. Although there was no killing, it was still extremely dangerous. "Why don't you use your sword? Do you think I won't kill you if you don't use your sword?" The anger in the child's eyes burned more and more as he shouted. Boom! The golden light was like a wave, and the sword pressure was even stronger. Below, the ground under Ning Chen was constantly collapsing. Vermilion red sprinkled down, and it was extremely beautiful. "No one can take my life, and neither can you." With a light shout, the demonic aura around Ning Chen surged. 100 feet tall demonic figure appeared behind him. It stood tall, and it withstood the increasing sword pressure. Royal Heavenly Demon. The child's eyes narrowed. The purity of this bloodline was definitely royal. This person was clearly a human, so why did he have the bloodline and power of a royal heavenly demon? The heavenly demon appeared. Far away, the void swirled, and a black-clothed figure walked out. He looked back in the direction of the Dragon Emperor mountain, and his expression darkened. Royal, he was actually a descendant of a royal. Without thinking, Xian Zhan's figure flashed, and he quickly went back the way he came. In front of the Dragon Emperor mountain, the 2 bodies of knowing destiny appeared at the same time. The power of the royal heavenly demon converged into the 5 scrolls of the heavenly book. The void swirled, and it was the beginning of the martial arts. The chaos opened the sky, and the heavenly demon descended. A shocking phenomenon fell in the sky. The heavenly demon moved together, and they worked together to resist the sky. The heavenly demon dance, and the heavenly demon reincarnation. The power of the heavenly demon was earth-shattering, and it forcefully opened a pure land in the golden light. In the sky above the Dragon Emperor mountain, the child looked at the heavenly demon in front of him, and his eyes were even more shocked. The heavenly demon and the heavenly demon in the same body. This human had the power of a god. Waving his hand to disperse the sword pressure, the child suppressed the emotions in his eyes and said, "I won't kill you. You can leave." Feeling the sword pressure between heaven and earth disappear, Ning Chen also withdrew his dual body technique and said calmly, "Are you really willing to stay here forever? Your master didn't completely seal this mountain. You should know better than me what his intentions are. My business is none of your business. Human, if you don't enter the red dust realm, you will never have the chance to stand on equal footing with the 100 races." As soon as he finished speaking, The golden light around the child dissipated and gradually disappeared. "Since you've chatted with me for so long, I'll give you this sword seal." In the end, his voice faded into the air. In the air, a small golden sword fell down. It was about the size of a palm, but it had an unbearable sword pressure. Ning Chen looked at the golden sword seal in front of him. Light flashed in his eyes as he raised his right hand and caught the sword seal. As soon as Zhang Xian came into contact with the sword seal swiftly sank into Zhang Xian's body before vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, a golden mark appeared on Ning Chen's right arm. It was like a tattoo, and there was nothing unusual about it. Ning Chen tried to summon it a few times, but there was no response from the sword seal. Ning Chen frowned, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that the Dragon Clan's divine sword had no killing intent towards him. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to escape unscathed today. The sword had a sword aura. He could feel the loneliness of the Dragon Clan's divine sword. Burying a famed sword was the cruelest thing in the world. At this moment, a familiar feeling came from behind him. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and looked back. Coldness flashed through his eyes. There really was no end to it. Taking a step forward, Ning Chen's figure disappeared. He left the Dragon Emperor Mountain. Soon, the space in front of the Dragon Emperor Mountain churned and Xian Zhan walked out. Looking at the collapsed ground, he frowned. Looking into the distance, Xian Zhan stepped forward and merged into the space again. A few days later, 100,000 miles away, Xian Zhan's figure appeared. She released her consciousness and only let out a sigh of relief after sensing for a long time. The king of the Celestial Devil clan finally stopped chasing. It was still too early for him to face a king-level cultivator. Dong Yu, Xia Ji. With the trouble gone, Ning Chen finally thought of the two girls. He could not help but feel a headache. Where was he going to find them after being separated for so long? After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a good idea. Ning Chen looked ahead and dismissed his thoughts. Right now, he could only continue on his way. The final destination of the two girls was the ancient, desolate plains. As long as he could get there, he would have a chance to find them. After being delayed for so many days, there was not much time left. Ning Chen did not think too much and continued towards the ancient, desolate plains. 3 months later, Ning Chen arrived in front of the ancient, desolate plains. Up ahead, there was less than a month's journey to the ancient, desolate plains. Most of the prodigies of the various races had already arrived in the city and were resting for the time being. Ning Chen entered the city. Practically everyone from the 100 races could be seen in the city. Whether it was the original inhabitants of the city or the prodigies from the various races, they all began to look forward to the competition of the 100 races. This was a grand event. There were not many things that could make the 100 races take it so seriously. Therefore, the competition of the 100 races this time was very meaningful. It was said that a king would personally come to the competition of the 100 races to deter those with ulterior motives. Inside the city, people came and went. It was abnormally lively. In the depths of the ancient city, a valiant aura was faintly discernible. Divine senses constantly scanned the area. Clearly, a king-level powerhouse had received orders to guard this place. Ning Chen walked in the city, wanting to find traces of Dong Yu and Xia Ji. However, from noon to sunset, he still did not find anything. Are they not here yet? Or have they already left? Ning Chen murmured softly. He stopped and looked into the distance. Looking at the people coming and going, a serious look flashed through his eyes. He had promised their mother that he would do his best to protect the two girls along the way. He hoped that he would not disappoint her. In the next dozen days, Ning Chen temporarily stayed in the ancient desolate plains to search for traces of Dong Yu and Xia Ji. However, after half a month, there was still no news of them. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. In the ancient desolate plains, almost all the prodigies of the 100 races had gathered. Many people had already set off for the ancient, desolate plains. After waiting for another half a month, Dong Yu and Xia Ji still did not appear. Ning Chen became more and more worried. Every day, he would go to the streets to look for them, hoping to see them. "Young man, are you looking for someone?" On the street, an old woman selling cosmetics looked at the young man in front of her and asked. Hearing the voice behind him, Ning Chen turned around. Seeing the old woman behind him, he nodded gently. "Hello, auntie. I'm looking for 2 girls. A few days ago we got separated. I haven't been able to find them." The old woman sighed softly. "In the past month, I've seen you come and go every day looking for them. You must have lost someone important. Don't worry. Looking at your clothes and temperament, you're definitely not an ordinary person. The 2 girls you're looking for are probably not ordinary either. They will know how to protect themselves." "Thank you, auntie." Ning Chen sighed emotionally when he heard what the old lady had to say. "However, it's a special period right now. The young experts of the 100 races have all arrived. Even though those 2 girls are very strong, I'm still worried about them at a time like this. Young man, even an old woman like me understands this principle. I'm sure you understand as well. Now that the prodigies of the 100 races have all set off for the ancient desolate plains, if you don't move, you'll be 1 step behind them," said the old woman softly. "I understand." Ning Chen nodded. The worry on his face was still difficult to conceal. His eyes looked at the bustling ancient city. After a long time, he sighed softly. "Auntie, I have an appointment. I must set off. If you see the 2 girls in the future and are in a hurry to find someone like me, please tell them that I'll be waiting for them at the ancient desolate plains." "Okay." The old woman nodded and said, "Don't worry and go. I'll be careful." Ning Chen took one last glance at the people coming and going in the city. He sighed once more in his heart before turning around and leaving. What an extraordinary young man! The old woman sighed softly as she watched the figure in plain clothes leave. "Go Huang, is there something wrong with this person?" A young woman walked over from behind the old woman and asked in confusion. "There's nothing wrong," the old woman said indifferently. "It's just that I saw that this child refused to leave. I was afraid that he would be 1 step slower than others, so I spoke up to persuade him." The young woman revealed a strange expression and did not continue on this topic. She said, "Which should have arrived at the ancient desolate plains by now. For this 100-race competition, the various races have sent out their strongest successors. The several royal families have even sent out their princes and princesses. It seems that the various races are placing great importance on this 100-race competition. This is something that has long been expected." The old woman neatly arranged the rouge powder on the stall and said calmly, "The purpose of this 100-race competition is to select the generals who will attack the sky beyond heaven in the future. Every race wants to compete for these positions. The sky beyond heaven has rich resources that the primordial demon realm does not. Every race wants a share of the profit." At this point, the old woman looked at the ancient desolate plains in the distance and continued, "In addition, the reason why the 100 race is placing so much importance on this 100 race competition is probably because of that piece of yin-yang non-jade. This is a treasure that we obtained by chance in the alien realm. It has an unimaginable attraction to those Peak Kings. If not for the fact that the royal families keep each other in check, and the fact that the ownership of this item has always been hard to determine, Duan Ran would not have taken out such a treasure so easily." The woman fell silent. After a long while she said, "Go Huang, don't worry. Which will definitely take back the yin-yang non-jade this time, and let the witch race regain its ancient glory. Do your best and leave the rest to fate." The old woman sighed softly and said, "You go first. I'll wait here for a few more days. When the 2 girls that the young man mentioned arrive, I'll go over." Hearing this, the woman opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she still swallowed the words. She bowed respectfully and accepted the order. "Yes. With that, the woman did not say anything else and turned to walk in the direction of the ancient desolate plains. After the woman left, the old woman collected her thoughts and looked at the passers-by with her weathered eyes. She kept her promise to find the 2 missing girls. 1 day, 2 days. The old woman waited in front of the rouge powder stall, regardless of the weather. Day after day, she waited for the 2 people who would appear at any time. Chapter 1009. In the primordial ancient plain, ancient palanquins and beast carriages filled the sky. Powerful auras that blotted out the sky spread for 500 kilometers. The geniuses of the 100 races arrived at the same time, and their auras were shocking. Among the 100 races, a handful of disciples from the large clans stood in the beast carriages. Their gazes were arrogant, and they dominated a region. In the past 100 years, they had rarely met a mat. Among the disciples of the large clans, there were even descendants of the royal families. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and their kingly auras appeared. They looked down on the world. Among the kings, a few exceptionally powerful auras spread out. Their tolerance was astonishing, surpassing all the young geniuses. Even among the geniuses of the 100 races, they were exceptionally clear. The royal bloodline had always been the bloodline at the peak of the primordial demon realm since ancient times. The most outstanding ones were born with the bearing of emperors, and their futures were limitless. The royal family was rare, and the royal family was even rarer. However, every royal family was a true colossus that no one dared to provoke easily. As the time of the 100 races competition approached, the atmosphere in the primordial ancient plain gradually became solemn. The various races attached great importance to the selection of the 100 races to attack the outland. In the distance, a figure in plain clothes walked over. 5 kilometers away, she stood quietly on the spot and looked at the geniuses in the void. After looking for a long time, she still could not find any traces of Dong Yu and Xiaji. There was not much time left before the 100 races competition officially began, and Ning Chen's worry grew. Logically speaking, the 2 girls should have arrived long ago, but why were they still nowhere to be seen? 1 day, 2 days. Day after day, dozens of days and nights passed unknowingly. On the primordial ancient plain, everyone's expressions gradually became solemn. The protectors of the geniuses of the 100 races also left one after another to report back. The competition was about to begin, and everyone began to close their eyes to rest, adjusting their bodies to the best state. 5 kilometers away from the primordial ancient plain, the figure in plain clothes stood quietly. Her body merged with the world, and her aura was almost undetectable. On the last day, the sun set. In the long night, the moon rose and set. In the east, the moment the first ray of dawn shone, an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. A majestic and endless pressure swept across the heavens, shocking the gods and Buddhas. This is a ruler. Seeing this, the geniuses of the 100 races were shocked. They looked at the 9 heavens. A ruler had actually come. Let's begin. Above the 9 heavens, auspicious clouds surged as a dignified voice that was neither male nor female resounded throughout the entire ancient desolate plains. As you command. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures in ancient clothes walked out from space, and they respectively stood at one end of the ancient desolation plain. Their auras were formidable, and every single one of them was at the king realm. The appearance of the 4 kings at the same time gave the order to open the ancient desolate plains. The prodigies of the 100 races stared nervously at the 4 kings who had appeared in the ancient desolate plains. They had no idea what the competition would be like. This was a decision made by several peak kings and sovereigns. Very few people knew the exact outcome. Among the young geniuses, Jean Lin who was dressed in golden divine clothes, looked at the auspicious clouds in the sky with a strange look in her eyes. Which emperor was this? His aura was somewhat unfamiliar. In the 4 directions of the supreme desolate ancient plains, 4 kings descended and stood in the air. Their hands continuously formed seals as incomparably powerful auras permeated the air. In an instant, the runes in the sky above the supreme desolate ancient plains shone brightly. Numerous strange characters appeared in the air, causing the entire supreme desolate ancient plains to shake violently. What's happening? In the air, the prodigies of the 100 races were shocked as they looked at the constantly changing scenery around them. Their expressions were filled with shock and awe. 10 miles away, Ning Chen looked at the scene in front of him and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this 100 races competition was not as simple as a martial arts competition. In the next instant, the laws of space circulated above the supreme desolate ancient plains. The prodigies of the 100 races disappeared one after another as they were sent into the ancient battlefield. Among the crowd, the heirs of the sovereigns were unusually calm, as if they already knew what was going to happen here. The prodigies of the 100 races disappeared one by one. Only the 4 kings remained in the air above the ancient plains, forcefully maintaining the opening of the ancient battlefield. "Young man, are you not going in?" one of the 4 kings asked calmly as he looked at the plain-clothed figure 10 miles away. "What is that place?" Ning Chen looked at the alternate space that had opened in the air and asked. "The Blood Moon Ancient Battlefield." In the sky, the majestic voice sounded again from the rolling auspicious clouds, spreading throughout the alternate space. "There are 4 ancient battlefields in the primordial demon realm. The Blood Moon Ancient Battlefield that you are in is one of them. The next mission is very simple. In 3 years, the person who brings out the most immortal jade from the Blood Moon Ancient Battlefield will be the champion of this 100 races competition." The shocking voice reverberated inside and outside the alternate space. In the Blood Moon Ancient Battlefield, the prodigies of the 100 races who had been separated looked up at the sky with grim expressions. In the alternate space where the blood moon hung high, the entire sky was blood-red. The moonlight was bone-chilling. Inside the alternate dimension, there were mountains, plains, and rivers. It was a vast and boundless pure land, and everything around it was shockingly red. As one of the 4 ancient battlefields of the primordial demon realm, countless bones and souls had been buried here since the ancient era. At the same time, outside the supreme desolate ancient plains, Ning Chen's expression turned grave when he heard the king's voice. 3 years. This 100 races competition would take so long. Until now, the winter rain and summer solstice still hadn't arrived, and this was the thing he was most worried about. If he went in and something happened to those 2 little girls, then he would have really failed their mother. This entrance will only remain open until sunset. Young man, you'll fall behind those geniuses of the 100 races if you still don't go in. The king that persuaded Ning Chen earlier spoke once more with a serious expression. Wait a while longer. Ning Chen gazed at the blazing sun in the sky while the depths of his eyes were filled with worry. Where have those 2 little girls gone? Why aren't they here yet? What's there to wait for? Right at this moment, the king suddenly made a move from above the 9 heavens. An irresistible force descended and grabbed the figure in plain clothes before directly tossing it into the alternate space. The 4 kings around the primordial ancient plains were shocked when they saw this. Emperor Go, the 100 races competition is voluntary. Your actions seem to be slightly against the rules. One of the kings spoke hastily. Rules? The dignified voice resounded from above the 9 heavens, and it said coldly, "Come discuss the rules with me when you've attained the monarch realm." The king's expression froze when he heard this, and he didn't dare speak another word. The Blood Moon Ancient Battlefield. Ning Chen, who'd been tossed in by Emperor Go, gazed at the empty wilderness in the surroundings, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. Even though this place was very desolate, the spirit energy here was truly shocking, and it was indeed suitable for the production of immortal jades. Immortal jades were precious because once a cultivator attained the immortal realm, the density of spirit energy in the heavens and the earth was insufficient to support their cultivation, and they could only rely on immortal jades to continue cultivating. However, the conditions to produce immortal jades were extremely harsh. During the ancient times, only the 4 great immortal dimensions that commanded the mortal realm were capable of producing immortal jade. Looks like the Blood Moon ancient battlefield played an immeasurable role in allowing the primal demon realm to go against the 4 great immortal dimensions. Chapter 10:10. In the ancient desolate plains, an alternate dimension opened, and the Blood Moon ancient battlefield reappeared. The geniuses of the 100 races were sent in, and the competition of the 100 races officially began. It was the peak era of the past few hundred years. Almost all the young geniuses of the primordial demon realm had gathered to fight for the position of future general of the 100 races. They were also fighting for the legendary emperor-level treasure, Yin Yang Jade. In the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, the geniuses of the 100 races were sent in all directions. It was desolate, and the aura of time was obvious. Since the ancient era until now, the ancient battlefield had experienced countless battles of various sizes. Everywhere was a scene of devastation from the destruction of mountains and rivers. It was a shocking sight. Somewhere, Ning Chen, who had been forcefully sent into the ancient battlefield by Emperor Go, stood quietly in the wilderness. His gaze swept across the mountains and rivers in the distance. In this place, he did not know when he would encounter the geniuses of the 100 races. He could not be careless. Compared to the sky beyond heaven and the inner world, the young experts of the primordial demon realm were undoubtedly stronger due to the time they had spent cultivating. It was rumored that among the geniuses of the 100 races this time, there were already experts who had entered the red dust realm. Their talent was astonishing, and it was very likely that they would become another emperor in the future. Emperors were rare. Even in the primordial demon realm, there were only a handful of them. It was extremely difficult to attain the emperor level, and no new emperor had appeared in the primordial demon realm for thousands of years. Legend had it that the primordial demon realm was affected by the Queen Mother's seal, and the origin energy of the world was gradually drying up. It was very difficult to support the emergence of a new emperor. This was also why the 100 races were so anxious to open the passage between the primordial demon realm and the sky beyond heaven. The resources of every world were limited, and the primordial demon realm and the sky beyond heaven were no exception. If the kings of the primordial demon realm wanted to enter the monarch realm, they had to obtain more resources. This was the reason for war. No matter when, resources were the most fundamental reason for invading. Under the Blood Moon, Ning Chen stood quietly for a moment before walking forward. The desolate wilderness was silent everywhere, as if it was an eternal land of death. After walking for hundreds of miles, there were no signs of life. Perhaps countless years ago, this was a land full of life. However, after so many wars, the Blood Moon ancient battlefield had lost all life. At the same time, the young geniuses all over the Blood Moon ancient battlefield began to observe the situation around them. The duration of the 100 clans competition was 3 years. They had to familiarize themselves with the terrain as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for them in future battles. In the southern part of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, a woman in golden divine clothes stood there quietly. Her appearance was flawless, and her temperament was exceptionally outstanding. She was like a female war god that had descended from the divine world. She was peerlessly heroic, and no one dared to blaspheme her. The genius of the Scaled clan, Jean Linner, was the strongest of the younger generation. Even though she was a woman, she possessed a combat power that even the men of the Scaled clan could not compare to. As the royal daughter of the Scaled clan, Jean Linner was born with an absolute defense that other clans did not have. Among the younger generation, she rarely met a worthy opponent. Even the other royal bloodlines did not dare to provoke her easily. In the distance, the mountain ranges rose and fell. Under the moonlight, danger seemed to be everywhere. Jean Linger observed for a long time, then walked in the direction of the mountains. At the same time, in other directions of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, figures whose auras were not inferior to those of the Scale Clan Crown Princess also began to move forward. Their terrifying auras deterred others from approaching them. Among the three directions, in the western part of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, a golden-haired man walked forward. His eyebrows were like swords, and his figure was tall and straight. He seemed to have an explosive power. Hong Yuan, the prince of the Golden Lion clan with the purest bloodline, was extremely powerful. It was said that he had defeated a few Red Dust Realm elders of the Golden Lion clan a few years ago, shocking the entire Golden Lion clan. In the northern part, under the eerie moonlight, a woman with a gentle aura walked forward. Her powerful bloodline power was restrained. Her beautiful eyes looked forward, and a strange light flashed in them. The four heirs of the royal bloodlines had been separated. However, in the eastern part, there was an expert whose aura was not inferior to the royal bloodlines. It seemed that the Crown Prince would meet a formidable opponent. In the eastern part of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, Ning Chun stopped in front of a mountain range. His eyes looked forward, and his expression became even more solemn. It had been at least a day since he had entered. However, the blood moon in the sky had not moved at all, and the day had not come. The land of extreme night? Ning Chun glanced at the blood moon in the sky. This was a strange small world. If there was no day, there would not be any normal creatures in this world. After taking a few steps forward, suddenly, an extremely chilling bloodline power came from afar. The pressure was shocking, and it was not inferior to any Red Dust Realm expert. Ning Chun squinted and stopped again. This was the bloodline of the royal bloodline. Far away, the Crown Prince also felt the powerful aura coming from the east. A murderous intent flashed in his cold eyes. It was not inferior to a royal bloodline expert. Since when did the 100 races have such an expert? Thinking of this, the Crown Prince stepped forward, and his speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night. Thousands of miles away, Ning Chun frowned when he felt the bloodline of the royal bloodline coming from afar. He didn't expect to meet someone with the royal bloodline so soon. It didn't mean that the princes with the royal bloodline were necessarily stronger than the descendants of other races. However, those with the royal bloodline who were able to come here were all true peerless geniuses. Coupled with the suppression of the bloodline, it was almost impossible for the descendants of other races to contend with them. In a few breaths, the powerful royal bloodline aura came closer and closer. It was not friendly. At such a sensitive time, there was no doubt that meeting would result in life and death. Ning Chun stopped for a moment, then walked into the mountains ahead. Not long after, a figure surrounded by cyan light appeared outside the mountains. It was the descendant of Emperor Stone, the current Crown Prince, who had appeared coldly. He stepped forward and his figure flashed. The Crown Prince felt the powerful aura in the mountains and rushed forward. In the mountains, a plain-clothed figure stood quietly. His aura was calm. Looking at the figure coming from afar, his expression did not change much. Although he did not want to meet the descendant of the royal bloodline so soon, since he had come, he would not purposely avoid him. For the time being, he could not defeat the old guys of the 100 races who had cultivated for countless years. However, there was no need for him to avoid their descendant. 1,000 feet away, cyan light shone. The Crown Prince appeared. When he saw the plain-clothed young man standing quietly in front of him, he stopped. They looked at each other coldly without any words. A cold wind blew, and the Crown Prince's figure moved. It was fast and shocking. The unparalleled royal bloodline gave off a frightening pressure. Before he made his move, a strange phenomenon had already appeared. A giant stone statue appeared behind the Crown Prince. The sky descended. Above the 9 heavens, wind and clouds rolled and thunder surged. The cyan light swept over. The Crown Prince raised his hand and punched. The sky and earth shook violently, unable to bear the power of the royal bloodline. At this moment, the divine restriction shone brightly between the two of them. An unbreakable spatial barrier appeared and blocked the fatal attack. In the next moment, dim light shone everywhere within 1,000 feet. The yellow spring descended to welcome the Crown Prince. Chapter 10-11. In the mountains in the east of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, the Crown Prince and Knowing Destiny met. It had been 3 years, but the two top powerhouses had already started fighting. The Crown Prince, the descendant of the Stone Emperor, was the successor of the Stone Spirit clan. His bloodline was so powerful that it shocked people. As soon as he showed up, the young geniuses in the distance felt the pressure deep in their bones. The Crown Prince's body moved, and he arrived in an instant. Heavy punches gathered, and a mysterious phenomenon appeared. With a boom, when the airwaves were about to hit, a space barrier appeared between the two and blocked the Crown Prince's attack. The divine prohibition opened and sealed the world. A dim light rose up, trapping the descendant of the Stone Emperor. Prohibition! The Crown Prince looked at the shining dim light around him, and his murderous intent grew stronger. It's the first time we meet. Don't you think it's rude to attack as soon as you come? Ning Chen looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, "Death is the greatest respect for you." The Crown Prince raised his hand, and a green light rose from his body. The giant stone statue roared to the sky, and its giant fist smashed down on the space barrier. The divine restriction shook violently, and the surrounding mountains and rivers also started to sway. The descendant of the royal bloodline had a shocking cultivation. He had already stepped into the red dust realm. Ning Chen stood outside the divine prohibition and looked at the Crown Prince. He waved his left hand and a divine guqin appeared. It was the white tiger divine weapon, and the King of Hell appeared again. The strings of the guqin were plucked and waves surged. The earth-shattering power rolled up thousands of sand waves. The divine weapon of the white tiger deity showed its terrifying power. The sound of the guqin passed through the divine prohibition and entered the space of the underworld. The murderous intent of the underworld divine prohibition suddenly multiplied. Seeing this, the Thearcha's son's expression turned serious. He turned around and avoided the waves of music. 7 rulings of the underworld, judgment of the third night. The strings of the guqin were plucked again and the power increased several times. Ning Chen shouted and used all his power. His white hair danced in the wind. The underworld divine weapon appeared and the King of Hell judged his life. The guqin played and the world shook. The space in the divine prohibition suddenly twisted violently. A world of death descended and swallowed the royal bloodline below. Forbidden heavenly baron! The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and looked at the terrifying phenomenon in the sky. There was no panic on his face. He opened his hands slightly, and an incomparably powerful force erupted and shot up into the sky. The aftershock from the collision between the two sides was world-shocking, and it rumbled and shook the entire mountain range. Even with the divine restriction blocking it, it was still impossible to completely suppress it. Outside the divine prohibition, Ning Chen stood there quietly with his white robe fluttering in the wind. However, his knowing destiny body stood there alone, as still as a mountain. The two who stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation displayed their peerless abilities from the very beginning. Their royal bloodlines and peerless foundations clashed against each other, each of them stunning the other. The sound of the guqin was relentless. The seal of the netherworld could not be broken in a short time. The Crown Prince focused all his attention on dealing with the guqin waves that kept attacking him. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. The two experts exchanged blows, and the situation was in a stalemate. The competition of martial arts and the clash of foundations, neither of them held back. One of them attacked and the other defended, displaying their abilities to the fullest. 2 hours passed. Outside the divine prohibition, Ning Chen kept using the Xianyin to consume the Crown Prince's power. He never stepped into the divine prohibition. Inside the divine prohibition, the crown prince used all his cultivation to face the Xianyin after Xianyin. While resisting, he kept looking for the flaws of the divine prohibition. 1 day, 2 days. The battle was in a stalemate. The divine prohibition trapped the royal bloodline, and the entire mountain range turned into a forbidden area. The mountains shook and rocks flew everywhere. On the 9th day, after trapping the crown prince for 9 whole days, the murderous intent finally appeared in Ning Chen's eyes outside the divine prohibition. He waved his hand and put away the Yama's divine guqin. He clenched his right hand and a black light flashed. The crazy bone was unsheathed. Inside the divine prohibition, seeing this, the crown prince's face darkened. He used the rest of his cultivation. Suddenly, the rock spirit's phantom appeared again. The 1,000-foot-tall stone giant stood upright, shocking everyone. Let me ask you something. Outside the divine prohibition, Ning Chen held the crazy bone and walked forward step by step. Looking at the royal bloodline inside the divine prohibition, he said calmly, "If you die, will your emperor come here?" Hearing this, the crown prince's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, "No, but you will never have the chance." Hearing the answer he wanted, Ning Chen didn't ask any more questions. He walked into the divine prohibition step by step. The black blade shone brightly. The massacre was about to begin. "Young man, it's too early to kill a royal bloodline." At this moment, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky. A terrifying hand fell from the sky and forcefully grabbed the crown prince in the divine prohibition, sending him thousands of miles away. Below, Ning Chen saw this and frowned. It was that emperor again. "Senior, I have never offended you. Why do you keep targeting me?" Ning Chen looked at the rolling auspicious clouds in the sky, cupped his fists and asked politely, "Did I? I don't remember. 3 years is too early. Young man, we will meet again in the future." From the auspicious clouds in the sky, a majestic voice sounded. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. After speaking, the auspicious clouds in the sky dissipated and calmness returned. Ning Chen frowned again. What was the emperor's intention? Outside the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, in the sky above the Taihuang ancient plains, the 4 kings looked at Emperor Go's actions, but no one dared to question him. The emperor of the sorcerer tribe had always been mysterious. However, an emperor would always be an emperor. No one dared to go against him. In the eastern part of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, a white-clothed figure stopped in the mountains. After a long time, she turned around and continued walking forward. It was a pity that she didn't get rid of the royal bloodline. However, with the emperor's intervention, this person was destined to live. The royal bloodline of the 100 clans lived up to its name. That royal bloodline was probably at the edge of the Red Dust realm. The 4th realm was a realm that martial artists dreamed of. Once one stepped into it, they would become immortals in the Red Dust realm. In the mountains, the white-clothed figure gradually walked away. Her aura returned to normal and no one could tell that she had just gone through a great battle. In the northern part of the Blood Rain ancient battlefield, a beautiful woman with a calm aura stood quietly. Her eyes were looking into the distance as a strange light flashed through them. Who was that young man? He actually made the emperor of her tribe look at him in a different light. Tian Xen. At this moment, a dignified voice resounded in the heavens and the earth. "Emperor." The woman bowed respectfully and said, "Go to the east and kill that young man." Emperor Go's voice resounded once more. When Tian Xen heard this, her expression turned serious and she said, "Why? There's no reason." Emperor Go's voice resounded in the heavens and the earth. He said calmly, "If he's alive, he'll be the biggest obstacle to your final victory. So, he can't be left alive. I can't kill him." Tian Xen shook her head lightly and said, "Emperor should be able to sense that the young man's strength is unfathomable. His foundation is even more shocking. If you want to kill him, you'll need at least the strength of a king realm expert. Since you don't have the confidence to kill him, then form an alliance with him. Emperor Go's voice resounded and said, 4 imperial bloodlines and 12 king bloodlines. In the future, someone will definitely choose to join forces. Making a decision in advance is the best choice. When Tian Xian heard this, a strange light arose in her beautiful eyes once more. After a short moment, she said, "What if his objective is yin-yang, not jade?" Chapter 10-12. On the blood moon ancient battlefield, the blood-red moon shone brightly. Moonlight fell on the ground, making people shudder. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Countless battles had occurred in the ancient battlefield. Everywhere was a mess. The 4 royal bloodlines ruled over the 4 sides of the ancient battlefield. No one could defeat them. The prodigies of the 100 races fought back fiercely. However, the absolute difference in strength made everyone feel powerless. Before the threat of death, the prodigies of the 100 races chose to submit. The 4 strongest powers of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield gradually formed. The 4 sovereigns were the titles the prodigies of the 100 races gave to the 4 heirs of the royal bloodline. The Prince Shirling of the East, the Golden Lion Hong Yuan of the West, the Saintess of the Sorcerer Tribe of the North, Tian Xian of the Sorcerer Tribe of the South, and Jean Linner of the Scale Tribe of the South. They were the strongest royal bloodline in the world, allowing the 4 heirs of the royal bloodline to suppress the prodigies of the 100 races and dominate the ancient battlefield. However, below the 4 emperors, there were also outstanding prodigies who didn't choose to submit. They relied on their own strength to create a world for themselves. Among them, Xiao Xiao from the Fox tribe, Gu Xian from the ancient city of Jueyang, Yuan Tian from the Ape tribe, and Leopard Lady from the Leopard tribe stood out among the 100 races with their strength. They gradually gained their own fame and followers. In 3 months, celestial jades appeared one after another in the ancient battlefield. Everyone fought fiercely and gained something. The 4 strongest royal bloodlines each guarded their own side of the ancient battlefield. They tacitly agreed to the current situation and didn't choose to fight with the other royal bloodlines. The 4 royal bloodlines all knew that there was still a long time before the 3-year period of the 100 races competition. It was too early to start a war now. The 4 emperors were restrained. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Coupled with the similarly powerful royal prodigies, everyone tacitly chose to avoid large-scale battles. At the same time, a plain-clothed figure walked forward in the east of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield. He hadn't fought in the past 3 months. Very few people knew him. The blood moon sprinkled down and there were ruins everywhere. Ning Chen walked on the wasteland, searching for celestial jades while looking for Dong Yu and Xia Ji. He didn't know if the 2 girls would arrive in the end. However, as long as there was a chance, he would continue to search. He had already promised the 2 girls' mothers to take good care of them in this 100 races competition. As a man, how could he break his promise so easily? However, after searching for 3 months, there was still no news of the 2 girls. It was as if Dong Yu and Xia Ji had never appeared in the ancient battlefield. The worry in Ning Chen's heart became more and more intense, and his speed became faster and faster. Since he couldn't find any traces of the 2 girls here, he would go somewhere else. In the south, on top of a mountain peak, Jean Linner, who was dressed in a golden divine robe, stood quietly. Her eyes looked forward, as clear as autumn water. In the distance, a man dressed in dark red swordsmanship walked over. His face was handsome and slightly pale, but his temperament was extraordinary. The ancient sword in his hand was hidden, but the sword pressure was oppressive. Behind Jean Linner, the various followers of the supreme geniuses from the major clans all stiffened when they saw the figure walking down the mountain. This person didn't come with good intentions. At the foot of the mountain, Gu Xian stopped in his tracks. With a stomp of his foot, his figure rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Gu Xian. In front of the mountain peak, Jean Lin looked at the swordsman who had risen from the ground. A strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes. The young master of the ancient city of Jueyang. This person had left a deep impression on her because his sword was too unique. Solitary Yin couldn't be born, and solitary Yang couldn't grow. This was the law of heaven. However, there were exceptions to everything. Extreme Yin gave birth to Yang, and extreme Yang gave birth to Yin. This young master of the ancient city of Juyang clearly had the body of a man, but his body was extremely Yin and abnormally powerful. Brother Gu Xian, what brings you here? Jin Lin asked calmly. Rumor has it that the Scaled Clan's defense is the best in the world. I am here to seek your guidance, Gu Xian said softly as he looked at the crown princess of the Scaled Clan in front of him. Hearing this, Jin Lin's expression turned serious. She said, Brother Gu Xian should know what it means for us to fight. I think that the king of Juyang wouldn't want to see us fight. My father is my father, and I am me. Jin Lin, please. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Moon sword in Gu Xian's hand moved. The sound of the sword resonated through the sky. The divine weapon was about to be unleashed, and the sky changed color. Endless cold air spread. The space froze and frost filled the sky. All of you, step back. Seeing that the battle was unavoidable, Jin Lin's expression turned cold. She raised her slender hand and golden light shone. Behind them, the prodigies of the various clans quickly retreated, leaving space for the two of them. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Moon sword was unleashed. The surging sword power drew a glaring blood mark in the sky and slashed down. Seeing this, Jin Lin raised her slender hand. Dazzling golden light rose, and she received the Grand Moon sword. The first move of the clash between the two of them was a clash of flesh and blood against a peerless divine weapon. The Scaled Clan's indestructible protection was indestructible. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the aftershocks spread out rapidly. Peerless sword, clear sky. Before the first move could be made, Gu Xian stepped in the air and retreated 10 feet. The Grand Moon sword spun, and a circular sword aura appeared. The sword pressure was majestic, and it shocked the prodigies of the various clans. In the next moment, streaks of sword radiance shot out from the sword aura. The space shook and glaring cracks appeared. A chilly wind howled and ice covered 1,000 miles. As the sword attack approached, Jin Lin's figure flashed and dodged the streaks of sword radiance. In the sky, after the streaks of sword radiance, a dark red flowing light flashed past. Gu Xian had arrived, and the Grand Moon sword was deadly. With a loud boom, the sword pierced through Gu Xian's heart meridian. The absolute defense and the peerless divine weapon clashed head-on. The intense friction was ear-piercing. The Grand Moon sword spun rapidly, trying to break through the Scaled Clan's indestructible protection. However, the scaled armor was indestructible, and the peerless divine weapon could not penetrate it. Back off. Jin Lin's expression darkened. She gathered her essence energy and slammed her palm heavily on Gu Xian's chest. A pool of blood splattered and dyed the longsword red. Gu Xian flew back 10 feet, and he was severely injured for the first time. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Jin Lin did not hesitate. Her figure flashed, and she moved forward. With the support of the scaled armor, the Scaled Clan's crown princess only attacked and did not defend. Her moves were swift and fierce, like a violent storm. The situation had changed, and young Master Juyang was in danger. The Grand Moon sword shone brightly, but it missed by a hair's breadth each time. It could not break through the scaled armor's defense. Outside the battle, the geniuses of the 100 tribes watched the battle in front with shock. This swordsman was indeed extraordinary, but he was still inferior to Jin Lin, who had the royal bloodline. 3 moves of the Grand Moon. The situation was suppressed, but Gu Xian's smile became even more dazzling. His palm slashed across the Grand Moon sword, and blood flowed down, dyeing the divine sword red. 1 sword in 100 years. With the terminating move, the surrounding sky changed color. A black moon appeared in the sky. With 2 moons in the sky, time and space were in chaos. In the dark moon, Gu Xian's sword spun for 100 years, shocking the heavens. On the mountain peak, Jin Lin Er's expression turned serious. She did not dare to be careless. She opened and closed her hands, and the scaled clan's true form appeared for the first time. Chapter 10:13. On a mountain peak in the south of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, Gu Xian came to challenge the 4 emperors with his sword. The Grand Moon 3 swords appeared for the first time, shocking the world. Wherever the sword radiance went, the primordial Yin shook the sky. The ancient lost techniques appeared. Jin Lin Er's expression turned serious. She raised her hand and condensed her primordial Yin, revealing her true form. There were scales in the North Sea called the Dragon Leviathan. It was said to be the descendant of the dragon race and the Kuan Pung. Its bloodline was strong and not inferior to its ancestors. With the body of a dragon and the wings of a Kuan, it had the perfect bloodline of a divine beast. When its true form appeared, the world within 1,000 miles suddenly sank. Waves surged and flooded the 9 heavens. The Grand Moon sword fell. The dragon Leviathan spread its wings and attacked the ancient taboo martial arts. The 2 sides clashed. At that moment, the aftershock rushed to the sky and shocked the gods. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and thunder rumbled. Heavy rain poured down and covered the entire battlefield. In the heavy rain, 2 streaks of flowing light, one red and one gold, kept crossing each other. Both sides did not hold back. The opponent was too strong and did not allow them to hold back. Outside the battlefield, the geniuses of the 100 races looked at the shocking battle in front of them and were shocked. They all knew how strong Jin Lin was. As a member of the Dragon Leviathan royal family, the power of her bloodline was not something other races could compare to. However, the swordsman in front of them could actually fight Jin Lin to a standstill. It was unbelievable. However, the scaled race was known for their absolute defense. If this person could not break Jin Lin's golden armor, he would definitely lose this battle. Boom! In the 9 heavens, lightning streaked across the void and lit up the dark ancient battlefield. Below, the battle between the 2 had reached its climax. Gu Xian's primordial Yin battle spirit was at its peak. The Grand Moon sword vibrated and cut through layers of barriers, trying to break through the scaled race's defense. The divine sword and the armor clashed again and again. The same position, the same result. Grand Moon 3 styles, primordial spirit thought. After exchanging 100 moves, Gu Xian made up his mind. He waved his sword and condensed his primordial Yin blood. In the brilliant blood rain, a blood-red sword radiance appeared. The extreme of the sword, the extreme yang gave birth to Yin. The sword radiance was brilliant. When the sword was formed, the world was dyed red. The sword of the primordial spirit was formless. With the help of the moon, the blood-red light on the sword became even more glaring. Jin Lin did not dare to be careless. She opened and closed her hands, and the phantom of the dragon and Leviathan roared toward the sky. Golden light shone brightly, and the power of the royal bloodline rose rapidly. Between heaven and earth, heavy rain continued to gather, forming a huge tornado vortex, overturning rain into waves. The royal family's ultimate technique and the lunar forbidden technique clashed. In the intense collision, Gu Xian's body was pushed back a few steps. Blood flowed from the hand that held the sword. In the rapidly dissipating waves, Jin Lin's figure appeared. She looked fine, but a clear sword mark had appeared on her golden scale divine robe in front of her chest. The indestructible protection was still indestructible. However, compared to before, this time, the indestructible armor of the Scaled clan was cracked by the divine sword for the first time. When Gu Xian saw this, his eyes narrowed. He looked at the sword wound in front of the former's chest and forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body. He took a step forward and instantly moved forward. Unforgivable! Jin Lin's eyes flashed coldly when her divine clothes were injured. Instead of retreating, she moved forward to meet the sword. Her slender hand shook the divine weapon, and the clanging sound was unusually ear-piercing. With the absolute defense, Jean Lin no longer had any defensive stance. Her attacks were fierce, and each of them was fatal. The difference in bloodline was clear. Facing the angry scaled clan queen, Gu Xian was at a disadvantage. Her slender hand landed on his body, and a glaring waterfall of blood flowed out. Kaboom! Thunder roared in the sky. On Gu Xian's body, blood mixed with rain dripped down. At this point in the battle, the injuries were gradually accumulating. Even with the extreme Yin body, it was gradually difficult for him to hold on. The swordsman was in danger, but the fighting spirit of a challenger was not shaken at all. Gu Xian forcefully gathered the last of his vital essence, and pointed at the sword. Blood dyed the lunar divine sword red. Ultimate technique of lunar true yang sword. When the ultimate technique appeared, the heavens and the earth shook. On the divine sword, boundless Yin Qi spread rapidly. In the extremely cold Yin Qi, a golden sword light appeared. Extreme Yang gave birth to Yin, and extreme Yin eventually returned to Yang. The sword returned to nature shocked the heavens and the earth. The 3-foot sword edge could kill gods. Extreme Yin gave birth to Yang, shocking all living things. On the collapsed mountain peak, Jean Lin looked at the golden Yang sword in the extreme Yin domain with a serious expression. 8 void heavenly strike. The extreme sword was about to arrive. Jean Lin did not dare to be careless. She raised both of her hands. In the golden brilliance, 8 huge storm vortexes appeared between the heavens and the earth. The power was shocking the sun and the moon. The strongest technique collided with each other. In the rumbling, the brilliant golden sword light cut open the storm and swept in front of the scaled clan queen. The extreme Yang sword, extreme Yang turned to Yin, extreme Yin turned to Yang. Yin and Yang intersected, constantly changing in an extremely short period of time. The golden scale divine robe could not withstand the rapid change of nature and cracked. A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing the divine robe red. Jean Lin took half a step back. Looking at the sword that had pierced half her chest, the murderous intent in her eyes exploded. The goddess was furious. Her murderous intent was shocking. Jean Lin raised her hand and condensed her vital essence. Golden light shone brightly. Suddenly, a palm landed on the former's chest. Poof! Blood spurted out, sprinkling down like rain. Gu Xian's figure flew out. Her skin cracked. She had crossed the limit and suffered a backlash. You are unforgivable. The divine robe was destroyed. Jean Lin could not suppress the anger in her heart. She took a step forward and swept in front of the former. Golden light rose rapidly from her slender hand. Mercilessly, her palm pierced through the former's chest. Blood flowed down the scaled clan queen's arm. Jean Lin raised her left hand again. Golden light shone brightly as she slapped toward the former's head. With the arrival of the killer move, Gu Xian's life was in danger. At this critical moment, a plain-clothed figure appeared in the distance. In an instant, he stepped into the battlefield and waved his black blade, blocking the scaled clan queen's killer move. I'll protect this person. The understatement did not carry any threat. However, the meaning behind the words was not to be doubted. Seeing the newcomer, Jean Lin's expression sank. It was him, the young expert who had blocked Ao Lai of the Rock Clan in Jueyang Ancient City. If you want to save someone, you must be prepared to die. Jean Lin said in a low voice. She raised her vital energy again. After a rumble, the dragonfish avatar appeared in the void again. It opened its mouth and breathed in. Heavenly waves poured down. The royal clan's secret technique was extremely powerful. Under the heavenly waves, Ning Chen's figure flashed. He took the severely injured Zhu Yang young master and retreated 100 feet away. Wild bones slashed, and the blade light was shocking. The heavenly waterfall fell, drowning hundreds of miles. The heaven and earth could not bear the extreme power. A part of the void collapsed. Behind them, the geniuses of the 100 clans were shocked. They were shocked by the courage of the two challengers and the strength of the scaled clan queen. Just when everyone thought that the two had died in the heavenly waterfall, a black blade light cut open the heaven and earth in the surging wave. Its power was shocking. After the blade light, the plain-clothed figure flew out with the severely injured Ju Yang young master. He looked coldly at the scaled clan queen and said calmly, "That's all for today. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen took a step forward and left the battlefield with Gu Xian. Chapter 10:14. On a steep peak in the southern territory of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, a huge battle had just taken place. The area within 500 kilometers was in ruins. Sword scars left deep ravines in the ground. The mountain peak collapsed and the ground caved in. This was an indescribably shocking battle. The primes of the younger generation were no weaker than the experts of the older generation. Every generation produced talent. The peerless geniuses of the royal family and the royal family's bloodline were all very talented. They were undoubtedly emperors. Thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, a beam of light arrived. Two figures appeared. They were Ning Chen and young Master Ju Yang, who had just experienced a huge battle. Gu Xian was severely injured. His flame of life was on the verge of collapse. Blood flowed from the wound on his chest that Jin Lin had pierced. Ning Chen stopped and gathered his essence with a flip of his palm. The open heavenly book forcefully infused endless life essence into Gu Xian's body. Arg! Gu Xian grunted as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Golden light lingered on his chest. The scaled race's secret technique showed its terrifying power again. When Ning Chen saw this, a serious look flashed in his eyes. He raised his left hand and the 9 heavens star-picking hand appeared in the wind and snow. The star-picking final move reversed the universe. Ning Chen drove his ultimate essence and landed it on Gu Xian's pierced chest. Final move, formless move, true essence spread out. Amidst the rising strange light, the golden light on Gu Xian's chest reversed and dissipated, returning to the world. Gu Xian's severely injured heart meridian was almost irreversible. After Ning Chen dispelled the remaining power of the scaled race's secret technique, he pushed his palm even harder. In a few breaths, the wound was sealed. Gu Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, without much emotion. It seemed that he had experienced too much pain and was already used to the current pain. Your heart meridian is severely injured. I can only help you up to this point. Whether you can keep your life or not will depend on your own luck, Ning Chen said calmly as he looked at Gu Xian. Many thanks. Gu Xian stood up and turned to look at the young man behind him. I did not expect you to save me. I also did not expect you to challenge the scaled race's princess so quickly, Ning Chen replied calmly. Because the scaled race is the faction that ancient city of Jueyang wants to be on good terms with the most, Gu Xian said with a strange smile. A strange expression flashed across Ning Chen's face when he heard this, but he did not ask any further. He had no right to interfere in the family matters of the ancient city of Jueyang, nor did he have the interest. I have yet to ask for your esteemed name, Gu Xian asked. Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Gu Xian seriously remembered it in his heart. After a while, he collected his thoughts and looked at the person in front of him with a smile. Brother Ning's specialty shouldn't be the saber, right? Why do you say that? Could it be that my saber skills are so weak? Ning Chen asked indifferently. Brother Ning should know what I mean. Gu Xian's expression turned serious as he said, Brother Ning's saber technique is indeed extraordinary. However, in my opinion, Brother Ning's sword technique should be even more astonishing. It's not shocking, but I do know a little. Ning Chen replied calmly and asked, Brother Gu Xian, have you seen the 2 girls who were with me back then? Hearing this, Gu Xian frowned slightly. He shook his head and said, I haven't seen them. Why? Brother Ning, have you been separated from your maids? Ning Chen nodded and said, something happened along the way, so we had to be separated temporarily. However, I don't know why, but there hasn't been any news of the two girls. It's indeed strange. The two girls' cultivations are not weak. As long as they don't provoke an expert like Jean Linner, they should be fine. Gu Xian nodded and said. Before entering the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, they had all gathered in the ancient desolate plains. It was not difficult to find the two girls. If they could not find them, it could only mean that the two girls did not appear in the ancient desolate plains. When I came in, the entrance to the Blood Moon ancient battlefield was not closed. They knew that I would come here. If nothing happened, they would definitely come. However, I don't know if they were delayed by something. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with worry as he sighed softly. I will pay attention. If I meet the two girls in the future, I will definitely tell them that Brother Ning is looking for them, Gu Xian said seriously. Ning Chen restrained his emotions and looked at the person in front of him. He smiled and said, Brother Gu Xian's heart meridian is severely injured. However, it seems that Gu Xian is not worried. If I don't have the ability to protect myself, how would I dare to challenge the scaled clan royal princess? At this point, Gu Xian seemed to have thought of something and said, I'm a little curious. Why would Brother Ning help me? It's just a chance meeting in the ancient city of Juyang. It shouldn't be enough for Brother Ning to help me at the risk of becoming enemies with the scaled clan royal princess, right? Ning Chen smiled and said, It's very simple. I just hate the scaled clan royal princess, or rather, the entire scaled clan. Other than that, there's no other reason. Gu Xian heard this and nodded lightly. He said, I see. No matter what, Brother Ning has saved my life. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. There will be a chance very soon. Ning Chen said meaningfully, however, with Brother Gu Xian's current condition, you can't repay this kindness. When Gu Xian heard this, a strange look flashed across his eyes. He said, Brother Ning, don't worry. These injuries won't take my life. In less than a year, I will be able to recover. That's good. Ning Chen nodded and said, If there's anything I need in the future, I won't be courteous with Brother Gu Xian. Of course. It's my duty to help Brother Ning. Gu Xian said with a serious expression, May I know where Brother Ning is going next? The west of the ancient battlefield. Ning Chen looked into the distance and said, Now, in the ancient battlefield, the west and north are the only places I haven't searched. No matter what, I have to make a trip there. The west? Gu Xian narrowed his eyes and said, The territory of that golden lion. Brother Gu Xian knows this person? Ning Chen asked. He knew that the west of the ancient battlefield was now under the control of the Golden Lion clan's Hong Yuan. However, he didn't know much about this person. Golden Lion, Hong Yuan. Gu Xian's expression turned serious and said, Brother Ning, you might not know. Among the 4 imperial bloodline successors, Hong Yuan might be the one with the most terrifying attack power. The Golden Lion clan has always been known for their violent attack. Once they are angered, their strength will increase by several times. They are extremely dangerous. If Brother Ning goes to the west, it's best not to get into a conflict with this person unless you have no other choice. Ning Chen smiled and said, I'm going to look for someone, not to cause trouble. No matter how bored that Golden Lion is, it shouldn't make things difficult for a passerby. A king won't meet another king. Gu Xian said seriously, It's fine if we don't meet. Once we meet, it's hard to say what will happen. After all, the Golden Lion clan is a clan that likes to fight. I'm afraid that Hong Yuan won't turn a blind eye to an expert like Brother Ning. We'll talk about it when the time comes. If we can't avoid it, we'll just fight. Ning Chen replied calmly. He looked at the former and said, Brother Gu Xian is injured. It's better to find a place to heal as soon as possible. It's getting late. Let's part ways here. Gu Xian nodded and said, Brother Ning, take care. We'll meet again. We'll meet again. Ning Chen bade farewell and did not stay any longer. He turned and walked towards the west. Behind him, Gu Xian looked at Ning Chen's back and paused for a moment. Then, he walked in the opposite direction. This person's strength was unfathomable. In the future, he would definitely become the most powerful troublemaker in the Blood Moon ancient battlefield. The blood moon shone in the sky. On the road to the west, a plain-clothed figure walked quickly. His speed was getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night. He had not found the whereabouts of Dong Yu and Xia Ji in the east and south of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield. Now, he could only go to the west and north to search. As for the matter of finding the divine jades, he was not in a hurry. Now, most of the territories in the Blood Moon ancient battlefield were in the hands of the 4 imperial descendants. Before the deadline of 3 years, if he wanted to fight for more divine jades, there would be an unavoidable battle between him and the 4 imperial descendants. Back then, when he was threatened by King Shuri, he swore to help him get the Yin-Yang non-jade. When he came, Yu Yao did not come with him. It was obvious that King Shuri had other arrangements. The master of Shuri Royal City was extremely scheming, and his strength was immeasurable. He was probably not inferior to the old Pring king of the Tianping clan. In this world, although the imperial family was terrifying and invincible, the few top imperial families could not be underestimated. The Shuri royal bloodline was located in a remote area and had been extremely low-key these years. The 100 clans had gradually forgotten that the Shuri royal bloodline had once produced an emperor. The bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow was not inferior to any of the imperial families. There were only 2 possible reasons why King Shuri would try so hard to get the Yin-Yang non-jade. First, the Yin-Yang non-jade could greatly increase the combat power of the owner. Second, the Yin-Yang non-jade had a special effect on increasing the cultivation of the owner. However, no matter which of the 2 reasons was, he did not want to see it happen. The 100 clans had always been hostile to the human race. In the future, there would definitely be a great battle between the 100 clans and the human race. He did not want another emperor or an expert comparable to an emperor to appear among the 100 clans. While he was thinking, a plain-clothed figure flashed past on the road to the west. It was so fast that it was hard to distinguish. At the same time, in the west of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, the Golden Lion led the geniuses of the 100 clans to fight in the south and north, constantly expanding the territory under his control. The final result of the 100 clans competition was determined by the number of immortal jades each person handed over. Only by controlling more territory would the chances of obtaining immortal jades be greater. In a mountain stream where immortal jades had appeared, the golden-haired Hong Yuan walked over. Behind him, the geniuses of the 100 clans followed. Their auras were extremely shocking. In the mountain stream, a burly man blocked the way. His aura was overbearing, and his cultivation was close to the red dust realm. Yuan Tian. Behind Hong Yuan, a genius of the 100 clans saw the person in front of him. A strange expression flashed across his face. It was the successor of the ape clan. Move aside. Hong Yuan looked at the burly man in front of him and said indifferently, "You can't enter this place." Facing the prince of the Golden Lion clan, Yuan Tian did not move an inch and said in a deep voice. Hearing the former's answer, Hong Yuan did not say anything else. He walked forward step by step and his aura rose rapidly. It was shocking. Chapter 10:15. In the west of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, the Golden Lion led the geniuses of the 100 races to a mountain stream where celestial jade had appeared. In front of them, the descendant of the ape race was blocking their way, unwilling to back down. Hong Yuan didn't say anything else after the exchange of words. He stepped forward and his body continued to rise. Golden light flashed, shaking the 100 peak. Yuan Tian focused and clenched his fist. His physical strength exploded, and his sleeves were torn apart. The ape race was known for their strength. Even among the many royal races, they were one of the strongest races. Seeing the powerful strength of the ape race's descendant, Hong Yuan's expression didn't change at all. He continued to step forward. Blood qi surged around him, and his aura became more and more shocking. The Golden Lion race was one of the few royal races in the primordial demon realm. Their attack power was world-renowned, and their strength couldn't be underestimated. When the descendants of the two races who were known for their strength met, the atmosphere was abnormally heavy. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, on a mountain peak far away, a plain-clothed figure walked over. He stood quietly on the peak and looked at the mountain stream in the distance. 3,000 miles was so far away. Ning Chen didn't take the initiative to approach in the territory of the Golden Lion race. He just watched from afar. 3,000 miles away, in the mountain stream, Hong Yuan stepped forward. Golden light flashed past quickly. It was so fast that it couldn't be blinked. A fist with golden light could sink the sea. The battle-hungry golden lion bared his fangs. Yuan Tian focused and didn't dodge. He punched out with a similarly powerful fist to meet the power of the royal bloodline. Boom! The two clashed, and the terrifying fist energies collided fiercely. In the surrounding area, ear-piercing explosions sounded. Then, cracks appeared in the air. The first exchange between the two was a draw. It couldn't be seen who had the upper hand. In the shaking sand waves, a dazzling golden light suddenly rose. The golden lion's power exploded, and his golden hair danced wildly. He forced the man in front of him to retreat. Ugh! After 10 steps, Yuan Tian stopped. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. One move, just one move, and the almost invincible descendant of the royal race of the younger generation showed signs of defeat. The difference in bloodline was shocking. Victory and defeat were decided after a single move. The Golden Lion didn't say anything. Taking a step forward, his silhouette dashed forward like a bolt of golden lightning. The wind from his fists raged as he blasted towards the ape. Determination flashed across Yuan Tian's face. He turned around and glanced at the mountain stream behind him. Soon after, he calmed his mind and let out an earth-shattering roar. A dazzling brilliance rose up and his original form of 100 feet appeared in the world. His ape body appeared and a huge fist fell from the sky. The force of the fist surged and instantly pushed back the prodigies of the 100 races outside the mountain stream. Below, the Golden Lion's expression did not change at all. He stomped in the air and leaped into the air. The wind from his fist swept out and met the attack head-on. With a loud boom, the two experts clashed once again. They did not hold back in this contest of strength. Thump, thump. The 30-meter-long ape was forced back several steps in the sand, its fists dripping with blood. The bloody reality was so shocking. The suppression of the bloodline and the difference in strength caused the prodigy of the ape race to be restricted in every move. It was obvious that he was going to lose. However, even though the difference in strength was obvious, Yuan Tian still refused to admit defeat. With a roar, he charged forward again. Boom! After a series of exchanges, blood dyed the mountain stream. The Golden Lion's strength was fully displayed as it suppressed the prodigy of the younger generation. The splashes of red turned into a rain of blood. On the body of the 30-meter-long ape, the force of the fist left wounds one after another. They were so deep that bones could be seen. It was abnormally glaring. In the mountain stream, Yuan Tian retreated again and again. It was difficult for him to withstand the Golden Lion's storm-like attacks. The Golden Lion. 3,000 miles away on the peak, Ning Chen looked at the battle in the distance. Light flashed across his eyes and the battle intent in his body flowed out unconsciously. Compared to the Crown Prince of the Stone Spirit Clan and the Crown Princess of the Scale Clan, this Golden Lion interested him more. Absolute strength made him unconsciously want to fight. At the same time, in the battle 3,000 miles away, Hong Yuan sensed something and looked back at the peak in the distance. There was an expert. Separated by 3,000 miles, the two strongest of the younger generation looked at each other for the first time. Their battle intent rose and neither of them hid it. "Friend, why don't you show yourself?" The golden lion looked at the peak in the distance and said. 3,000 miles away, Ning Chen heard the voice from afar and narrowed his eyes. After a while, he stepped forward and flew forward. The plain-clothed figure flashed across the sky. His movement technique was extraordinary. Outside the mountain stream, the prodigies of the 100 races looked back and were shocked to see the figure flying over in the void. Who was this person? Why didn't they feel his aura earlier? In the mountain stream, the 30-meter-long ape recovered from the unforeseen event. He gathered his fist and punched at the golden lion in front of him. "You are not his match. Why are you courting death?" As he spoke, the plain-clothed figure in the void in the distance flickered several times. It was so close yet so far. With a flip of his palm, he blocked the ape's fist. Ning Chen looked at the supreme prodigy of the ape race in front of him and said calmly, "Am I right?" The golden lion king turned around and stared at the silhouette in plain robes before him. A strange light flashed in his eyes. After a moment, his gaze shifted to the descendant of the ape race. "Today, on account of this friend, I will spare your life. Leave now." "I don't need your pity." Yuan Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Even if I die today, I won't let you pass. You don't know what's good for you." The golden lion's expression turned completely cold when he heard that. His cultivation technique erupted and a golden brilliance rose rapidly. The power of the royal bloodline circulated and shook the stars in the sky. "Your Highness, please calm down." Ning Chen looked back and said calmly, "This person would rather die than give way. He must have his own difficulties. Your Highness controls the entire western territory of the ancient battlefield. I believe you don't care about the loss of a mountain stream. Why don't we just let it go?" Hong Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the former. After a while, he said, "Brother, you should know that I don't care about this mountain stream." Ning Chen fell silent. He looked back at the ape race's descendant and said seriously, "I've done my best. I hope you can give me a convincing explanation. Blindly showing off your strength and fighting will not solve the problem. You are weak and he is strong. That is the truth." Hearing the former's words, Yuan Tian clenched his fist. After a long while, light rose around his body and his ape body shrank. He returned to his human form. "Your Highness, this brother, please follow me into the valley." Yuan Tian bowed to the two of them and said. Ning Chen looked at the golden lion behind him and waited for him to say something. "Lead the way," Hong Yuan said calmly. "Thank you." Yuan Tian thanked him and immediately turned to lead the way into the mountain stream. Ning Chen and Hong Yuan followed him and walked into the mountain stream together. The mountain stream was deep. Not long after they entered, they could feel a dense spirit qi that was almost tangible. "Brother, how should I address you?" Hong Yuan asked. Ning Chen said honestly. Hong Yuan nodded and remembered this name in his heart. After walking for dozens of miles, they reached the deepest part of the mountain stream. The spirit qi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. Just being there, the true essence in their bodies kept flowing and automatically absorbed the spirit qi of heaven and earth around them. In the depths of the mountain stream, a green pool appeared. The spirit qi was extremely majestic. A woman was soaking in the pool. She looked charming but her face was abnormally pale. "Your Highness, this is my wife. When we came here, we were originally at the eastern side of the ancient battlefield. Who would have thought that we would run into the Stone Spirit clan's crown prince? Even though we worked together, we were still heavily injured by him. My wife saved my life by using the Fox clan's forbidden technique, barely creating a chance for us to escape. However, my wife has been heavily injured and unconscious ever since." Yuan Tian revealed a pained expression as he said, "I know that this mountain stream is a treasure trove, and I also know that this is your Highness' territory. However, for the sake of my wife's life, I can only take action to stop them." In front of the pool, Hong Yuan's eyes flashed when he heard this. He looked at the woman in the pool and said calmly, "The successor of the Fox clan shouldn't be her." Yuan Tian was stunned, then he shook his head and said, "Your Highness must be joking. How could the holy maiden of the Fox clan marry an outsider? Although my wife is a member of the Fox clan, she's not a direct descendant." Hong Yuan nodded and looked at the young man in plain clothes beside him. He said, "Brother Ning, how do you think we should resolve this?" Ning Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Your Highness, this matter is still up to you to decide. Why throw this burden to me? You're the one who wants to save them, so the decision is naturally yours. However, it's not without conditions to protect them from me," Hong Yuan said calmly. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and said, "Your Highness, what are your conditions? You stopped our battle just now, so you'll fight with me on his behalf. If you're not defeated after 100 moves, I'll give this place to them." Hong Yuan didn't hide his battle intent and said. Ning Chen heard it and smiled. He looked at Yuan Tian at the side and said, "You owe me a favor. I'll finish this battle for you. How about that?" Yuan Tian was stunned at first when he heard that, but he bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, sir. Go out. This place is too small and can't be used." Seeing that the man beside him had made a decision, Hong Yuan said and walked out of the mountain stream. Ning Chen glanced at Yuan Tian in front of the jade pool and said with a smile, "You did the right thing. Using your life to protect the people you cherish is worth it. However, your method is a little silly." With that said, Ning Chen didn't say anything else and turned to follow. In front of the jade pool, Yuan Tian looked at the leaving figure in plain clothes with gratitude in his eyes. Outside the mountain stream, the paragons of the 100 races waited patiently. When they saw the golden lion walk out, they were all surprised. Was His Highness going to give up this place just like that? This was a rare treasure land, and there was a high chance that a large amount of immortal jade would be produced. "All of you, step back a little." Hong Yuan walked out of the mountain stream and looked at the paragons of the 100 races before him and said indifferently. When everyone heard that, they were stunned and couldn't react for a moment. Behind him, the figure in plain clothes walked over. His battle intent rose continuously and became more and more shocking. Only then did the paragons of the 100 races come back to their senses. Exchanging glances, they didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately retreated from the battle. Chapter 10:16. The blood moon hung high in the sky. Cold winds blew continuously. Under the moon, the two looked at each other with serious expressions. The perception between experts made the two clear that this battle would not disappoint them. "Please!" Right after speaking, the two moved at the same time. Golden light and snowflakes clashed, and horrifying vibrations echoed for 500 kilometers. This move shocked the world. The two soared into the sky. As their fists and feet clashed, they rushed to the distant peak. The two experts clashed. In that instant, mountains and peaks shattered. The two both had the ability to overturn the heavens. They clashed in close combat, each move shocking the world. After exchanging several moves, the light in Hong Yuan's eyes intensified. His body trembled involuntarily, feeling excited for this rare opponent. On the other side, Ning Chen also raised his cultivation technique to the peak. His hands condensed the power of the stars as he faced the Golden Lion race's most outstanding prince head-on. 9 Heaven's Star Plucking Hand, Burning Sun. Ning Chen raised his hand, and wind and snow swirled around him. The winds and clouds of the 9 heavens stirred. The Qilin's ultimate technique appeared once again. The wind and clouds within 500 kilometers gathered, and the Qi within 5,000 kilometers gathered into one strike. It had the power to shock the world, shattering mountains and splitting seas. When Hong Yuan saw the situation, his expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He raised his essence, and the image of a huge golden lion appeared behind him. This mysterious phenomenon strengthened his cultivation technique. Fist and palm clashed, creating a miserable scene. The peak below the two could not bear the extreme might and instantly shattered. The cracks extended all the way to the peak. Shattered rocks tumbled down the mountain, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The two peak experts of the younger generation were evenly matched. The battle reached its climax right from the start. Facing such a rare opponent, the two did not hold back. They brought out their full combat prowess, releasing their fighting spirit. Without any gaps, the two's attacks became increasingly berserk. As they closed in, each move was like a violent storm, shocking everyone. Strength against strength, fist against palm. The two abandoned their weapons and clashed with their fists and palms, adding to the shock. Heavy punches and energy filled the body. However, the white-clad figure did not take half a step back. She sent out a heavy palm strike, forcefully counterattacking. With the royal bloodline and peerless foundation, the two's defenses were shocking. They strengthened each other's moves, spreading the world. In the blink of an eye, the exchange of more than 10 moves changed the appearance of the world. The mountains shifted and the ground sank. Golden rainbow force. His opponent was strong and hard to come by. The battle intent in Hong Yuan's eyes became more and more intense. He activated the secret technique of the Golden Lion race and strengthened his body. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles converged. Hong Yuan's body was wreathed in a golden rainbow. He was peerless and heroic, like a god of war descending to the mortal world. When Ning Chen saw this, he didn't dare to be careless as well. He stepped into the ascension stage, and the wind and snow around him soared into the sky. His hands split apart, and a chaotic force shook the stars in the sky. The two young Supreme Being experts had a duel at the summit of the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. They had agreed to exchange 100 moves, each displaying their world-shaking abilities. Their bodies intertwined with each other, and their auras were boundless. The two did not fear the dangers of the world, and their moves were ferocious without holding back. As their fists and palms clashed, the surrounding mountains continuously shifted, and the terrain within 1,000 li changed drastically. Strong, so strong that it was indisputable. His royal bloodline shook the world, and his attacks were like raging waves, abnormally ferocious. However, the strength of his opponent was similarly shocking. With a raise of his hand, he blocked all of Qin Wentian's attacks. Hong Yuan's body trembled more and more violently, and his excitement was difficult to suppress. After encountering such an opponent, he no longer needed to suppress his fighting spirit. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. Behind Hong Yuan, the image of a golden lion roared, and a terrifying sound wave spread out. The lion roar mysterious technique had appeared for the first time. The golden lion opened its mouth, and Ning Chen immediately felt a sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he retreated 300 zhang away. He raised his hand to raise the waterfall, and a huge wave surged wildly. The 12 styles of spiritual rhino appeared again, and the heavenly waterfall rushed in reverse, blocking the front. Boom! The lion roar mysterious technique echoed out and collided with the heavenly waterfall. With a rumble, the heavenly waterfall scattered, and the mysterious technique continued to attack. Ning Chen took another step and retreated 3,000 zhang. He flipped his palm and poured out his energy to block the attack again. With a rumble, the wind and snow shook the mysterious technique. The two forces fiercely clashed, and the remaining energy roared wildly with astonishing might. In the surging aftershock, the golden figure flashed and arrived in an instant. The fist energy broke through the air, and the battle resumed. Ning Chen raised his hand and received the fist energy. He took half a step back and forcibly dispersed the remaining energy. Boom! Below, the mountain rocks bore the brunt of the remaining energy and continuously cracked. The ravaged mountain peak could no longer bear the impact and completely collapsed. 12 styles of spiritual rhinoceros, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. Palms crossed, and the moon worship technique appeared again. Ning Chen's body was like a towering waterfall. In the torrent, the spirit rhinoceros appeared, and a supreme divine might separated the raging waves and collapsed into the sea. In close combat, the technique was shocking. The white-haired figure in plain clothes stood in the raging waves like a celestial king descending into the world. His elegance was peerless. In the next moment, the spirit rhinoceros surged and transformed into a sea overturning divine power that rushed out and collided with the golden lion in front of him. Hong Yuan took a step and retreated 300 zhang to avoid the undercurrent of the raging waves. 300 zhang away, the golden lion roared at the sky. With the mysterious technique added, Hong Yuan's figure broke through the sky like a meteor and met the spirit rhinoceros head-on. In the confrontation between divine beasts, heaven and earth were turned upside down in an instant. Two types of extreme power of laws collided, and the aftershock roared. A muffled sound rang out. Ning Chen and Hong Yuan both retreated several steps at the same time, and the corners of their mouths turned red. The two of them, who were staring at each other, raised their hands to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouth. Their resolute eyes did not waver in the slightest. In an instant their figures crossed again. Fist and palm collided to the extreme. Raging waves and golden light collided, and the sound was earth-shattering. In front of the mountain stream in the distance, the geniuses of the 100 races looked at the shocking battle on the distant peak with shocked expressions. In this world, there were actually people who could contend with the bloodline of the royal family. Peerless geniuses. In front of the mountain stream, Yuan Tian murmured softly. These two people were too much stronger than them. What was even more despairing was that this was probably not their full strength. In this battle, the agreement of 100 moves was more of a competition than a life-and-death battle. It was impossible for the two of them to take out their true trump card. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if the two of them exploded with their full strength. Was it the mortal realm? Or was it even stronger? On the distant peak, the two of them, who had been fighting for a long time, had already raised their battle intent to the limit. A strange light rose around them, and they were unbelievably strong. The 100 moves were about to end, and it was still difficult to determine the victor. The two of them continued to increase their strength, and they were about to use their final move. Star-picking hand's final move, reverse formless move. Raising his hand, Ning Chen used a strange martial art. The power of the laws around him rapidly dissipated, and it was difficult to resist the power of the stars. On the opposite side, Hong Yuan felt the strange power rising from the former's body, and his expression turned serious. He took a step forward, and the golden light around him shot into the sky. Nanming Golden Flame. The golden flame exploded, and with the power of the royal bloodline, Hong Yuan rushed out. His body was surrounded by golden flames, and he blasted towards the white-clothed figure in front of him. In an instant, the two streaks of light collided. There was a moment of silence, and then a terrifying explosion sounded. An extremely dazzling brilliance burst out, swallowing the void for thousands of miles. After the 100 moves ended, the sky was filled with raging waves for a long time. In the rumbling, the two figures appeared. Their clothes were torn, and although they pretended to be calm, they could not hide their sorry state. Awesome! Hong Yuan covered his shattered battle clothes without leaving a trace, and looked at the former and laughed. Ning Chen also covered his clothes that were burned black by the Nanming golden flame. He smiled and said, "Your Highness' cultivation is admirable. According to the agreement, I will give them the mountain stream. I wonder if Brother Ning is interested in joining forces with me. This way, no one in the entire Blood Moon ancient battlefield will be our match." Hong Yuan invited seriously. Ning Chen did not reply and asked, "Your Highness, what is your ultimate goal?" Hong Yuan heard this and narrowed his eyes. He did not hide anything and said truthfully, the position of first place in the 100-clan competition, and the Yin Yang Feiyu. Ningchen smiled and said, I think not only your highness, but the other 3 royal bloodlines and the other powerful descendants of the royal bloodlines also have this idea. I am no exception. Even if we join forces, we will still have to fight in the end. I am afraid that I will not be able to kill a comrade who has fought with me before. Hearing the former's words, a trace of regret flashed across Hong Yuan's face, but he did not take it to heart. They had the same goal, and it was inevitable that they would fight in the end. Joining forces could save them a lot of trouble, but it would also make things difficult for them. After a while, Hong Yuan collected his thoughts and looked at the young man in front of him. He said, Why did Brother Ning come here? You didn't come here to save that brute of the ape clan, right? Of course not. Ning Chen smiled and said, I came here to find someone. Saving that ape clan descendant was purely an accident. If your highness did not find me, I would not have shown up. Find someone? Who? Hong Yuan was puzzled. My 2 maidservants are called Dong Yu and Xiaji. Have you heard of them, your highness? Ning Chen asked. Hong Yuan thought for a while and shook his head. Their names are very unfamiliar. I don't think I have seen them before. The Blood Moon ancient battlefield is vast. It will not be easy for Brother Ning to find them. Everything depends on effort. Since your highness has no news of them, I will not disturb you any longer. If there is a chance in the future, I will exchange martial arts with your highness. Ning Chen smiled and said goodbye. Why are you in such a hurry? Hong Yuan frowned and said, These 2 maidservants have been lost for some time. I am a little worried and hope to find them sooner. Ning Chen said softly, The Blood Moon ancient battlefield is full of dangers. Although Brother Ning is strong, you must be as careful as possible. If you can find those 2 maidservants, there is no need to force yourself. If Brother Ning really needs someone to serve you, I will send you a few after we go out. Hong Yuan said seriously, Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but I am used to using these 2 maidservants. If it were someone else, I might not be used to it. Ning Chen changed the topic and said with a smile, Your Highness, I don't have time to look for immortal jades. I will have to trouble you with this. When Hong Yuan heard this, he was first stunned, then he laughed loudly and said, Brother Ning, you really have a good plan. All right, I will definitely do my best to find enough immortal jade. I presume those 3 imperial bloodline successors are the same. At that time, let's see if Brother Ning has the ability to snatch it. Ning Chen smiled and did not say anything more. He cupped his fists and said politely, Your Highness, let's part here. We will meet again. We will meet again. Hong Yuan said seriously. Ning Chen turned around, took a step forward, and flew down the mountain. Looking at the former's back, Hong Yuan turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly froze. Where did he go? North? Hong Yuan turned around and looked into the distance. A serious look flashed in his eyes. Was he going to the territory controlled by that woman? Chapter 10:17. On the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, the weather was getting worse and worse. Dark clouds covered the blood moon in the cloudless sky. A cold wind blew, and it was bone-chilling. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the changing weather in front of him. His expression froze. The weather was changing. What was happening? Not long after, snowflakes fell from the sky. They became bigger and bigger, turning the northern part of the ancient battlefield into a world of ice and snow. In the northern part of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, the snowflakes that filled the sky started to change. The ground rumbled and trembled, splitting apart. Boom! A shocking tremor sounded from somewhere. Earth fire spewed out from the cracked mountain peak and shot into the sky. The entire northern part of the ancient battlefield was changing. Disasters were everywhere. Snow was falling and earth fire was spreading. It was doomsday everywhere. In the northern part of the ancient battlefield, a beautiful woman stood in front of the geniuses of the 100 races. She looked at the doomsday scene in front of her and sighed. This world was becoming more and more unstable. Perhaps this world would completely collapse in the next 100 years. Tian Xin could not bear to see the descendants of the various races in the Northern Territory suffer. She poured rain and thunder to forcefully stabilize the shaking world. The ancient battlefield was filled with shocking phenomena. The witch and saintess were resisting the heavens with their power, trying to forcefully change the course of the world. Behind her, the geniuses of the 100 races were shocked by the woman's actions. Human power was limited. How could they resist the heavens? Ha! In the snowstorm, the witch and saintess shouted. Her power rose again. Her saint origin surged rapidly and pierced through the sky. Humans and heavens fought. The wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. The terrifying power of heaven and earth pressed down, wanting to punish those who resisted the heavens. The snowstorm became heavier and heavier. The entire sky seemed to be hanging upside down. The snowstorm was like a waterfall, shocking the world. While the heavens were angry, the ground below rumbled. Cracks appeared, and earth fire spewed out, swallowing the saintess of the sorcerer tribe. Wind controlling the universe. Tian Xin focused her eyes and condensed Saint Origin in her hand. She stirred up the wind and clouds and resisted the power of heaven and earth. When the heavens and humans fought against each other, everything shook. The heavenly might was terrifying and unparalleled. However, the sorcerer tribe's saintess, who had Saint Origin, was also not an ordinary person. Every move she made revealed the power of a grand sorcerer. At the same time, several thousand miles away, around the white-clothed figure, the mountains shook and the earth quaked. The abnormalities in the world had reached the brink of destruction. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the sinking ground around him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Who would have thought that the situation in the north of the ancient battlefield had already deteriorated to such an extent? It seemed that in another 100 years at most, this world would completely collapse. With the calamity in his way, Ning Chen did not force his way forward. With a light shout, he flipped his palm and poured out his yuan energy. An incomparably valiant palm shot up into the sky, straight into the clouds. The power of the heavenly book appeared. With the life scroll as the foundation, the heaven and earth scrolls opened at the same time, forcibly stabilizing the shaking heaven and earth. Thousands of kilometers away, Tian Xin sensed the help of a distant master and no longer dared to delay, pushing his Saint Chi to its limit as a brilliant saint light rapidly spread out. The secret technique of the shaman race, heaven and earth lock, gradually stabilized the shaking world, the wind and snow stopped, and the earth fire condensed. Tian Xin withdrew his energy and looked into the distance. A strange look flashed in his eyes. It's him? The young master who had once fought with the emperor's son. Thousands of kilometers away, Ning Chen also sensed the gaze from afar. He did not avoid it and rushed toward the successor of the imperial bloodline in the north. Since he had come, he had to greet the successor of the imperial bloodline. Otherwise, it would be rude. In the distance, the holy maiden of the shaman race stood quietly, looking at the white-clothed figure rushing over from afar and waiting patiently. Not long after, a white-clothed figure walked out from the wind and snow. Looking at the woman in front of him, he smiled and said politely, "I am Ning Chen. Greetings, holy maiden." "Young Master Ning, you are too polite." Tian Xin returned the greeting and said softly, "Thank you for your help just now, young Master Ning. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to stabilize such a big world with my strength alone." "It's nothing, holy maiden, you are too polite." Ning Chen smiled and reminded her, "The world here is very unstable. Holy maiden, you should leave with your followers." "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Ning." However, Tian Xin shook his head lightly and continued, "The situation in the ancient battlefield has basically been settled. If I leave now, the other 3 sides will definitely take action. At that time, there will probably be a cruel battle that no one wants to see. The war between the 4 emperors has already been decided. It's just a matter of bringing it forward. Rather than waiting for death in this world that could collapse at any time, it's better to take the initiative and fight for a chance to gain an advantage for yourself. Ning Chen did not want the world to be in chaos, so he kindly advised Tian Xian again. Tian Xian looked at him. After a while, she smiled and said, "Young Master Ning, you must be here for something else, right?" A wisp of regret flashed in Ning Chen's heart when he saw that the woman before him remained unmoved. He quickly restrained his thoughts and said with a smile, "I've come here to look for two young ladies. They're a pair of twins. I wonder if Holy Maiden has seen them?" Hearing this, Tian Xian shook her head and said, "No." Ning Chen sighed. "As expected. Who are these two ladies to you, young Master Ning? You actually traveled thousands of miles from the east of the ancient battlefield to come here?" Tian Xian asked softly. When Ning Chen heard this, he frowned. How did she know that he came from the east of the ancient battlefield? "Young Master Ning, you don't have to think too much. The sorcerer tribe is naturally good at observing heaven's secret. When young Master Ning appeared in the east, I sensed it and knew that you came from there," Tian Xian explained. After hearing her words, Ning Chen's heart trembled. There was actually such a thing? They were so far apart, but the holy maiden of the sorcerer tribe could sense his existence. Didn't that mean that there were no secrets in the ancient battlefield to her? She was really a terrifying woman. Young Master Ning must have been to the territories of the other three royal bloodlines. Did you not find any traces of the two ladies? Tian Xian asked. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "No." Tian Xian frowned. After a while, she said softly, "Young Master Ning, you helped me once. Now I will help you once too." After saying this, Tian Xian took 2 steps forward. She stood quietly in the ice and snow and slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, Xing Yuan opened and a sacred light shot into the sky. Unparalleled clear sacred force spread across the sky and covered the entire Blood Moon ancient battlefield. At the same time, in the other 3 directions of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, the Crown Prince, Jin Lin and Hong Yuan all sensed something and looked towards the north with solemn expressions. What was that woman doing? In the north of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, Tian Xian stood in the wind and snow and used her Saint Qi to observe heaven's secret. After a long time, she opened her eyes again. Beside her, Ning Chen's eyes flashed as he waited for the result. "No." Tian Xian shook her head and said, "There is no aura of the twins in the Blood Moon ancient battlefield." Ning Chen's face darkened when he heard this. This was the worst result. "Young Master Ning, don't be anxious." Tian Xian looked at the young man in front of her and said softly, "I can't sense every place in the Blood Moon ancient battlefield. There is a forbidden land in the center of the ancient battlefield that blocks all divine sense and heaven's secrets. If young master is worried, you can go there and take a look. However, don't go too deep. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable." "Thank you for your reminder, Saintess. I know what to do." Ning Chen nodded. Without further delay, he cupped his fists and left. Behind him, Tian Xian looked at the figure that came and went in a hurry and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, this person was distracted by other things and had no time to care about other things. Otherwise, the situation of the 4 emperors would have been broken. 2 months later, in the center of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, in front of a forbidden land that was deathly silent, Zhi Ming, who was dressed in plain clothes, walked over. Looking at the forbidden land in front of him, he stopped for a moment and walked in. Just as Zhi Ming walked into the forbidden land in the center, Tian Xian, who was in the north, sensed something and his heart started to beat faster. He really went in. Were those 2 girls so important to him? Or was this young Master Ning bold and not worried about the dangers of the forbidden land in the center? Ning Chen was walking in the forbidden area of the central forbidden area. His eyes were fixed in front of him as he walked forward step by step. After walking for 10 miles, the originally calm surroundings were suddenly filled with chilly wind. An unusually cold pressure came from all directions. It was so heavy that it made people shudder. Ning Chen did not stop and continued to walk forward step by step. Woo-woo! The sound of a baby crying sounded around him. It was sharp and ear-piercing. Before he could react, white floating objects flew out from the sky. They were densely packed, and it was difficult to distinguish their appearances. They directly bit the man in front of him. Dead things should go where you belong. Forcing yourself to stay in the human world will only make you suffer more. Finishing his words, Ning Chen unsheathed the wild bone in his hand. The long and narrow black blade was filled with a murderous aura. The divine weapon made from the bones of ancient beasts had been stained with too much blood. As soon as it was unsheathed, it swallowed the nearest spirits. Woo-woo! Behind him, many Yin spirits were horrified. Before they could even escape, the black saber light had already swept past them and swallowed them whole. Roar! Among the spirits, under extreme fear, some of them started to change. Black gas filled the air, and they started to transform into evil spirit. However, before the transformation was complete, the blade light of the wild bone had already arrived. Slash by slash, it cut away all the unwillingness of the past. Thousands of spirits could not resist for more than a few breaths. A white-clothed figure walked out. Behind her, the spirits collapsed and disappeared. Unwillingness in life and resentment in death. Spirits, evil spirits, and resentful spirits were evil beings that were not inferior to the human world. If too many of them accumulated, the balance of the human world would be destroyed. Just like the War of Death 100 years ago, even the powerful Lord Yama could not completely resist the suppression of the resentment of all living beings. His divine body was restrained, which gave the people of the divine prefecture a chance. In the ancient war, too many spirits of hundreds of races were buried. They gathered here. Some died with the passage of time, and some survived until now. They were immortal and indestructible, turning the entire central area into a forbidden land. After destroying the evil spirits, Ning Chen walked into the depths of the forbidden land with the black blade in his hand. The kind face that he had been maintaining these days was gone. His murderous aura that could intimidate all living beings. Chapter 10:18. The blood moon hung high in the sky. In the center of the ancient battlefield, the dead souls of countless years of war gathered. Yin spirits were everywhere, forming a forbidden area. Ning Chen walked forward with the black blade in his hand. His murderous aura spread out. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to approach him. He had killed millions of lives. He was a peerless hero. He had killed too many people in his life. His murderous aura was almost tangible. Once it exploded, even gods and ghosts would not dare approach him. Since ancient times, the souls of the dead had accumulated for countless years. Although most of them had disappeared in the passage of time, the remaining resentment was still terrifying. The entire central area was filled with Yin Qi. It was abnormally cold. In a place of extreme Yin, there was nothing else except for dead objects and Yin spirit. The deeper one went, the clearer one could feel that their body was suppressed by the resentment between heaven and earth. It was difficult to use them. Ning Chen walked in. His black blade cut through layer after layer of obstacles. The cold light of killing was endless. It was indestructible. Roar! In front of him, in the depths of the central forbidden area, an earth-shaking roar rang out. Everyone was frightened and did not dare to approach. Ning Chen stopped and looked ahead. After a while, his figure flashed as he quickly went deeper. Boom! The next moment, a rumbling sound rang out. In the depths of the central forbidden area, a white-clothed figure appeared. The black blade slashed down with the force of 10,000 soldiers. In front of him, a corpse god surrounded by a strange light appeared. His body was covered with long red hair. He looked extremely eerie and terrifying. The black blade slashed at the corpse god. Sparks flew everywhere. The corpse god's body, which was comparable to metal and stone, was actually difficult to damage. It was indestructible. Roar! the corpse god roared. He grabbed at the former with both hands, wanting to tear his body apart. Seeing this, Ning Chen stepped out to avoid the former's hands. He waved his black blade and slashed at the corpse god's body again. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The sharp wild bone left a clear mark on the corpse god's body. The corpse god roared in pain. He raised his fist and smashed it at the human in front of him. Ning Chen did not dodge. He raised his hand and caught the incoming fist. The wild bone slashed at the same place again. An ear-piercing sound rang out, making one shiver all over. A corpse that had transcended life and death and survived in a strange state. It retained its sense of pain, but almost all of its rationality was lost. The frenzied bone sharpness unceasingly slashed out, the black light danced in the darkness of the night. The might of the divine weapon was astonishing, slashing apart space, drawing out deep ravines one after another. Clang! The black saber and the corpse deity clashed for an unknown number of times. Suddenly, the sharpness of the saber rose rapidly above the mad bone. A figure in white flashed past, and the saber's momentum changed, shattering the void. The saber tore through the sky, and the wound on the zombie god's chest that had been inflicted countless times by the black saber suddenly caved in, bringing forth a large amount of black blood. Roar! The zombie goddess let out a pained roar as she stumbled back several steps. Her long red hair was dyed with black blood. Ning Chen held the black saber in his hand and looked coldly at the corpse god in front of him. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and charged forward again. The sky-severing blade sliced through the darkness and landed on the corpse god's body with a loud boom. Blood splattered everywhere as the corpse god's upper and lower halves were severed from its chest. Blood spurted out for several meters and rained down like rain. Ning Chen waved his saber to shake off the blood on his saber. He didn't stay for long and continued to walk forward. On the ground, the corpse god let out a pained roar as she struggled and twisted. However, half of her body was severed, and she couldn't move at all. Blood flowed out from the wound and dyed the ground black. Her resentment couldn't be extinguished when she was alive, and she couldn't rest in peace after death. In front of him, the figure in white clothes went far away. Not long after, she disappeared into the night. Just as Ning Chen entered the central forbidden area, due to the instability of the world, large amounts of divine jades began to appear in various places of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield. The temporary peace was immediately broken. The hidden successors of various kings appeared and fought with the emperors. Battles broke out more frequently. In the east of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, Ness Yao, who possessed the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow, appeared with the Elder Cloud sword in her hand. The battle lasted for an entire day, and the area within 1,000 miles was sunk. After a day, the battle stopped. No one knew who won or lost. Almost at the same time, in the other three directions, the successors of kings appeared one after another to challenge the position of the successors of the royal bloodline. Some experts who were usually inconspicuous began to show their abilities. Their strength was shocking. Among them, the most outstanding one was Tsang Ming of the Howling Moon clan. He was a young prodigy who once appeared at the banquet in Juyang ancient city. He challenged the Golden Lion Hong Yuan, and from start to finish, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. In the southern territory, the saintess of the Fox clan, Xiao Xiao, who had never shown herself, faced the golden-scaled princess head-on. The two women began to fight. The Fox clan's bewitching art against the Scaled clan's absolute defense. The battle was soul-stirring. The surrounding spectators were almost all bewitched by the Fox clan's unique bewitching art. At the final moment, they turned against each other and joined forces to attack Jean Lin. However, the strength of the Scaled princess once again shocked the world. Even when facing the combined attacks of the saintess of the Fox clan and the prodigies of the 100 clans, she still wasn't at a disadvantage. She even faintly suppressed them. In the end, the saintess of the Fox clan retreated on her own accord. The prodigies of the 100 clans also regained their senses one after another, but they were completely unaware of their previous actions. After the battle, the Fox clan's bewitching art shocked the world. No one dared to look down on this once hidden royal clan. Among the 4 territories, only the north was relatively peaceful. After the witch Tion easily defeated a few royal heirs, no one dared to challenge her again. As a royal clan, the existence of the sorcerer tribe was very special in the entire primordial demon realm. As the members of the sorcerer tribe rarely appeared in the world, the 100 clans didn't know much about them. Legend had it that in the ancient times, the sorcerer tribe had produced 12 great sorcerers. Each great sorcerer had the ability to reach the heavens and the earth. The sorcerer tribe also reached its peak at that time. Even the heavenly demonic royal tribe didn't dare to provoke them. However, after the ancient times, the 12 great sorcerers fell one after another. The glory of the sorcerer tribe also became a thing of the past. They were no longer at their peak. In the northern part of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, Tion stood quietly in the snowy land. Her gentle eyes looked into the distance. She hadn't left for a long time. He had been in the forbidden central area for many days. Logically speaking, he should have come out by now. Had something happened? With his strength, he should be able to deal with those ominous things in the forbidden central area. It was strange that he hadn't come out after so long. In the forbidden central area, in the vast and gloomy land of ghosts, a white-clothed figure stood quietly with a knife. For the past 2 days, she had been restricted by the terrain and the resentful spirit-trapping array. It had been difficult for her to escape. Tens of thousands of nether spirits were everywhere. Compared to the nether spirits she had met a few days ago, they were even more powerful. Strong resentment circled around, protecting the nether spirits from dying. Ningchen stood among the tens of thousands of nether spirits. The black knife in his hand was constantly flowing with evil qi. Although he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, his expression didn't change. Roar! Among the nether spirits, a corpse rider on a warhorse galloped over. The decaying halberd slashed down with great force. Ning Chen waved his knife to block the attack. With a boom, the dust under him rolled and rose dozens of feet high. Behind him, the sound of warhorses galloping was heard again. 2 more corpse riders arrived. Their revolving halberds broke through the air and dust rose hundreds of feet. The 3 corpse riders attacked together. In the middle, Ning Chen stood with his knife. Facing the 3 corpse riders that couldn't be hurt by swords and spears, he moved his body and avoided wave after wave of attack. As the 3 corpse riders attacked, the tens of thousands of nether spirits in the sky also began to rush toward the knowing destiny state in the middle. Seeing this, Ning Chen squinted his eyes. A touch of impatience rose in his heart. The life roll opened the sky and an unusually majestic cold qi burst out. Snow in July. As he waved his black knife, the sky and the earth shook. Snowflakes swept in all directions. The sharpness of the knife was hidden in the drifting snow. The frozen world turned into a dead silence. In the void, the nether spirits were swallowed by the snow and disappeared completely. In the snowflakes, the 3 corpse riders were also frozen. As the black knife light flashed, the 3 corpse riders shattered. The resentful spirits dispersed and the corpse riders died. The obstacles in front of him disappeared. Ning Chen continued to move forward with his black knife. He waved his knife and cut through the mountains and rivers. On the 10th day, in the deepest part of the central forbidden area, Ning Chen walked out. Looking at the peaks in all directions, a touch of seriousness flashed in his eyes. This should be the hinterland of the central forbidden area. After so many days, he still hadn't found any trace of the 2 girls. Could it be that Dong Yu and Summer Solstice really didn't enter the Blood Moon ancient battlefield? They knew his purpose. If there were no accidents, they should have come. Ning Chen's thoughts were disturbed. He couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Looking ahead, he continued to walk forward. Although he didn't believe in miracles, He still hoped that a miracle would happen now. Roar! In the depths of the mountains, violent tremors sounded again. This time, it was even stronger than before. The sky and the earth rumbled. It was as if the entire central forbidden area was shaking. It made people shudder. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He felt the horrifying cold aura in the depths of the mountains. After a while, he took a step forward and rushed in the direction of the tremors. After a dozen breaths, in the depths of the mountains, a flowing light flashed. Ning Chen's figure swept over and stopped. In front of him, a frightening scene came into view. Thousands of corpse gods and nether spirits were biting each other. Broken limbs were everywhere. Black blood dyed the whole ground black. It was a shocking scene. In front of thousands of corpse gods and nether spirits, a golden-furred corpse god and a blue-faced nether spirit looked very strange. They had been devouring nether spirits for countless years. Roar! Feeling the presence of a human, the golden-furred corpse god and the blue-faced nether spirit stopped fighting temporarily. They both looked at the young figure in the distance. Ning Chen also looked at the two ominous ghosts in the distance. His eyes flashed with a serious look. The reincarnation of the dead. These two dead monsters actually regained their intelligence. It was really hard to understand. Kill! Perhaps it was the memory of its previous life, but the golden-furred corpse god roared hoarsely. He took a step forward and rushed toward the human in the distance. Behind him, the blue-faced nether spirit also moved. His figure was hard to distinguish. Without a sound, he actually arrived in front of Ning Chen first. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find a helper to deal with the descendants of the 100 races. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I won't be polite. Ning Chen said coldly. He didn't dodge. He flipped his palm and gathered his energy. The blue-faced nether spirit arrived. Yin Qi was sucked in and out. A cold wind blew. Invisible things eroded Ning Chen's consciousness. Snow waves rolled and the wind surged. Ning Chen's left palm channeled the power of picking stars. Half of his body was surrounded by wind and snow, freezing the world. On the other side, the golden-furred corpse god threw a heavy punch. A black saber light followed. With a rumble, the saber light was tens of thousands of feet long. It collided with the ghost god's power. Chapter 10:19. In the deepest part of the central forbidden area of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, Knowing Destiny took the initiative to challenge two inauspicious beings. The sound of their battle could be heard for thousands of miles. The green-faced Yin spirit's body was illusory. When the swords and sabers slashed at him, it was as if they were slashing at the air. Ning Chen rode the wind. Half of his body was surrounded by wind and snow. His left palm activated the star-plucking ability to counter the green-faced Yin spirit's attack. On the other side, the golden-haired corpse god's body was as hard as gold. The black saber was sharp, but it could only leave a shallow mark on the corpse god's body. The two evil beings of extreme Yin had devoured countless of their kind over the years. They had developed spiritual intelligence, and their strength had increased rapidly. Ning Chen fought one against two. Half of his body was covered in wind and snow, while the other half was covered in saber radiance. He calmly dealt with the two evil beings of extreme Yin. Although the two evil beings couldn't be hurt by sabers and swords, he still suppressed them with his astonishing strength. The green-faced Yin spirit and the golden-haired corpse god roared. After countless years of evolution, they couldn't stand being suppressed by a human. The two evil beings of extreme Yin erupted at the same time. The wind howled and their corpse fists rumbled. Ning Chen frowned. While dealing with the two crazy monsters, he observed the surrounding terrain. Boom! The golden-haired corpse god's heavy fist landed. The white-clothed figure flashed and dodged the attack. The place where she stood a moment ago was moved. It was a shocking scene. Behind him, the green-faced Yin spirit stretched out his hand. Ghastly ghost aura lingered and went straight for Ning Chen's life. Ning Chen turned around and activated the life scroll. He directly grabbed the Yin spirit's throat. The Een spirit was originally a formless being and didn't fear sabers and palms. However, facing the incoming hand, the green-faced Een spirit felt an indescribable sense of danger. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately dodged. Ning Chen sneered. He stepped forward and his figure flashed like lightning. In an instant, he was close to the Een spirit again. The 9 heavens star-plucking hand appeared again. It shook heaven and earth, and used yin and yang to hit the Een spirit. The green-faced Een spirit let out a sharp cry of pain. Roar! The Een spirit was heavily injured. The golden-haired corpse god followed. With its indestructible body, it punched the human in front of it. Ning Chen turned around and met the attack with the wild bone in his hand. With a loud bang, the two extreme forces collided. The golden-hair corpse god was actually forced back a few steps, unable to withstand the force of the saber. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Ning Chen's figure flashed. He raised his hand and gathered his origin energy, grabbing the corpse god by the throat and slamming him to the ground. The ground started to crack, and the black saber in Ning Chen's hand shone brightly. The saber changed direction and stabbed towards the corpse god's heart. The blade entered the body and blood gushed out. The undying and indestructible golden-furred corpse god saw blood for the first time. Blood seeped out from the wound and dyed its long golden hair red. Red! Ning Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw the zombie goddess's blood turn from black to red. Could it be that these monsters could really be reborn? Not only did they gain intelligence, but even their blood turned red again. Roar! On the ground, the golden-furred corpse god struggled and roared. However, the hand that was gripping his throat was like an iron lock, and he couldn't struggle free. Submit or you'll die again, Ning Chen said coldly as the black saber in his hand moved another inch forward. The golden-furred corpse god roared and struggled violently, unwilling to yield. At this moment, a chilly wind blew from behind. The green-faced Een spirit came silently and raised his hand to reach for the knowing destiny heavenly spirit. You're courting death. Ning Chen snorted and slapped the black saber. Blood gushed out and the black saber pierced through the corpse god's body and nailed him to the ground. After restraining the corpse god, Ning Chen's figure flashed. With his extremely fast movement technique, he appeared behind the Een spirit in an instant. The ultimate move of the 9 heavens star-plucking hand appeared again. It was an ultimate move, and it scattered energy without a trace. With a loud bang, it landed on the Een spirit's back. A mournful shriek sounded again. The Een spirit flew out 100 feet, and the Een chi on his body dissipated rapidly. After the first move, Ning Chen's palm came again. The unbelievably fast figure arrived in front of the Een spirit in a flash. The palm landed on the Een spirit's body again. With a loud bang, it landed on the Een spirit's body again. With a violent vibration, the palm gathered wind and snow. The Een spirit couldn't bear it, and his frozen body flew out and smashed into the mountain in the distance. With the absolute suppression of power, the two evil beings were severely injured in a few breaths. They couldn't escape. Ning Chen stepped forward and arrived in front of the mountain in one step. He picked up the Een spirit and went to the corpse that was nailed to the ground. He pressed his hand on the black saber and said calmly, "I'll give you one last chance. Surrender or die." It was a blatant threat. Ning Chen's murderous aura spread out. He was waiting for the two ominous beings to answer. Roar! The corpse god struggled subconsciously. When he felt the murderous aura from Ning Chen's body, fear flashed across his face, and his struggle weakened. Woo! Compared to the corpse god, the Een spirit's resistance didn't last long. As a formless being, he could clearly feel the terror of the human beside him. After a short struggle, he calmed down. Seeing that the two monsters had stopped resisting, Ning Chen threw the Een spirit on the ground and gathered his essence. Two formless sword seals appeared and entered the Een spirit and the corpse god's head respectively. Play your part, and I'll guarantee your safety. Otherwise, these two sword seals can take your lives anytime. Ning Chen said coldly. He pulled out the black saber and shook his right hand to disperse the blood on the saber. The Yin spirit and the corpse god growled, but they didn't dare to resist. Let's go. Since he couldn't find Dong Yu and Xia Ji, Ning Chen didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the forbidden area. Since he couldn't find the two girls for now, he would focus on getting the Yin Yang non-jade first. After he left, he would look for Dong Yu and Xia Ji. Behind him, the green-faced Yin spirit and the golden-haired corpse god followed carefully. After the battle just now, they didn't dare to provoke the death god in front of them. The man and the two monsters walked forward. After walking for less than 10 miles, the surrounding heaven and earth started to rumble. There were no signs, and it was shocking. Ning Chen looked at the changing heaven and earth with a serious expression. He stomped his foot and the earth rumbled. It turned into a barrier that blocked the area around him. Feeling the change in heaven and earth, the green-faced Yin spirit and the golden-haired corpse god were terrified. They seemed to have thought of something. They crawled on the ground and trembled. Boom! In the deepest part of the forbidden area, a shocking scene was happening from afar. The forbidden area was surrounded by mountains. The mountains and rivers were shifting, and the space was collapsing. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be falling. It was a scene of doomsday. It was shocking. In the center of the forbidden area, yellow light rose. The wind and snow swept. The scroll of earth and the scroll of life were opened at the same time. The earth was lifted up and snow covered it. It turned into 4 sacred walls to resist the sudden doomsday. Inside the 4 sacred walls, Ning Chen looked at the shocking scene outside through the walls. His eyes flashed with a serious expression. This is troublesome. Woo-woo. The green-faced Yin spirit and the golden-haired corpse god crawled on the ground. They looked terrified. The pressure from heaven and earth made these 2 extremely evil ghosts lose their will to resist. The forbidden area was formed by the resentment of thousands of soldiers of the 100 races who died in battle. At this moment it seemed to have a life of its own. It used the changes in heaven and earth to trap the intruder. Inside the sacred walls, Ning Chen felt the weak but gradually clear will around him. His expression turned cold. How long can you trap me? A cold declaration of war sounded. Facing the pressure of heaven and earth, Ning Chen did not show any fear. A strange light rose from his body. Time and yellow springs were opened at the same time. A power that surpassed the limits of the mortal world burst out. Endless runes appeared in heaven and earth, blocking all the heaven and earth's will outside the 4 sacred walls. Inside the sacred walls, snow and ice fell. A strange light rose. The power of the 2 divine restrictions kept rising. Hundreds of thousands of changes were generated rapidly to resist the heaven and earth's will from the outside. Humans were fighting against the heaven and earth's will. Each of them was shocking. Ning Chen stood inside the sacred walls and looked at the 2 trembling evil beings behind him. He said coldly, "If you can't help, then step aside." The green-faced Yin spirit and the golden-haired corpse god heard him. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and activated their Yin essence to reinforce the sacred walls. Outside the sacred walls, heaven and earth changed drastically. Mountains collapsed and rivers flowed. An earth-shattering destructive power kept attacking the 4 sacred walls, trying to swallow the intruder. Inside the sacred walls, Ning Chen looked at the changing heaven and earth outside. His expression turned colder and colder. This small world actually had a will. It was unbelievable. Resentful clouds gathered in the sky, covering the blood moon. The entire central forbidden area became dark. The cold night became more and more piercing. All the strong cultivators on the ancient battlefield felt it. They all looked at the central forbidden area in shock. What happened there? Why did such a place have such a strong will? In the northern part of the ancient battlefield, which Tianxin looked at the central forbidden area in the distance. She was surprised. It was the heaven and earth's will. No wonder she could not see what was happening there. It turned out that heaven and earth already had its own consciousness, that young Master Ning had not come out yet. She hoped that he would not be in danger. In the central forbidden area, the remnant souls of thousands of soldiers after they died in battle gathered and merged with heaven and earth, forming a unique life form. Although it had not taken shape yet, it already had a basic will. The incomprehensible life form attacked for the first time. It sealed the entire heaven and earth, and forcefully stopped the knowing destiny state cultivators. Inside the 4 sacred walls, Ning Chen stood quietly. He formed a mudra with his hands and evolved the changes of time. Outside the sacred walls, the earth moved and the mountains moved. The terrifying scene became more and more intense. The destructive power hit the sacred walls fiercely. However, the sacred walls were indestructible. Thousands of attacks failed. "You guys stay here. I'll go out for a while," Ning Chen said coldly. He stared at the sky, took a step forward, and leaped into the air. In the sky, resentful clouds stirred. The darkness was cold. A strong will spread. It controlled the power of heaven and earth and suppressed the silhouette in white. 12 spiritual movements, 100 tides set the sky. The unique movement of moon worship appeared in the human world again. In the void, Ning Chen raised his hand and gathered the wind and clouds. Huge waves swept out. 100 tides rushed to the sky and set the sky in the human world. The huge waves swallowed the resentful clouds. At this moment, Ning Chen flipped his hands and an unparalleled cold power burst out. The open heavenly book scroll froze the human world. 3,000 miles of ice and snow. The wind and snow split the sky. The divine power shocked the world. In the rumbling, ice and snow spread in the sky above the knowing destiny state, freezing all the resentful clouds swallowed by the 100 tides. Chapter 10:20. On the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, in the central forbidden area, knowing destiny fought against the heavens and sealed the world with snow and ice. Hundreds of tides condensed and formed a huge ice block, trapping the clouds of resentment in the 9 heavens. The battle between the heavens and men reappeared after a few decades. In the past, he fought against Xian Song for the resurrection of the ghost girl. Today, he fought against the will of the heavens and earth for his own freedom. In the sky, the snowstorm raged and the frozen clouds of resentment shook continuously. After a while, they broke free from their bindings with a bang. The ice and snow shattered and scattered in all directions. The clouds of resentment stirred, and a terrifying will pressed down. The laws of the heavens and earth received the order and pressed down from all directions. Spiritual 12th style, Thousand Sorrows hands. The power of the laws was shocking. Ning Chen stood in the void and his ultimate chi rose. His left palm moved and the snowstorm in the sky condensed. The 1,000 hands turned into a wheel and the image of Guanyin appeared for the first time. The moon-worshipping clan's unique skill combined with Buddhism's secret skill. The 1,000 hands shook the heavens and earth. In the violent tremor, the power of the laws that attacked from all directions dissipated. The aftermath shook and the wind howled. The white-clothed figure stood in the void with her white hair dancing. Her unusually strong martial arts cultivation showed no signs of weakness in the face of the will of the heavens and earth. She had learned martial arts for 100 years and now she was fighting against the heavens. In the 9 heavens, the resentment clouds stirred violently. The will of the heavens and earth that merged with the resentment of all living beings gradually took shape. A huge bronze hand appeared in the resentment clouds. It was like an ancient giant and slammed down from the sky. Below, Ning Chen saw this and stepped forward instead of retreating. The 9 heavens star-picking hand was used again. The power of the stars was raised to the extreme. In an instant, between the heavens and earth, a huge hand flashing with silver light went against the heavens and earth's giant palm. The collision of the 2 extremes caused an earth-shattering tremor. The aftermath surged and surged, shocking the 9 heavens and thousands of gods. In the void, the white-clothed figure took another step and approached the resentment clouds. Her unique skill was activated and a palm was raised to the heavens. The power of man against the heavens was shocking. In the 9 heavens, the resentment clouds took shape again and an ancient divine spear fell from the sky. The power of the laws surrounded the spear and the killing intent was shocking. The divine spear fell to the heavens and killed the heavens. The ancient divine weapon that shocked ghosts and gods cut through the night sky and fell from the sky. Ning Chen squinted. The saber technique of the black saber in his right hand spun around, and the heavenly scripture reappeared. The peerless martial technique clashed with the worldly laws, which transcended the limits of the mortal world. The saber and the spear clashed. In an instant, starlight filled the sky. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, the black saber broke the divine spear. The white-clothed figure did not slow down. She continued to rush towards the dark clouds in the sky. The Tao of heaven and earth had been replaced by humans. The knowing destiny state, who had repeatedly defied the will of heaven, had long lost their fear of heaven and earth. With the crazy bone in hand, they went against heaven. In the face of the humans' disobedience, a violent wind blew in the 9 heavens, stirring up the resentful clouds. Bolts of lightning appeared, and in the next moment, 10,000 bolts of furious lightning struck down, destroying the world. Under the cloud of resentment, Ning Chen focused his mind and stepped forward. His crazy bone gathered the spiritual energy from all directions and gathered the power of the 9 continents. With one slash, he slashed the sky. A huge black saber light slashed open the void, and a terrifying spatial crack appeared. Wherever the saber light passed, heaven and earth were destroyed. Unparalleled combat prowess in the mortal realm, surpassing the stepping celestial realm and directly approaching the worldly celestial realm. After cultivating for 100 years, why would he fear a battle with Wentian? In the void, the black saber light that soared into the sky became more and more powerful. It broke through 10,000 bolts of lightning and reached the sky. The heavens and earth trembled, shocked by the defiance of the humans below. Endless power of laws gathered once again, and lightning condensed into form. A war god clad in golden armor appeared, holding a lightning spear in his hand. He broke through the air and descended. The lightning spear collided with the black saber. With a shocking explosion, heaven and earth were in chaos. The aftermath of the collision hit. The god of war in golden armor was covered with lightning. In a flash, he came down below. The divine spear waved, and 1,000 bolts of lightning roared. Ning Chen was fearless. The black saber met the attack head-on. In the battle between the saber and the spear, the lightning was dazzling. The god of war in golden armor was powerful. He copied the power of the strong in the world, and his moves were endless. Ning Chen was not moved at all. The crazy bone's moves were fast and heavy. Ning Chen's amazing attainments in the saber became more and more amazing. The butterfly taught martial arts. The god of sabers taught Ning Chen without holding back. In just a few years, Ning Chen's saber skills had improved by leaps and bounds. One day, he would surpass Ning Chen. Boom! In close quarters, the saber and spear clashed again. Ning Chen was not afraid of heaven's might. His moves were majestic, and his moves were shocking. One saber shook the divine spear. 1,000 pounds of force erupted, and the god of war in golden armor was sent flying. Ning Chen ignored it. He took a step forward and charged into the sky again. As he got closer to the clouds of resentment, heaven and earth trembled more violently. The rules stirred, forming many saber and sword auras that broke through the sky. Ning Chen's figure stopped in the sky. His palms moved, and wind and snow swept out, attacking the sky. The wind and snow blocked heaven's might. The saber and sword auras were destroyed, unable to pass through the barrier. Unparalleled in the world. In the wind and snow, Ning Chen held his saber and shouted. The sky scroll absolute style reappeared in the world. The saber that broke through the starry sky drew a shocking black arc in the sky. The saber shocked the soul, and everything was destroyed. Heaven and earth could not bear it. The god of war in golden armor, who had just arrived, was also affected and was sent flying 300 meters. Ning Chen took a step forward and his figure flew out. He instantly arrived under the clouds of resentment. Spiritual 12 styles. Ning Chen used the absolute style again, and its power shook heaven and earth. He raised his hand and grabbed the clouds of resentment. The open heavenly book was extremely majestic. Immediately, wind and snow spread in the sky, sealing the void within 1,000 miles. Soul dispersing hand. One palm dispersing the soul, and heaven and earth were overturned. In the 1,000 miles of ice, huge cracks appeared. It was shocking and shocking. After a few breaths, there was a loud bang. The ice and snow in the sky shattered. The clouds of resentment wailed and dissipated rapidly, trying to escape. You want to leave? Difficult. Ning Chen snorted coldly. He took a step forward and the wind and snow rushed to his head. His white hair danced wildly, and his peerless foundation was fully unleashed. 4 scrolls at the same time, no life in heaven and earth. The open heavenly book caused chaos to reappear. Behind Ji Ming, heaven and earth manifested. The primordial world was created, and chaos spread. Lightning cut through the darkness, and all things were revived and destroyed. Ning Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the clouds of resentment. At this moment, the formless thing was actually restrained, and it was difficult for a person to break free. Demonic body, I'll leave it to you. With a light shout, Ning Chen used his shocking cultivation to trap the clouds of resentment. Demonic qi surged around him, and behind him, 100 feet tall heavenly demon appeared. After a few years, the demonic body reappeared. The resentment of all life, the will of heaven and earth, so what? A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. The demonic body walked out, and his demonic qi was like a stormy sea. He raised his hand, and the demonic qi filled the sky. The black demonic qi that covered 1,000 miles swallowed the heavens and earth. It forcefully absorbed the clouds of resentment and trapped them in its body. The two bodies joined forces to devour the will of heaven and earth. Such a shocking move made Xian Tsang furious. 10,000 lightning bolts struck back crazily. Get lost. The demonic body shouted coldly, and its figure changed. The 100 feet tall demonic body stood tall, and its demonic fist struck the sky. In the terrifying tremor, a huge crack appeared in the sky. The heaven and earth could not bear the supreme demonic qi, and it wailed endlessly. Continue. Below, Ning Chen said coldly. His hands activated the peerless foundation, and firmly held the clouds of resentment in place. Chapter 10:21. In the central forbidden area, human beings fought against the heavens, and Xian Tsang was enraged. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts blasted toward those who defied the heavens. The two bodies joined forces to blast away the thunderbolt. The main body used the power of the heavenly book to trap the resentful cloud. The demonic body released its demonic aura to devour the will of heaven and earth. The two bodies were incomparably powerful, shocking the world. They fought against the heavens and suppressed the will of heaven and earth. On the ground, inside the 4 sacred walls, the green-faced Een spirit and the golden-haired corpse god looked at the great battle above with fear and shock. At this moment, their instinct told them that the humans above must not be provoked. In the sky, the main body was trapped in the resentful cloud. Its hands were like thousands of chains. No matter how the resentful cloud struggled, it could not break free. In a few breaths below, the golden-armored war god swept over with his spear. The will of heaven and earth condensed into a body of laws. Its strength was strong, and it wanted to solve the crisis of the resentful cloud. Get lost. Seeing this, the demonic body stepped out. The shocking demonic power instantly shattered the void and severely injured the golden-armored war god. The collapsed golden starlight scattered bit by bit. The golden-armored war god was affected by the demonic power. Half of his body was crushed, and it was extremely miserable. Die. The golden-armored war god was seriously injured, but the demonic body did not give up. It punched down heavily, and in the great horror of shattering the void, the golden-armored war god completely collapsed and disappeared between heaven and earth. The supreme demonic power, heaven and earth were furious. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts gathered again and blasted toward the demonic body. The demonic body was fearless. Its bronze skin was surrounded by black demonic aura. It punched and shattered the thunder. The heavenly power was amazing, and the demonic power was even more shocking. The battle between the heavenly demons was getting more and more intense. Pieces of the void were shattered in the great battle. The scene was terrifying. Not far away, the resentful cloud was restrained by the main body of knowing destiny. It could not move an inch. The open heavenly book turned the chaotic energy into reality. It restrained the will of heaven and earth and helped the demonic body to devour the heavens. What a bold act! The two bodies joined forces to defy the heavens. This battle, they were determined to defeat the heavens. Boom! At the end of the 9 heavens, somewhere, 100 feet thick green thunderbolt crashed down. The wrath of heaven did not stop for a long time. It sent down layers of thunder to kill those who defied the heavens. You focus on your work. I'll block these things, Ning Chen said in a deep voice as he looked at the azure lightning descending from the sky. He tore the resentful cloud with his left hand and grasped the air with his right hand. The black saber appeared again. The saber turned into azure frost as it faced the 9 heavens' wind and thunder. The wind and snow drifted in the sky. In the wind and snow, the black saber light streaked across the sky and crashed into the 1,000-foot-long green thunder. Two extremes collided and all methods sunk into oblivion. In the wild shockwaves, the demon body walked out. Demonic energy once again drowned out the clouds of resentment and swallowed up the will of the world. Roar. Roars that sounded like the struggles of wild beasts could be heard from the resentment clouds, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, they were restrained by the energy of the primal chaos and couldn't break free. With a distance of 10,000 feet, the two of them joined forces to trap the world. As time passed, the struggle of the resentful cloud grew weaker and weaker, and the will of the world within it was gradually swallowed up by the demonic energy. In the battle between heaven and man, man finally defeated heaven's will. Above the 9 heavens, the thunder gradually weakened, and it was difficult to reverse the situation. An hour later, the clouds of resentment in the sky dissipated, and the will of the world was completely devoured. The two figures retracted their hands one after another. The demonic aura returned and the chaos dissipated. The two figures looked at each other and merged again. In the sky, the white-haired figure in white clothes swallowed up the will of the world. His aura became even more terrifying. He stood above the 9 heavens, as if he was a part of the world, and no one dared to disobey him. At this moment, outside the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, in the sky above the supreme desolate ancient plains, an illusory figure walked out. Looking at the imprisoned Blood Moon ancient battlefield, he raised his hand and slapped forward. The Emperor's might shook the 9 heavens. The terrifying power broke through the restrictions of time and space, and directly entered the Blood Moon ancient battlefield. In the next moment, above the central forbidden area, a huge golden hand slapped down. With a loud bang, it shattered the world within 10,000 miles. In the sky, Ning Chen felt it and his expression sank. He took a step forward and instantly arrived at the Saint Wall below. He opened his hands and the Saint Wall closed. The impact of the Emperor's might caused the world inside and outside the Saint Wall to collapse continuously. It was indescribably terrifying, and it was several times more powerful than the heaven's might. The power to destroy the world was shocking. Inside the Saint Wall, Ning Chen's figure flashed past. Looking at the collapsing Saint Wall, he didn't dare to delay. He summoned the Eastern Emperor Bel and directly threw the green-faced Een spirit and the golden-haired corpse god into it. After doing this, Ning Chen took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, hiding inside the immortal Bel. After a few breaths of time, outside the Saint Wall, the terrifying Emperor's might broke through the Saint Wall and the barrier of the forbidden area. It destroyed everything and devoured the surrounding world. At this moment, all the young geniuses in the Blood Moon ancient battlefield looked at the central forbidden area in shock. Emperor? How could it be? Why would the Emperor's might appear in the Blood Moon ancient battlefield? In the north of the ancient battlefield, Tian Xin felt the destructive might from afar, and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Outside the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, in the sky above the supreme desolate ancient plains, the illusory figure looked at the situation in the Blood Moon ancient battlefield and frowned. Just as he was about to make another move, rays of light shot out from the 9 heavens, and an equally powerful qi appeared. The Emperor's might descended, suppressing the heavens. Emperor Go, how have you been? The illusory figure looked at the old lady descending from the sky and said indifferently, "You've crossed the line." The old lady held her walking stick in front of him and said coldly, "No matter where I go, I will not be restrained by anyone." The illusory figure was unmoved and said indifferently, "I don't care where you go, but I can't ignore you attacking the people in the ancient battlefield." The old lady said coldly. The illusory figure sneered and said, "Doesn't the sorcerer tribe also want the Yin Yang non-jade? If that young man dies, the holy maiden will have a better chance. The sorcerer tribe has not reached the stage where we will do anything to achieve our goals. I can't do it to a junior who has only cultivated for a little more than 100 years. The old lady said sarcastically. Hearing this, the illusory figure's face darkened. The Emperor's might vibrated, and his killing intent was shocking. Emperor Go sneered, and he struck the ground with his hand. An emperor's might that was not inferior to the former's burst out, piercing through the sky and shaking the stars in the 9 heavens. Just as the 2 emperors were about to fight, in the central forbidden area of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, the heavens and earth collapsed. Thousands of miles were turned into nothingness, and a terrifying spatial storm roared, swallowing everything around it. In the spatial storm, a mottled immortal Bel appeared. In the next moment, Ning Chen walked out and waved his hand to keep the immortal Bel. He looked at the chaotic spatial storm with a cold expression. This is troublesome. It was not the first time he had experienced the terror of the spatial storm. The flow of time here was not the same as the outside world. Once he got lost, he would not be able to make it in time for the 3 years. At that moment, outside of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, in the supreme desolation ancient land, an illusory figure looked at the battlefield and smiled coldly. It seems like I don't need to do anything anymore. Within 10 years, the turbulence in the forbidden area won't stop. That person won't have a chance to fight for the Yin and Yang non-jades anymore. Emperor Go, you should thank me this time. If it weren't for me, the Holy Virgin would have an incredible opponent. After saying this, the illusory figure in front of the old lady gradually faded away, and the Emperor's might that suppressed the heavens dissipated. In an instant it completely disappeared. Chapter 10:22. On the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, inside the collapsed central forbidden area, Ning Chen stood inside. He looked at the whistling interspatial storm around him, and stopped moving. A ruler attacked, shattering the void within 5,000 kilometers with a single palm. The shocking power caused the heavens to tremble. In the void, spatial turbulence surged. Dangers were everywhere, making it difficult for people to walk out. Outside the void, the laws of heaven and earth kept repairing the collapsed void. However, the remaining power of a ruler in the world slowed down the repair process. It would be difficult to restore it to its original state within 10 years. In the turbulence, Ning Chen stopped for a long time, thinking about countermeasures. He could not be trapped here for too long. Otherwise, he would not be able to make it in 3 years. What can we do? Demonic chi surged, and the devil walked out. It looked at the surging space-time turbulence in all directions and asked in a serious voice. It's not difficult to get out of here. The difficult part is how to get out before the 100 clans competition ends. Ning Chen looked around and seriously observed the situation of the space-time turbulence. Why would a ruler attack? Our identities shouldn't have been exposed yet. The devil stood in the void and asked with a cold expression. Perhaps it's because we devoured the will of heaven and earth earlier that attracted the attention of a ruler. The races are so concerned about the result of this 100 clans competition, so it's not strange for a ruler to attack. At this point, a strange look flashed across Ning Chen's face. The will of heaven and earth had almost ignored it. Release that sky. It came from the central forbidden area, so it should be able to repair this world as soon as possible. Ning Chen looked at the devil beside him and said. Hearing this, the devil frowned slightly and said, If we release it, I'm afraid it'll find a chance to escape. In a place like this, it'll be difficult for us to stop it. It's fine. Ning Chen replied, Sentient beings will have fear. I'll set up restrictions in its body. As long as it's not afraid of its consciousness being erased, it can escape. The devil nodded, and demonic chi surged around its body. Amidst the demonic chi, an invisible resentful cloud appeared. The powerful will of heaven and earth made it so that no one dared to ignore it. Ning Chen moved and took a step into the demonic chi. He pointed his finger, and thousands of restrictions gathered and broke into the resentful cloud. Layers of restrictions spread and covered the resentful cloud. After a moment, the restrictions disappeared and peace returned. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the devil. He said calmly, It's done. The demonic body nodded. It retracted its demonic chi and released the resentment cloud. After regaining his freedom, the will of the world within the resentful clouds quickly recovered. The clouds churned, wanting to escape. Ning Chen snorted coldly. He clenched his right hand and a powerful force burst out. Countless seals were activated within the clouds of resentment, and they restrained the clouds of resentment. If you don't want to disappear completely, behave yourself, Ning Chen said indifferently as he walked forward step by step. His expression turned cold as he said, You are more familiar with this place than anyone else. It shouldn't be difficult for you to repair it. The resentful cloud struggled. However, it was restricted by the divine restriction and was unable to break free. I'll say it again. If you don't want to disappear completely, then do as I say. Since I can trap you, I can also completely erase your will. As he finished speaking, killing intent flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. A strange light rose from his right hand, and a bloody aura filled the air. It was bone-chilling. The resentful cloud sensed this and immediately stopped struggling. Although its consciousness was still hazy, it could still sense how dangerous this human was. Do I need to repeat what I should do? Ning Chen raised his hand and pressed it on the cloud of resentment. Wind and snow gradually rose and drifted in the world. However, the murderous intent in the snow became more and more shocking. Spare my life. The resentful cloud trembled, and its consciousness was sent out. It was weak and hazy. Sensing the spiritual fluctuation from the resentful cloud, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The resentful cloud's consciousness had grown to such an extent. It was truly shocking. Do what you need to do. Ning Chen withdrew his hand and turned to walk away. He glanced at the devil's body not far away and said, Look after it. The devil's body nodded and calmly responded. The resentful cloud stirred. Although it was hazy, the unusually heavy will of heaven and earth filled the air and began to repair the void that was shattered by the ruler. With the two bodies as the center, the power of laws gathered. The shattered void was repaired inch by inch, and it kept spreading in all directions. The void was boundless. It would take an unusually long time to completely repair it. However, the space inside and outside the void began to repair at the same time, and the time needed was instantly reduced. In the void, a part of heaven and earth was restored. The two bodies stood in it and felt the flow of time again. Ning Chen watched the resentful cloud repair the space, and his gaze never left it for a moment. Creation was always the most difficult thing. Whether the purpose was a dead object or a living thing, only heaven and earth and the supreme deity of the seven ultimate celestial realm could control the power of creation. Time passed day by day. In the void, the repaired space kept spreading. Ning Chen watched the process of the world's restoration with great concentration, and he remembered all the changes in his heart. For countless years, no one had been able to completely master the time and restriction of the underworld because no one could truly understand the laws of time and space. There were too many changes in the laws of time and space, more than millions of them. There was a limit to human strength, and it was almost impossible to completely master them. Having lived two lives, Ning Chen's spiritual strength was far stronger than ordinary people. Although he was limited by his aptitude and his cultivation was slow, no one could deny that his wisdom and comprehension were terrifying. For several months, Ning Chen did not do anything. He kept staring at the restoration of time and space, and he remembered every change in heaven and earth. Just as knowing destiny was trapped in the spatial turbulence, the outside world was undergoing drastic changes. Under the situation of the four emperors, several extremely powerful descendants of the royal bloodline showed their abilities and fought for a place under the four forces. As the 3-year period approached, the peace between the various forces was gradually broken. The fight for the celestial jades gradually heated up. In the south of the ancient battlefield, the young master of the ancient city of Jueyang appeared again to challenge Jin Lin. The battle shocked the world. His terrifying swordsmanship cut open one mountain after another. This time, even someone as strong as the crown princess of the Scaled clan did not have the upper hand. The earth-shattering battle attracted the attention of all the strong cultivators. In the end, Gu Xian put away his sword and left without any warning. No one knew why. After the battle, Gu Xian's name was clearly imprinted in the hearts of all the forces. A terrifying swordsman who was strong enough to challenge the descendants of the royal family was remembered clearly. In the following year, the flames of war were everywhere. Even the four descendants of the royal bloodlines had conflicts several times. The situation was tense, and a great battle could break out at any moment. Unknowingly, there were only about 10 months left until the 3-year period of the 100 Clans competition. In the Forbidden Central area, knowing destiny still had not walked out. More than a year had passed. Outside the spatial turbulence, less than 10% of the void that was shattered by the ruler's palm had been restored. It seemed that it would be difficult for the Forbidden Central area to recover within 10 years. Nevertheless, in the spatial turbulence that no one could see, a new world kept spreading in all directions. A white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly in it. The aura of time circulated around him, and the divine restriction evolved and changed.